Before we get started, is it J-A-R?
J-E-R.
J-E-R-O-D? What's your middle name, Jared?
Samuel.
And then Brinken?
B-R-I-N-K.
What's your date of
No,
birth?
just Brink.
Oh, just Brink?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your date of birth, Jared?
1/17/75.
An address for you?
2918 182nd Street, DeWitt.
And your phone number is 468-0641?
Yep.
Where do you work at?
Linwood Mining.
What's that?
Linwood Mining.
Linwood Mining. Yep, right down there in Buffalo.
Yeah.
All right, so we got a phone call from Major Conduct up in Clinton County that you had some information that you wanted to share with us. So I just asked that you go through and tell me everything that you can possibly remember from this incident.
Okay. I usually go south of my house in Humiston until I get to whatever the hell it is. And I take that gravel road that goes around the backside of Coon House.
Okay.
And then I jump onto the 4-lane and head south.
Okay.
So I got on the 4-lane and I went about a half mile around the corner, and a black man jumped out in the road in front of me.
Okay.
And waved his arms. And I kind of checked all the other areas, so I didn't know where he came from. And
Yeah.
I didn't see anybody else, so I stopped. He said he was stuck in the ditch.
Okay.
And asked if I could pull him out. So he got in my truck. I took him down about another half mile. We turned around the median and come back up, got off of Coon House there and went down in front of Coon House and took a left onto the gravel road.
Okay.
And there I seen his car in the ditch, and it was towards the south end of that pond. It was probably 150 yards off of the blacktop road, the old highway.
Okay.
So, and his trunk was facing to the he was skewed just a little bit, probably to the northwest a little bit.
Okay.
He wasn't exactly west, and he dropped the right rear tire. I don't think he dropped the left rear tire off the ground, or off the edge of the ditch. And I just spun around and backed up to my short chain of my truck.
Okay.
And pulled him out. He wanted to give me $100. I said, no, I don't need money.
Okay.
I said, just help somebody else out.
Okay.
And away we went. But after thinking about it, I'm pretty sure it had a tan color interior and it had a console in there. And the car was extremely clean inside.
Okay.
But it was a tan leather interior. I'm not mistaken, maybe it had a moonroof.
Okay.
But the interior lights were on, and it was like 4:30 in the morning, 4:45. But I'm pretty sure he was wearing a darker shirt, like a black shirt, and white shorts, and white shoes.
Okay.
I just had a hard time on the highway because all I seen was the white shorts.
Yeah.
And they're up in the air.
Yeah.
So you're trying to figure out
Sun's still not up.
what the hell is that on the road in front of me?
Yeah.
And the other got closer, I got a figure. So.
Okay.
But I do remember him. I asked him what the hell he was doing up here.
Yeah.
And he said he made a wrong turn. He was coming back from Clinton and Davenport. I'm almost 99% positive that's what he said. He was leaving Clinton and going to Davenport.
Okay.
And I said, well, Davenport's the other way.
Yeah.
So, and that's pretty much all I remember. And I, in the life of me, try to figure out what the date is.
Okay.
Or even somewhere close.
Okay. Do you remember any of the weather by chance?
It was cooler.
Okay.
And I thought, no,
Cooler because it was in the morning, or cooler because?
I think just temperature cooler.
Okay.
Probably around the 40 to 45 degree range.
Okay.
I'm like, you're a little cold to be out here in shorts. That's
Yeah.
what I remember thinking that.
Okay. But you remember that it was at 4:30 in the morning?
It was, yeah, right around there, within 15 minutes.
Okay. When you said, so you came down from your house and then headed west past Kunow?
Yeah.
And then got on the 4-lane
Yeah.
south?
Yeah.
Okay. And he did not come out until you did not see him until you were south on Highway 61?
Yeah, he was out on Highway 61.
Okay.
Probably a half mile south of that intersection.
Okay. He got in your truck. You guys swung back around.
Yeah.
Do you remember hairstyle or anything like that on him?
I don't remember much. Just dark hair. It was fairly short.
Okay.
He was a bigger dude. He wasn't fat by no means.
Okay.
I mean, he looked like he was pretty well
Stocky?
stocky,
Okay.
but he wasn't fat by no means.
Okay. When he was in your car, did you smell anything that kind of smelled out of the ordinary?
No, he smelled like perfume.
Smell like perfume?
Not perfume,
Or the cologne?
cologne type. Okay. It didn't smell like my stinky truck.
Okay, and you said when he was wearing shorts, are you talking like gym shorts or jean shorts?
I want to say they were like white denim jean shorts.
White denim jean shorts?
That just sticks in my head.
Okay. Any designs on that you can tell?
No.
Okay.
But no, they don't. I don't think they had a flower pattern on them or something, kind of blue design. For some reason, I see some kind of blue design in the shorts, like they were screen printed or something.
Okay.
But for some reason, I just got like white jean shorts.
Okay.
Like
Okay. And then the t-shirt, was it all plain black?
I don't remember.
Just remember a black t-shirt.
That was darker one.
Okay.
I don't remember anything about that. And I really wasn't even going to call because the information wasn't that great. And that's why I beat my head up and I went to work this morning and I went to my phone and dug, trying to find a text message in case I text somebody that I see them so I can remember the exact date. But I do remember it was probably 4:30 to 4:15 in the morning.
Okay. Was he wearing a do-rag by chance? Do you remember?
I don't think so.
Okay. When he got back to the car,
when I looked at him, I did not suspect anything like of an abnormal person.
Okay.
I mean, like a do-rag or I think he was wearing a little bit of jewelry, but it wasn't flashy or anything like that, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember the shoes at all? Just white shoes? Maybe white shoes?
Like I said before, I get up, I make my coffee, I get dressed, and I'm off. I was probably literally from the time I got up to there, 25 minutes.
Okay. Still a little sleepy-eyed?
Yeah.
Okay.
But enough to kind of look around and stuff before I even bother to stop to see if there's anything else going on here.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop in the middle of the road for.
No, absolutely. So after you picked him up and circled back around, did you take that first right when you turned onto that gravel road in front of Kunow? So did you go in front of Kunow or did you swing back around Kunow?
In front of Kunow.
Okay, and then you took the left to come back around. Okay. And then you said the entrance to the pond.
There's an entrance to the pond on the north side, I think, a little gravel entrance.
Okay.
It was probably 75 to 100 yards south of there.
Okay. Okay.
I drove by there this morning and I'm like, yep, it was probably within 20 foot either direction. Right here is where I pulled them out.
Okay. Because I remember there's two entrances. One looks like one where like side by side their ATVs go up, and the other looks like where a car would go down.
That one the car went down would probably be on the north side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was on the one where the ATVs?
No, he just dropped off the ditch, and I didn't look real close, but I did walk around the side of his car, and I just seen the one tire was dropped off.
Okay.
And he had spun down into the gravel a ways trying to get out. But I think that's why I seen the interior of the car.
Okay.
The color of it.
And the interior, what color was the car?
I'm almost positive it was maroon.
Maroon. And the make and model?
I'm pretty sure it was a maroon. I can guarantee it was an Impala.
Okay, guarantee it's an Impala.
I guarantee.
Okay.
And for some reason, there's a charcoal gray, but for some reason, it's maroon.
Okay.
And when my buddy was asking me that, because when I was over at his house last night, I said, you know what's weird about them putting that body up there or whatever? I said, last fall. And I said, I can't remember the date. I said, I pulled a black man out of the ditch there in the morning, like 4:30 in the morning. He's like, well, what kind of car was it? At first I said Malibu. I'm like, no, it was an Impala. He says, what color was it? I said, it was maroon. I mean, I'm not even thinking about it. And I have not seen that flyer because I don't watch the news and I don't go around anywhere.
So you didn't really know anything about what's been going on for the past 8 months?
I had no previous viewing of any of that stuff.
Okay.
You know, I heard about things. Possibly they were looking in the clear right after it first happened, and that's the only thing I heard.
Okay.
So that flyer that his wife sent me when he showed it to me, that was the first time I ever.
First time you ever seen the car?
Yeah.
Oh, on printed or in the news?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I hadn't ever seen that.
Okay. Did you touch his car at all? You know, or did you
I probably couldn't. I hooked the chain up on the right front.
On the right front tire?
No, there's a little hole in the frame.
Okay.
Right in front of the lower control arm.
Okay.
I could real easily put my hand on the hood and it probably would have been my right hand, and I reached underneath on the cradle.
Okay.
And hooked it up, or I hooked the side, or touched the side of the fender with my left hand when I was getting up, one of the two.
Okay.
Do you have the car?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would like just to walk by the right side of that car right now, and that would probably refresh so much of my memory.
Yeah. There was no one else in the car, or was there someone else in the car? No? Okay. And
I don't
no,
think there was even anything on the seats or anything. There was a white aux cord for a phone plugged into the cigarette lighter, but that car was pretty much, it was immaculately clean.
okay. And no, did you ever open the door or anything like that to the car?
No.
No, okay.
He got it in the left side, obviously, when I pulled him a little bit and pulled up right behind me.
Yeah. Did you ask him if he had called anybody for any help or anything like that? No. Okay. And the only thing that he said was that he was on his way from Clinton to Davenport, but ended up 15 miles or 5 miles north of Dewitt.
5 miles north of Dewitt. 4 miles.
Okay. Have you ever seen a lot of people back in that area?
Maybe during the day, kids messing around or something like that, but.
Yeah.
And I don't ever take that gravel road because the other one I'm straight on, there's no stop sign, and it just cruise around.
Okay.
The only reason why I went on that road is because I picked him up.
Okay. When, after you pulled him out and you were leaving, did you see which direction he went? Do you remember?
No.
Okay. Did he follow you to Davenport?
I took pretty fast, see what
Well, I mean,
no, I don't recall.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
No.
So did you pull him out and then would you have been heading north after you pulled him out, or were you heading back
I
south
had
on the
went
gravel?
back south.
South on the gravel.
And I went past front of Canals and got back on the 4 lane again.
Okay. And you didn't see, was he still there when you left?
No, I'm pretty sure after I unhooked the chain, he wanted to pay me for it.
Yeah.
And I distinctly remember him, I'll give you $100, I'll give you $100. He said that many times. And then after I unhooked the chain, he's like, here. He went to hand me $100, and I'm like, no, I don't need your money.
Okay. Okay. But don't remember which way he left from there?
No, I'm pretty sure, I know he followed me.
Okay. I followed you out
To the stop sign, which way he went off of that.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think of anything else.
Then he gave me a business card or something, if I remember anything. But like I said, I went to work. I told everybody down there, hit the guy on the road.
Yeah. So you just just jumped out and right out in front of you?
No, he was on the edge of the road. You know, he was definitely on the white line or maybe 1 foot
Yeah.
on the inside, or it'd be yellow over there.
Okay.
But he wanted me to stop, you know,
And he was acting completely normal?
completely normal.
Okay.
I mean, he seemed to be fairly well spoken. It didn't seem like a bunch of slang or anything like that. And, you know, he was very appreciative, and he didn't seem like he was like, oh man, you gotta help me, I just done the body off. It didn't seem like a person would have to take a frantic stage or anything like that.
So the way his car was, he would have had to pull down around that tree and then was heading back out of that area.
I think he might have pulled forward towards the tree on the east side of the road and went to back up. And he dropped his tire off, the right rear tire off on the west side of the road.
Okay.
Because if I'm not mistaken, he was skewed just a little bit. He wasn't quite perpendicular.
So his trunk was facing the pond?
He was facing west.
Okay. So he would have been facing the pond.
Yes.
Okay. So he would have had to backed up into that area.
Yeah.
And then, okay, he was trying to.
Maybe I'll look and see if it's a field drive there.
So
winter time there, the snowplows would have pushed the gravel over, but you would have seen his tire print on the side of the road where I pulled him out. Even now, if it hadn't been winter. Yeah. Because I'm sure he pulled into the side of the road. Yeah. You know, when coming against the side of the road and popped up, you would have seen it.
Okay.
But.
Okay. Was he dry, or his clothes dry, or was he wet, or anything like that?
He was dry.
He was dry. Okay. And just smelled of an abundance of cologne. No.
Like somebody that was fairly neat and clean cap. He didn't seem like he was scuzzy, dirty, or anything like that.
Do you remember she was being dirty at all, or muddy at all, or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay. He wanted to give you 100, but was he trying to actually hand you the money?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If you were to see this guy again, would you be able to recognize him and pick him out?
Oh, I don't know. I only know the best way to do it. If you put 2 of them there, I'm not sure I can pick them out. And if you put 6 of them there, I don't know. If you put 2 guys side by side, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe. Probably I was thinking about that before either. If you started to show me pictures, I think, real honestly, it'd be best to put 6 out first instead of 2.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, he wasn't fat. Seemed like he was very
Well built.
And if you look at the picture, and I don't even want to look at the pictures because I don't want to corrupt my thoughts.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't look at I wouldn't look at any pictures.
Well,
Please. Okay, so this is kind of the area of your house and then Kunow. So I just want to make sure I got this right. So you came down, so...
I love my house, come down here, the gravel road.
Okay, so you drove right on the north side of Kunow.
Yep, and I probably picked him up right here.
Okay.
And that's where I picked him up, which was pretty much straight across the gravel. So he walked right across here to the 4 lane. And then I probably came down here, turned around, went back in front of the Kunow, pulled him out.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, he was somewhere probably right in, well, he's towards the south side of the trees. I don't think I was right on the edge of the trees on the east side of the road.
Okay.
Probably 20 foot from there.
Okay, so he wasn't near that entrance to that circle drive at all. He was down the road further.
He was down here. I was pretty much straight even with the trees on the east side of the road when I was pulling them out.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Okay. So then you just pulled you back in and then pulled them out this way and then went back to 61 and took off. Okay. This is I don't know what this is. This one's a little bit better. So you picked him up further down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go down there. And then circle right where you believe him, or where do you think he was at?
Boy. It makes it look a little different. It'd be easier if I was standing on the road. I'm gonna say somewhere between here and here.
Okay.
On the road.
And he was backed in, so the trunk would have been facing that way?
Yes.
Okay. Was the trunk open at all?
No.
Okay. Okay.
No, I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't have any correlation to that girl missing. You know what I mean?
No. So, I mean, obviously you said that you hadn't known about anything that was involved in the disappearance of that girl at all?
Well, I did know a little bit when it first happened.
Yeah.
And they're still looking for it. I knew that. But
Okay. You didn't know of any of the involved people or any of the involved vehicles or anything like that?
not a clue. The first time I found about a room car was last night after my buddy was pumping me, kind of interrogating me, and I come right out and said it.
Yeah. So what was he asking you?
He's just like, we're sitting there having a beer, and I'm like, what's weird about them finding that body over there? I pulled the car out there.
So you brought it up?
Yeah, I brought it up. I said, what's weird about it is I pulled a car out of the ditch last fall.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, what kind of car was it? And at first, I'm like, a Malibu? No. I said, it was an Impala. He said, what color was it? And I said, it was maroon. He's like, oh my God. He said, you don't know the maroon Impala? And I said, no, what? Well, that's that girl that's missing. That's what they're speculating. That's that car.
Mm-hmm.
And he called his wife, and his wife sent me the text message of that flyer.
Of the flyer?
Flyer with the car on there and two guys on the bottom and her picture on the top.
Yep.
Actually, can I use that?
Yeah, actually, you can.
Yeah, I'll take it back right here.
Right here, right.
This is the same one I have.
Oh, you already had it?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Actually, this one, I'll use this one. So he was pretty you can't train tractor.
So he had already pulled out.
Yes.
Yes, maybe we.
That is There's my card. You have that right now. What time do you have to be at work?
Oh, whatever I want.
Whenever you want.
Basically, I'm there by 5, quarter after 5.
Okay, so you're there by 5 every morning?
Yeah, 5, quarter
Okay.
after. 5.
So what time do you usually leave your house?
Usually. I don't know. 4:30.
4:30. Okay. Do we have a direct supervisor that we can just verify? Because we're trying to create the timeline of events that happened on that day. So we just kind of want to verify. Obviously, you were probably a little late on that day because you got to stop and pull them out.
I'm a supervisor, so I kind of come and go as I please.
Oh, okay.
Just like now, I just left.
Okay.
So-
do you report to anybody?
Yeah, Mark Clemick, he's my boss.
Mark Clemick?
Yeah.
How do you know how to spell Clemick?
Oh.
I'm guessing it's like KLEMIG.
Why I'm in here. KLINEK.
MEK. Okay.
You wonder if his phone number.
Yeah, that'd be great.
uh, 563.
Yep.
340. 5228.
5228. And the guy you were talking to last night having a beer that you were talking with, what's his name?
Joe Adams.
Joe Adams?
Yeah.
Do you have his phone number by chance?
Oh, he's off the deep end. What did you get my phone number for? I'm like, you're the one that told me how to call.
He's not in any trouble, that's for sure.
212-9230.
9230. Okay. That flyer that you got sent, can I see what flyer that is? I know that we've put out a couple different ones.
His wife sent me that 200.
Okay. So what did you see when you saw that?
He showed me on his phone. My phone was in the truck. He showed me on his phone.
Okay.
I just looked at it as he handed me like this. I'm like, yeah, that's the car. I never
Okay.
even looked at the pictures. And I'm pretty sure it's not that one. And if this guy lost weight, I could possibly say it was him.
Okay. Okay. So as soon as you saw that car, you're like, that was the first time you saw that car since you pulled it out of the ditch?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And I got the chain at home. I'm pretty sure, depending upon where the wrecker hooked up, I could see exactly where it hooked up to it.
Okay.
I mean, just in front of the right front wheel, there's a T-slot. I used to reload cars, so I know there's a T-slot where you hook into.
Okay.
And I did hook up on the right front of the car. And it was pretty short chain. It was probably only 6 feet long, so I was pretty close to the car
Okay.
when I backed up to it because I knew that's the only thing I had in the truck.
Okay. So there's a couple other things that I'm going to ask of you to help us further this investigation. Okay. I'd like to take you down and show you the car, the maroon Impala. Then I'd also like to take you back out to Kunow so you can specifically show us where you pulled him out.
Today?
Yeah, today. Yeah, today.
So, no, this is no big deal.
Okay. And while we're doing that, we'd like to forensically download your phone just because our computers have more capability of pulling stuff out that you may or may not have deleted and not know about.
Oh, I don't believe nothing.
Okay.
Just recently I started deleting text messages, but
We'd like to just do that for our records going forward.
so you'd be able to pull the GPS on my phone when I turned around.
Yeah, we'd be able to pull stuff like
I
that.
can't believe you can come up with GPS on anybody's phone in there.
So
So you'd be able to come up with the date. when I turned around, because I know exactly which route I took.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we want to take you up there, so you can like specifically show us like where you picked them up at, where you pulled the car out at, and all that stuff. And while we're
When
doing,
do you want to go up there?
like right now, we leave from here like right now.
I was gonna say, because if we did a couple hours later, I'd just stay home, because I'm halfway there.
We would take you up there and bring you right back. So,
Okay.
and then while we're going down and showing you the car and then taking you up there, we'd have our guys download your phone real quick, so it'd be done when you got back.
Oh, I can't wait without my phone, but that's just for work.
Yeah.
How long would it take to download?
It all depends on how much you have on your phone. Yeah, might take a little bit then.
So they're not supposed to take my wife's nudie pictures out of there.
We're not in it for that.
Trust me, I'm sure you can find other ones.
Yeah, we're not in it for that. So
I can leave my phone with them right now, and we can run down to the car quick.
yeah. Is there a passcode on your phone?
Yeah.
What's the passcode?
1233.
1233.
That's
Okay. Hang out. I have to go get someone that's going to come with me because it's going to be two of us that go, and then we'll get this moving and we'll take you down to the car and get this done and over with, and hopefully have you out of here by 12 o'clock. Yeah, it shouldn't take that long. All right. Hang tight to me, too. Pictures and possible shorts. See if those jog your memory at all.
Mhm.
What?
I told you white with blue on them.
Yep.
Didn't
Those are the shorts?
Yes. I'm pretty sure. I don't recall them shoes, though.
Okay.
But like I said, I already told you before, I don't know the shoes. But
Yeah.
I said white shorts with possibly blue screen print.
Yep.
Like some kind of design.
Yep.
So I'm not sure I remember a tank top, but
Okay.
anyway.
But those shorts you're pretty certain on.
I never seen the backside. I'd like to see
Yeah.
the front side.
But
I don't remember him being that bigly built. Like I said, he was big, but I don't think he wasn't like portly big.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked like he had a big frame.
Okay.
But I said that to you. I
Yeah.
do remember possibly some kind of blue screen printing on it.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna get.
So I wasn't too far off.
No, not at all. I'm gonna get the keys. We'll get you out of here. All right.
All right.
Detective Johnson, let's put State's Exhibit 38 up there on the board. I'd like to direct your attention to that portion of the conversation where you were having Mr. Brink identify locations where, first of all, he had that initial contact with this black gentleman along Highway 61.
Okay.
Does that give us a good perspective there, or would another map give us a better perspective?
That gives a fairly good perspective of the route that he took, yeah.
All right, go ahead and show us on State's Exhibit 38.
This one right here.
Sure, oh, perfect, yes. All right, so go ahead and show us again.
This one, where he comes from, the east heading west, turns down onto 61, then does essentially the U-turn back up in front of Kunow, and then back behind Kunow with ponds at.
Okay, thank you. When Mr. Brink had referenced going down a half mile further after he had picked up the black gentleman and having turned around at the median, is there medians along Highway 61 where you can utilize that and to head back north?
Yes,
And was that your understanding of what he was explaining?
yes, it was.
All right. Now, let's go to State's Exhibit 41. Utilizing this particular aerial map, can you go back to the area of 270th Avenue and help us understand where he was locating that vehicle, the maroon Chevy Impala, along that roadway when they came down there?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
It would have been somewhere in this area of the property.
All right. For purposes of our written record, relative to the access road, and that would be that steep access road that would take you to the pond, would that have placed him further north or further south?
It would have been further south. The access road to the pond is right here.
All right. And just so that we're clear about the orientation of the vehicle, was the vehicle facing north or south, or was it across to 270th?
It would have been across. The trunk would have been facing west, northwest, and then front end of the car would have been facing east, southeast.
During your conversation with Mr. Brink, was there any discussion about how it appeared the gentleman was trying to do a three-point turn when he got stuck?
Yes, he did.
Okay, all right. And then so as for the portion of the vehicle that got stuck off of the roadway, help us understand what he was describing there.
The car would have been backed up here and would have been the back right tire would have been off the gravel road here where there's an edge.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. Detective Johnson, on July 9th, in the evening of 2020, was there a significant rainstorm here in the Davenport area?
I believe so, yes.
And then even when we had gone up there to recover the body, had the weather been fairly inclement during, well, no, I take that back. Okay. So had the weather been fairly inclement through the evening of July 9th and going to the early morning hours of July 10th?
I believe so, yes.
When you were up there at the time that Breasia's skeletal remains were recovered, what is it that well, I don't even have to ask you that. I'm going to backtrack. Did you drive up there with Mr. Brink on March 24th? Is that when you met with him?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Describe what happened when you drove up there on March 24th with Mr. Brink.
Mr. Brink was able to describe the location of where he remembers pulling out the maroon Impala.
Okay. Now, did you have a chance to look at the shoulder along the area of 270th Avenue?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe the shoulder relative to the traveled roadway?
There's probably it's very short, narrow, and then there's probably about I would say a foot and a half drop off from the gravel to the edge of the road.
Is that distinctly different from what we typically see if we're driving along the highway and we see just a flat, level surface that would constitute the shoulder in a lot of instances?
Yes.
And so having been up there and viewed that, was it easy to understand how a vehicle, if it backed off the roadway, could get easily stuck?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware of the search warrant that had been obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala to drop the gas tank and determine how much gas was left in the tank?
Yes, I was.
And how were you familiar with that circumstance?
I believe I authored that search warrant.
Certainly. And then by virtue of the car being placed up on a lift, were you aware of additional findings that were made up underneath the vehicle itself within the frame of the vehicle?
I believe I was made aware of possibly some soil that they had been located there.
Okay. And were those soil samples collected?
Yes, they were.
Now, there was something specifically that Mr. Brink mentioned seeing when he looked into the maroon Chevy Impala. What was it he described seeing?
It was a white aux cord that was, I think, plugged into a cigarette lighter.
What is a aux cord?
It's a phone that, or it's a cord that you can plug into your car and then plug in your phone to play music.
All right. Additionally, when Mr. Brink was talking with you about this black gentleman offering him $100 for pulling him out, in your conversation with him, did Mr. Brink speak to the man actually trying to hand him money?
Yeah, he stated on numerous occasions the man attempted to hand him $100 in money.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Or, yes, well, first of all, let the record reflect that I'm going to show counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 104-1 through 104-3. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 104-1 through 104-3. Do you recognize that group exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that group exhibit?
These are the photographs that I showed Mr. Brink during our interview.
104-1. What specifically is that exhibit?
That is showing his residence compared to where Kunow is and where he picked up the gentleman.
104-2.
That's a close-up of the area around Kunow, where he marked where the vehicle that he pulled out of the ditch was.
104-3.
That is a picture of Mr. Dinkins leaving a store at 3:30 in the morning.
Would that be the quick shop where video surveillance footage was collected after he left the apartment complex at 3:30 a.m.?
Yes, it would be.
All right. And does 104-1 and 104-2 have markings on it to indicate locations that were being talked about specifically as it relates to the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 104-1 through 104-3.
No objection. Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Give me a moment here. Okay.
Here's a picture of your ass.
Now, as we look at State's Exhibit 104-1, to the left side of the diagram, and if you could use your pointer that you have right behind you, is Highway 61 shown on this aerial map?
Yes, it is. It's right down here where it says the vineyard and winery.
Okay. And does it have the highway insignia listing the number of 61?
Yes, it does.
All right. Now, can you show us on this map what would constitute the area of Kunow implements, specifically where you would turn off Highway 61 onto 212?
Kunow is located right here at 212, right above where this X is.
There's been a description for the parcel of land that Kunow is located on, and it was described as essentially a pie-shaped piece of property. Would that be an apt description?
Correct, that would.
All right, so if you could, then show us what is 212th, that becomes 210th, show us 270th, and then show us 218th, or what would be Old Highway 61.
So this whole area would be right through here.
Okay. Which of those paved roads is 212th?
It would be the road to the north here.
Which is 270th?
270th is, I believe, this one that goes north and south behind Kunow.
And which is 218th, or what a lot of people would recognize as the Old Highway 61?
It'd be this road coming straight down here.
All right. Are there any markings that were placed on this map as we look at it?
Yes, there is.
And then can you show us where those markings are located at?
The first marking up here in the upper right-hand corner, that would be where Mr. Brink lives. And then this marking down here just south of Kunow would be right about where Mr. Brink said that he picked up the mail.
All right. As to our written record, have you put some type of red dot on the map with Mr. Brink's address?
Yes, I have.
What is that address that's listed?
2918 182nd Street in DeWitt, Iowa.
And then the second marking, was that something that you imprinted, or was it something that was placed on it by a pen?
It was placed on by a pen.
Okay, and so how has that location where the vehicle was across the roadway marked on State's Exhibit 104-1?
With an X right here down at the bottom of the picture.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 104-2. In this particular aerial image, have you zoomed in so that we've got a better perspective of Highway 61 in the area of Kunow implement?
Yes, we do.
All right. Now, are there any markings on this particular exhibit?
Yes, there are two.
Explain.
So the first one would be where Mr. Brink picked up the mail. And then these markings right here on 270th Avenue would have been where he said that he pulled the vehicle out of the ditch.
Thank you. And then finally, going to State's Exhibit 104-3, describe what we have in this exhibit.
Now, this would be Mr. Dinkins leaving the quick shop wearing the white shorts with the blue pattern on them.
All right. Are these the shorts that Mr. Brink had indicated were like the shorts that he observed the black gentleman wearing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This particular image, the activity encompassed within it, what date did it happen?
July 10th of 2020.
And was that after 3:30 a.m. when Mr. Dinkins left the Jersey Meadow apartment complex and would have arrived at the quick shop at 3:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that he actually had gone into the quick shop and made a purchase?
Yes, it is.
And then, so is that a still image taken from that video surveillance camera, which documented what he wore?
Yes, it is.
With Mr. Brink's clothing description of the black gentleman that he picked up and pulled out of the ditch on the area of 270th Avenue, does that then help to establish a date for when he would have had contact with the black gentleman up there in the area of Kunow implement?
Yes, it does.
There's been testimony offered by Special Agent Richard Fennerin. Do you know in the course of the investigation whether or not the cell phone that you had collected from Mr. Brink, the GPS location information, was that analyzed by Special Agent Fennerin to see if the phone was hitting cell towers in the area of Kunow implement on July 10th at 4:30 a.m.?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to approach and show you an additional exhibit. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105. May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's previously been introduced as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
Yes, I do.
During the interview, Mr. Brink had shown you an image on his cell phone. What was within that image?
That image contained, as one of the flyers that we had put out during this investigation, it contained a picture of Breasia, Terrell, the three involved vehicles, and then I believe there was a couple pictures of Henry Dinkins on it.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 105, I would represent to you that we have removed any of the written information relative to that flyer that was put out. But the photographs depicted in the lower portion of State's Exhibit 105 were those the photographs that were in that captured image you saw on Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes, I believe it is.
How many vehicles are depicted?
There are three.
Does that include the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, it does.
Of the three images, where's the maroon Chevy Impala located?
It's the middle vehicle on the bottom row.
Okay. Which of those vehicles does Mr. Brink identify?
The middle vehicle on the bottom row.
Your Honor, may I publish this image?
You may.
And before I take that from you, I want you to look very carefully at Mr. Dinkins' face and around the area of his nose. Do you notice any type of mole in the photographs for Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, I do.
Describe.
It looks like he has a mole, which would be, I believe, on the right-hand side of his face.
Where is it located relative to his nose?
Very close, within centimeters of his nostrils.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
As we look at State's Exhibit 105, where's the maroon Chevy Impala?
It's located here, the middle vehicle in the bottom row.
And as you look at the photographs of Mr. Dinkins, do we see the mole that I've asked you about?
Yes, we do.
Can you show us where that mole is at?
In the middle picture, it's located right here. The far right picture, I believe it's right there. And then very faintly, you could probably see it right there in this last picture.
Mr. Dinkins mentioned, or Mr. I should say Dinkins, Mr. Brink mentioned during his deposition that the black gentleman had a mole on the right side of his face by his nose. Is that consistent with what we see in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
After you finished your conversations with Mr. Brink there in the interview room, describe then what your activity consisted of.
After we're done with the interview, we took him to Service South where we store vehicles. We showed him the vehicle of the maroon Impala down there. He confirmed that was the vehicle that he had pulled out of the ditch. After we left there, we drove him up to Kunau to let him tell us where he pulled the vehicle out and where he picked up the man at.
Okay. And did that correlate with what you have noted in our state's exhibit, what was it, 140? Was it 143? Goodness, let me just double check that. Yeah, our state's exhibit 104.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 1-1 through 1-11, and then 1-19 through 1-20. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1-11 through 1-1 through 1-11, look through those and tell me generally what's depicted within those photographs.
These are photographs of the exterior of the maroon Chevy Impala.
State's Exhibit 1-19 through 1-20.
These are images of the interior front passenger compartment, or front seat compartment of the maroon Chevy Impala.
Of the photographs that you're looking through, does it show images of every perspective of the exterior of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes, it does.
And does it also show us the white aux cord that Mr. Brink had mentioned to you?
Yes, it does.
His description of there being a tan interior with there being a center console, is that consistent with what we see in this vehicle?
That'd be correct.
Your Honor, may I publish this again?
You may.
Detective Johnson, State's Exhibit 1-1, just briefly for our record, what are we seeing here?
This is the ID card displaying the case name and reason for the call.
State's Exhibit 1-2,
That would be the rear driver's side of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents on this portion of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-3,
It'd be the rear passenger side angle of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents in
No,
this area?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-4,
That'd be the front angle showing down the passenger side of the maroon Chevy Impala.
do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-5,
The front view going down the driver's side of the vehicle?
Do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-6.
That's the head-on view from the front of the vehicle?
Do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-7.
Be the driver's side of the vehicle?
Do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-8.
Be the front, the rear driver's side of the vehicle?
Do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-9.
That's the rear of the vehicle?
Do you see any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I do not.
State's Exhibit 1-10.
That is the rear passenger side of the Impala.
And are we getting more close-up perspectives around the wheel well areas of the vehicle?
Yes, we are.
You seeing any dents in this area of the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
State's Exhibit 1-11.
That's the front passenger side of the vehicle.
And in this close-up perspective, are you seeing any dents on this vehicle?
No, I am not.
Now, I want to go to State's Exhibit 119-1. The white ox cord that Mr. Brink mentioned, can you see that in this photograph?
Yes, I can.
Can you take the pointer and show us?
It is located right here in front of on the floorboard of the driver's seat.
State's Exhibit 1-20. Is this a better perspective of that white ox cord?
Yes, it is.
Can you show us with the pointer?
Yes, it's right here.
Thank you. What was the name of Mr. Brink's employer?
Linwood Mining.
And then did he give you the name of his supervisor?
Yes, he did.
What was the name of the supervisor?
Mark Klemick.
Why were you interested in collecting Mr. Klemick's name?
We wanted to verify what time he may have been at work on that day.
Okay. Were steps taken to see if there were any type of time cards that would show when Mr. Brink would have began his shift on the morning of July 10th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do they have time records for Mr. Brink?
I don't recall right off the top of my head, no.
But those steps were taken?
Yes, they were.
Thank you. In your conversations with Mr. Brink, at any point in time, did he ever describe for you seeing a dent anywhere on the vehicle?
No, he did not.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Freeze.
Thank you. You wrote the search warrant that has now been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 150-1, correct?
Yes,
And you collected all the information that's contained therein.
yes.
And how many search warrants do you estimate that you've written
For this case or overall?
overall?
Hundreds?
It's very important when you write a search warrant affidavit that it be very accurate, right?
Correct.
And that's because you want the judge who signs a search warrant to have the most accurate information, because you are asking to search someone's residence or person or vehicle, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And also because when you sign that application for search warrant, you're doing so under oath, right?
Correct.
What's that mean to you?
It means that everything is verified as true and correct.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 150-1, you testified to this with Ms. Cunningham, but you included information about Beth Thorpe and her identifying the smell of bleach, right?
Correct.
She came to you with that information?
Yes, she did.
Who else came to you with information about the smell of bleach?
I believe it was only Beth.
Only Beth?
Yes.
No one else?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, have you reviewed the search warrant that is 150-1 in the record?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have reviewed where you wrote, when detectives, plural, opened the trunk, they, plural, could smell what they, plural, believed to be bleach, right?
Correct.
So that's not accurate.
I don't know how many detectives were down there at the time. I know that Beth Tharp is the one that came and told me what she smelled.
Right, but you put in the search warrant affidavit that more than one detective opened the trunk and they, more than one detective, could smell bleach when they, more than one detective, opened the trunk, right?
That is what I wrote, yes.
And that's not true, is it?
I don't know how many detectives were down there at the time of the search, so I made a general statement of detectives and they.
You don't
Because
think-
there was more than just the detective down there, there was also the crime scene tech.
You don't think that's misleading at all?
No, I do not.
You didn't write in there, for instance, when Detective Tharp opened the trunk, she smelled bleach.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Brink, you are aware that he initially thought this vehicle to be a Malibu, right?
In his initial statement, he said he thought it was a Malibu, but was for sure it was an Impala.
Okay, when you interviewed him, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that in his sworn deposition, he went back and said it was a Malibu?
No, I'm not.
Okay. When you interviewed Mr. Brink, we're clear on a couple things. He hasn't varied his story on the fact that this black man was wearing a dark shirt, right?
Correct.
And the video surveillance you showed him from the quick shop with Mr. Dinkins was wearing a white shirt, correct?
Correct.
And you've been involved with all steps of this investigation from July 10th, correct?
Correct.
Remind me of any evidence that we have collected, whether it be video or witness statements, that Mr. Dinkins was wearing a dark shirt on July 10th.
I don't recall that we do.
And Mr. Brink was also very clear that when he pulled this black gentleman out of the ditch, that this black gentleman was wearing white shoes, right?
Correct.
And the photograph you showed Mr. Brink of Mr. Dinkins coming out of the quick shop at 3:38 a.m., Mr. Dinkins is wearing gold shoes, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Brink said, I don't recognize those shoes, right?
Correct.
Right, so those are two factors which are inconsistent with Mr. Brink's story. We can agree on that.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Brink also said this car's interior was leather, didn't he?
He did, yes.
This car's interior is in fact fabric, right?
Correct.
And there's been some discussion about Mr. Brink's cell phone pinging off towers in that area on July 10th. We can agree on that.
Yes.
But Mr. Brink drives this area every day, right?
I believe so, yes.
So we wouldn't be surprised to see his cell phone pinging off a tower that day, would we?
Correct.
You reviewed Mr. Brink's cell phone records?
I don't remember if I did or if another one of the detectives did.
Are you aware that his cell phone pings off towers there pretty much every day of the work week?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is a mischaracterization of the record. The phone was evaluated for activity on July 10th.
I'm gonna overrule that objection.
Can you read the question back, please?
Could you just rephrase, please?
Are you aware that that cell phone pinged off towers in the area every other day of the work week?
No.
Was it checked to see if it pinged off the cell phone towers in the area every other day of the work week?
I believe our search was only a shortened search for that location data.
For one day?
No, I believe it was 3 days.
Okay. Did it ping off those towers in the same area during those 3 days?
I don't have direct knowledge of what it was on those other 2 days.
So you're telling me that the Davenport Police Department did not want to collect evidence to see if Jared Brink, his cell phone, would ping off those towers in dates other than the 3-day window around July 10th? Is that your testimony?
We were trying to corroborate his story pertaining to July 10th of 2020.
Okay. Jared Brink told you that the time of year was a time of year where it was colder, 45 or 50 degrees, right?
Correct.
And you didn't want to corroborate that part of his story by cell phone towers, perhaps see if he was out there in, let's say, October.
At that time, no, we did not.
How about since that time? Have you taken steps to corroborate that?
His cell phone data?
Right.
We did the search warrant for his location data for the July 9th through July 11th of 2020, and just to corroborate his story pertaining to July 10th of 2020.
Okay. So you knew that the identification of Henry Dinkins did not include the same shirt, right?
Correct.
And not include the same shoes, right?
Correct.
He couldn't pick Henry Dinkins out of a lineup, could he?
According to him, it's possible, but no.
In fact, he pointed at a picture and said if he gained 50 pounds, maybe that would be him, right?
He said if he lost weight, that could be him.
Okay, so if he lost 50 pounds, that could be him, right?
I don't know if he said a direct pound, but if he lost some weight, that could possibly be him.
Okay. But you certainly don't call that an identification, do you?
Not a positive identification, no.
And in your training and experience and education as a peace officer, we don't accept someone having a mole on their face as a positive identification, do we?
Not completely.
Okay. So then all we do is look for cell phone pings in the area that Jared Brink travels every day to corroborate, say, your testimony.
Correct.
And we know Jared Brink travels that way pretty much every day during the week to go to work because he told us that, right?
Correct.
When you took Jared Brink out to the scene, was that videoed?
I believe I had my body worn camera on, yes.
And the same question for when you took him down to the barn where the Impala was viewed. Was that on video as well?
I believe I also had my body worn camera on that day too.
Now, out there by Kunau Implement on that road where this vehicle was stuck, I'm going to say across the road from where the pond is, so I'm kind of confused as to directions, but across the road on that gravel road, there is an area where there's quite a bit of, I'm going to call it road junk. You understand what I'm talking about when I say that?
Yes.
There's broken concrete, broken asphalt, stuff dumped there, seems like construction trash, right?
Correct.
Where was the vehicle in relation to that?
It would have been to the south. So if you'd have been looking across the road at that pile of stuff, it would have been down to your right.
How far?
I can't guesstimate right now it's been a while since I've been out there.
50 feet?
I would say maybe 50 yards. I don't know.
But you'd agree with me that somebody is taking gravel, concrete, asphalt, other construction items there from some other location and dumping them there.
Correct.
Okay. In the picture you showed, Jared Brink from the quick shop at 3:38 a.m. was a picture of Mr. Dinkins from behind, right?
Correct.
Why did you not show him a picture of Mr. Dinkins' face in a frontal view?
I don't have an explanation for that at this time.
Wouldn't that have been a better choice?
Possibly, yes.
He could have identified the mole, couldn't he?
I don't know if a mole could have been seen from a quick shop surveillance camera.
Okay. Well, when he was dealing with this gentleman out on Highway 61, was he dealing more with this gentleman face to face or face to back?
I can't comment on that. It would have been to the side at least from riding the vehicle with him.
Would it be better practice when you're having someone try to identify an individual to have them see their frontal view or their rear view?
Be frontal, but the purpose of showing him that video was to identify the shorts.
And that's because you knew or had a feeling that the shorts would match, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Dinkins, if he's this person who you say Mr. Brink identified, Mr. Brink said he acted completely normal, right?
Correct.
Was not nervous, right?
Correct.
Not breathing heavy, right?
From my understanding, that's what he said, yes.
Did you ever say he smelled bleach, Mr. Brink?
No, just cologne.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we go back to your conversation with Mr. Brink in the exhibit that we've introduced, isn't it true that he mentioned to you, he told Joe Adams it was a Malibu and then immediately corrected himself and told Joe it was an Impala that he pulled out?
Yes, he did.
All right. As far as the description of clothing, Mr. Brink, in your discussions with him, what was the one piece of clothing that he was very definitive about as far as descriptions?
The shorts that he was wearing.
Was he very definitive about a shirt at all?
No.
All right. And then even relative to shoe color, was he even describing a shoe color, or were you the one who was suggesting a potential color for a shoe?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. And then when you were, suggesting a potential color of a shoe, do you recall the comment on the video where he said that he just wakes up, gets his cup of coffee and gets on the road, and so he's not really been awake that long?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So then the idea being that he could not identify those tennis shoes that was being worn by Mr. Dinkins as shown in that video from Quick Shop, he never ever latched on to that, did he?
No, he did not.
At any point in the interview, he never latched on to providing a description of the shoes, did he?
No, he did not.
Now, Mr. Brink, was he able to provide a definitive date as to when he would have pulled this subject off the side of the road?
No, he did not.
He did describe it as being cooler, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And with the significant rainstorm that happened the evening of July 9th and even going into the early mornings of July 10th, a cooler temperature would be consistent with a significant rainstorm. Would that be fair to say?
It's possible.
Objection calls for speculation. It's beyond this witness's scope of knowledge.
Your Honor, it's just based on our life experience.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Well, I'll just ask this. In your experience, when there are significant rainstorms, do you notice changes in temperatures?
Objection. This witness is not a meteorologist.
Sustained.
Let's talk about just the various evidence that you were able to gather from Mr. Brink. So first of all, he's mentioned in the deposition a mole that this black gentleman had on the right side of his nose. Is that verified through that photograph?
Yes.
He's mentioning a maroon Chevy Impala. Is Mr. Dinkins associated with a maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Is that, in fact, a vehicle that he was observed operating during the early morning hours of July 10th and even captured on video during daylight hours when he was out at Clinton at the Walmart?
Yes.
Was a maroon Chevy Impala the vehicle that Breasia was last seen standing by at 3:30 a.m. before he left the apartment complex, having gotten something out of his closet?
Yes.
All right. And then was that maroon Chevy Impala, in fact, identified as being in the Clinton area by virtue of a ping from his cell phone a little after 7 o'clock, 7:02 and 7:03 a.m.?
Yes.
The discussion about bleach, when Mr. Brink placed himself out there and having his contact with this black gentleman, what time of the morning did he indicate that happened?
Around 4:30 in the morning,
And then what time did the purchase occur there at the Clinton Walmart?
approximately 7 o'clock.
So then to discuss the topic of whether or not he smelled like bleach, Mr. Dinkins hadn't even purchased bleach yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you find it significant that Mr. Brink has described shorts
Yes,
that Mr. Dinkins is captured wearing?
yes,
Do you find it significant that he's talking about contact with a black gentleman, which is a maroon Chevy Impala, and that fits the demographic of Mr. Dinkins, who drives a maroon Chevy Impala?
yes,
Do you find it significant that he described the color of the interior as being tan?
correct.
Does that match the maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes,
Do you find it significant that he describes a white ox cord being in that vehicle, which was what was documented in that photograph?
yes,
And so essentially, if you go through that entire chain, the testimony, or I should say the statement provided by Mr. Brink to you, did it match up with all of the evidence that had been collected through the course of this investigation?
yes, it had.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Please let the record reflect that I'm showing the witness States Exhibit 150-1. Detective Johnson, I want you to go back in Attachment A of that search warrant. I want you to read the bottom paragraph on that first page of Attachment A, and then read the next two paragraphs as you go to the second page of Attachment A.
Henry drove himself to the Davenport Police Station in the Chevy Impala, but his vehicle was not parked in the parking lots by the Davenport Police Station. I requested a patrol squad to drive around the area and look for the vehicle, which was located in the area of West 4th Street and Main Street. The vehicle was towed to the Davenport Police Station, where a cursory search was conducted on the vehicle. When detectives opened the trunk, they could smell what they believed to be bleach. When the trunk was fully opened, they observed an axe and a box of cleaning supplies. The civilian crime scene technician shined a blue light on a metal part of the axe and observed what she believed to be blood. The trunk was enclosed and secured for further search by the FBI.
All right. Is that consistent with what happened during the course of this investigation?
Yes,
And in your reading, do you reference at least two individuals being down there in the area of the vehicle when the trunk was opened?
yes,
I have no further questions.
Do you find it significant in your investigation that there was no blood found on that axe?
I am not aware of what was found on that axe or what was not found on that axe.
In your training and experience, if there was no blood found on that axe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking this witness to speculate, and this witness has indicated that he has no knowledge.
I'll
I got okay.
I'll sustain that
I'll
objection.
withdraw my half question. How many Chevy Impalas are there registered in Scott County, do you know?
No, I do not.
Have you checked that?
Can I?
Have you?
No.
Okay. But you agree with all the things that Ms. Cunningham says match up. There's several items, in fact, that don't match up with Mr. Brink's story, right?
Small things, yes.
Small things like the color of a shirt, right?
He never definitively said a color of a shirt, just possibly darker.
Okay, well, darker and white are two ends of the spectrum. We can agree on that, right?
But there's also an hour time frame from that picture to where Mr. Brink pulled him out of the ditch.
So your testimony now is that Mr. Dinkins changed his shirt?
Anything's possible.
Okay, I got nothing further.
Your Honor, can you give me a moment? Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel States Exhibit 12-1 through through 1232. May I approach your honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 12-1 through 12-32. I would represent to you that those are photographs taken by the FBI as they removed articles from that vehicle. Go through and look through all of those photographs. Do you see a black article of clothing?
Yes,
And in addition to that, do you also see a box of clothing that had been taken from the trunk?
yes, I do.
I have no further questions.
Nothing further.
The state has no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
You may step down. Ms. Cunningham, it is 10:25. Would this be an appropriate time for our mid-morning break?
It would, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for approximately 15 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we have a break. Let's see if we got a say over on Law and Crime that verdict watch starts at 9 a.m. but it's 9:25 and they still haven't got the camera up and running. So let's see. The big news is that Sarah Boone's sixth attorney or set of attorneys has requested to withdraw as her lawyer. Now, some channels are posting that she's going to represent herself. I haven't seen confirmation of that. So let's take a quick look at that. And see what if we've got anything lately. The lawyer says that Sarah Boone's attorney thinks she should represent herself. And I think that that's probably true, considering how in control she wants to be on everything. I mean, you don't, only, he who represents himself has a fool for a client. Well, she is a fool. And, Lexi Treviso is going off to college with her boyfriend. So is the next one going to be, when she pops out another one, is she gonna have a better story to why that one ends up in the trash can? I'm not seeing any reports saying that she is officially representing herself. It might take a little while for that to get sorted out. Looks like we've got new videos from Lady C and Murky Meg. Let's see. Who else? Oh, okay, we have some updates on things that we were following yesterday. So let's take a look at some of those updates on those stories. So, first of all, we have the little girl who was kidnapped in New York. Sounds like the apartments behind me are getting their trash bins emptied. It's noisy. Okay. Okay, here we go. Or here we will go as soon as the commercials finish playing.
The assignment. I understood the assignment.
Tonight, we are hearing from a mother in Queens who allowed her 5-year-old girl to walk off with a 75-year-old man. And as much as we think we know, this story is not actually so cut and dry. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon live tonight in Lower Manhattan, where that man will face a judge. Sonia?
Yes, Sandra, we spoke with the mother of that little girl tonight who told us she thought Franz Vila was someone she could trust and that he was more than just a casual acquaintance. Tonight, Vila is due before a judge accused of violating that trust in an unthinkable way, committing crimes here in Manhattan while a desperate search was going on in Queens. Saying this is a police stunt to reporters shouting questions, Franz Vila was taken from the Jackson Heights police station where he'd spent the last 24 hours to Manhattan Criminal Court, charged with kidnapping, unlawful imprisonment, and a criminal sex act on a 5-year-old. He's charged in Manhattan because that's where police say it happened, his East 97th Street apartment, which cops searched last night. When Vila and the 5-year-old were found in Jackson Heights yesterday afternoon after 3 hours of an intense search for them through the neighborhood, police now believe they were returning from Manhattan. Her mother had allowed Vila to take the little girl from a supermarket that morning to a park nearby since she wanted to go. This neighbor watched as the child seemed to leave her mother willingly with Vila. She seemed to like him, he says. She let him hold her hand. We spoke with the little girl's mother tonight, who told us Vila was actually a trusted friend who she first met a year ago, not a month ago, and that he had spent time with her and her daughter at their home. She says she thought they'd be back in half an hour or so, never imagining that this man, who himself is a grandfather, would harm her child. Now, police initially did charge the mother of the little girl with endangering the welfare of her child for letting her go with Vila, but the Queens DA has declined to prosecute her. That little girl tonight, who we are not naming because she is now considered a sexual assault victim, is in the care of her father and has been interviewed by special victims detectives. And Vila, who has no criminal history, is expected to face a judge here either late tonight or early tomorrow.
That was my goal, to get to the basement. However, on my way to the basement, there was a barrage of bullets just coming from everywhere.
Breaking news coverage continuing tonight at 6 here on KDKA. An active shooter situation turned into an hours-long standoff, and it just ended within the past hour with the suspect's death. Hundreds of law enforcement officers rushed to Garfield after a man opened fire on the sheriff's deputies who came to evict him.
Our KDKA News team is still on the ground in that neighborhood, as we have been since this started at about 11 o'clock this morning, gathering all the details from authorities, from neighbors, from those who knew the suspect.
KDK has been on this minute by minute since this morning, keeping you informed every step of the way.
And right now we're going to start with KDK lead investigator Andy Sheehan. You've been with us here all day talking to your sources and really key in unraveling a timeline in all of this and a potential motive in terms of what sparked this today with the suspect.
Just an incredible day, an incredible amount of gunfire in a residential neighborhood, and just as miraculous is the fact that the only injury that we know of is a sheriff deputy suffered a cut to his head when he evaded gunfire when initially serving an eviction notice on the suspect in this house. What we know is that sheriff deputies shortly before 11 o'clock this morning came to this house with this eviction notice, tried to talk the suspect out of the house. When that was not successful, they used a battering ram, and when they used that battering ram on the front door, they were met with lethal gunfire. The deputies scrambled for cover, took defensive positions. They exchanged hundreds and hundreds of rounds of gunfire with the suspect, pinned down, were engaged in that gun battle until they were relieved and rescued, in one case, by Pittsburgh SWAT team. During the course of the afternoon, there were several volleys of gunfire between SWAT and this suspect, all initiated by the suspect himself, who, as we just heard from Chief Scarrato, did not avail himself of any opportunity to peacefully surrender himself. The volleys went on for several hours, 2 hours. There was a cessation of that for about 2 hours period. The police believed that he may have been deceased at that point. That was not the case. There was another round of gunfire that came from the house. Police at that point sent a drone into the house where they identified the suspect, where the suspect was. They concentrated their gunfire on the suspect, on that area of the house. And as it turns out, the suspect, we believe, was wounded by that gunfire. And now we have confirmed that he is in fact dead.
Yeah, we also.
I was just going to say, Chief Scarrato was asked if they knew at this early juncture if the suspect died perhaps from a self-inflicted gunshot or was shot by police. And the chief said, we believe, I think the word he used was the suspect was neutralized in the gunfight.
Correct.
So
that's what the chief confirms. And that's what police believe. They were all through this day very cautious, very trying to use time on their side, very, very patient with this gunman, and asking him to surrender peacefully, and they would never avail themselves.
Yeah,
the suspect who we see now is William Hardison. We know that his brother had owned the house. We are efforting to find out the situation with the house. The brother had died. The house transferred into other hands, but Mr. Harrison did not avail himself of that eviction warning that was posted by the sheriffs. Now, in the press conference earlier here, Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Krause said that they had a pre-meeting before executing this eviction notice at the house. They had some information that this may be an especially volatile situation, but the sheriff says they were not prepared for what they faced.
And you early on.
We should have them.
We certainly didn't expect this. Certainly there's, factors that go into these types of things. We do. We evaluate, we respond accordingly, but we certainly had no information whatsoever that this individual was this dangerous or that there were firearms in the house.
Although they did go there with a team of 7 deputies.
They did. They were prepared.
In body armor.
In body armor. No, they knew that there was a potential. They did not have specific information. We had talked earlier in the day from an attorney of the buyers of that house who said that that they knew that he was armed. The sheriff said that they had no information in that regard, but knew that this could be a volatile and potentially violent situation. So they ordinarily they would send 2 sheriff deputies to execute an eviction notice like this, but in this case, they sent 7, including supervisors in body armor. So there was some anticipation that this might happen.
All right, Andy, your reporting today has been invaluable. Thank you so much. Don't go away just yet, but meantime, we want to switch to Shelley Bortz, one of the first reporters out there on the scene today.
She actually talked to a woman who had to rush to safety inside her own home as those bullets rang out. And Shelley, a lot of people in that neighborhood actually thought it was fireworks.
Yeah, that's correct. In fact, I did too. I was one of the first on the scene, and as I was approaching this corner where we're standing here, I heard what I thought was fireworks, or not what I thought, but that's exactly what it sounded like. I mean, I knew what it was, but when I talked to other people that live near here, that's what they said. They were like, 10:30 in the morning, fireworks, it can't be. And then they realized what it was. But we talked to, her name is Leslie Thompson. She lives directly across the street from where this unfolded, and she was home. She works from home, and she said it was about 10:30 when she heard a barrage of fireworks. And she said, and then she looked out the window and she saw, police at her neighbor's door. She heard screaming, and she knew that something was wrong. And then all of a sudden, she said bullets started flying. And she describes for us a horrible couple minutes where she's actually dodging bullets, trying to get to her basement door to get to safety. Take a listen to what else she has to say.
No, I called 911 to let them know I was holed up in the basement, and they just told me to stay in the basement until everything was all clear. They reassured me that it was chaotic outside. They had it under control. The perpetrator was not running throughout the neighborhood, because that was my fear. My fear was that he was running throughout the neighborhood, so I was trying to shut my windows so he couldn't get in. So they reassured me that he was contained, and just to stay in the basement until we got the all clear.
Another quick story we heard, there was a gentleman that was visiting his grandparents' grave, which is directly across the street here at Allegheny Cemetery. He said that he was in the cemetery when he heard gunfire. He said he just jumped to the ground and laid face down until he heard a lull in that sound, and then he ran to safety. So those are just a couple of the stories that we've been hearing all day today. Not the ending that anyone anticipated. Of course, no one wanted to hear this, but we're just happy to hear that no one was hurt. Reporting live here in Garfield, back to you guys in the studio.
Shelley, thank you. Yeah, and so many of those stories Shelley was talking about coming from people in the neighborhood who knew that suspect. And meanwhile, loved ones continue to rush to the scene to try and help. Megan Schiller talked with some of them.
Yeah, she joins us now live near the scene in Garfield. Megan.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting things that came out of that media briefing is when they said that they didn't even have any successful conversation with this man. I asked, did you make contact? Did you talk? Did you even shout at each other? To which Sheriff Krause said no. As soon as they approached and announced themselves and tried to call him out, that is when they say the gunshots rang out, and they said that they were just taking incoming fire and they had nothing but to run for cover, duck, dive, he said, try to get out of the way, and then eventually returned fire. They also, we asked and we pressed, trying to get more answers as to the increase in security measures that they took when it came to serving this eviction notice. There were 7 guys. Usually there are less. They were wearing more armor. And we asked, did you notify the neighbors? Did you alert them that you were serving this eviction notice and you potentially anticipated violence? And they said they couldn't confirm whether or not neighbors had been notified. When we've been out here all day long, we have talked to people who say they have lived in this neighborhood for years, their entire lives. We talked to one man who said he ran for city council unsuccessfully, but he plans to run again because he said he loves this community and he can't even believe that this is what transpired today. Take a listen.
It was a little quieter, but about twice now I've heard continuous rounds of gunfire. I mean, they must have unloaded hundreds, maybe thousands of rounds. So it's a very scary situation. You never picture this going to happen somewhere so close to you. I mean, you hear about this on the news, and it's just kind of a scary situation.
And I also pressed trying to get more details about the deed to this property where the eviction notice was sold. I said, did you have any knowledge about the fact that that was his family home and that he had maybe possibly in the past expressed that he wanted to stay there and did not want to be removed from the home? They said they were unable to provide information as to that at the time, but family members I talked with said they are not surprised that he would be willing to fight in order to stay in the family home. We did confirm that his name was on the deed of the home and what appears to be his deceased brother's name as well, with the grantee being a company that eventually did get the home back in February for $25,000. Back to you.
All right, Megan, and now to our Chris Hoffman. Chris actually started out in one location, ended up in another when police told all the media to move from that initial spot.
Yeah, trying to keep everybody
Yeah.
safe. He's standing by now with a different angle on the scene tonight. Chris, tell us where you are and what's been happening on your end.
Well, we're now at the corner of North Mailvale and Kincaid and Garfield. We've been in the area where pretty much people have been coming just to see or hear what's been going on throughout much of the day. We heard the gunfire, we heard explosions, and we've been hearing from people who are just in shock and disbelief this even happened. We talked with a guy, he lives on Broad Street, a few blocks down from where this all happened, but his sister and nephew live right next door to it all. He said as soon as they had heard it, they were wondering what was going on. They started making calls to family and friends, and then eventually they got evacuated and were able to be safe and away from all of this. Other neighbors that were maybe in the 4900 block, one block away from where it's transpired, they thought they heard firecrackers around 11 in the morning. And then they eventually learned that it was gunshots, and they tried to get out of their homes and stay away from this all just because they didn't know how it was going to go down. Now, other people were still just really in shock and disbelief. I know we say it all the time, but this was really just stunning to people to hear like what some claimed was sounded like a war zone going in their own neighborhood. Take a listen to one guy now whose nephew and sister live next door.
I was just wishing for their safety. Everything's okay. Seemed like the police got it somewhat handled. I don't know. So let's hope it ends soon.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it did end the way it did. But at this point, you have a lot of police just still down in the area of North Millvale as this investigation continues. We haven't seen a lot of urgency like we did earlier in the day. We had officers running around, responding after those bursts of fire, the explosions we had heard. Now it's mainly just kind of like an officer here doing traffic and crowd control. We have some other officers and investigators really focusing in the Broad Street area. But there hasn't been that urgency, much more of a calmed matter at this point. People have pretty much gone back to their homes now, having learned what the conclusion of all this is. Live in Garfield, Chris Hoffman, KDKA TV News.
All right, Chris, we thank you as well for your dedicated coverage out there today. And you can find all of our coverage on this situation, the impact on the community, the suspect, on our website or on the CBS Pittsburgh app. You can find it in your app store.
I want to get you now live to a news briefing on the situation that has ended within the past hour in Garfield, the standoff and shooting.
Yeah, let's listen in on what they're
Conviction
saying.
at that location.
Allegheny County Sheriff
Once
Kevin
we
Krause.
arrived at the house, it took us several minutes to make contact with the subject, at which time we did, and he immediately opened fire on our deputies. They began to take cover, return fire, engaged in a pretty significant gun battle.
Can you tell us, was anyone injured in this process of the situation?
The only injury we had was, it was initially reported that one of our deputies was shot. However, that wasn't the case. He was injured when he dove over a partition trying to take cover while he was taking fire and returning fire. And he had a superficial head injury, which just required a few stitches.
Sheriff Krause, how I understand that your deputies, how many arrived at the home, and what kind of armor were they wearing?
They had body armor. There were 7 of them. They arrived. They all took different positions outside the residence. And once they made contact, obviously things changed dramatically. And they were scrambling for cover. They were fired upon. They returned fire. And like I said, there was a pretty lengthy gun battle until the city arrived, city SWAT. They arrived, stabilized the scene. They took the scene over. The city SWAT team did.
Were police expecting that maybe it wasn't going to go well?
We certainly didn't expect this. Certainly there's, factors that go into these types of things we do. We evaluate, we respond accordingly, but we certainly had no information whatsoever that this individual was this dangerous or that there were firearms in the house.
Did you know anything about him prior to serving this eviction notice?
We did. It wasn't anything super out of the ordinary. But like I said, we had a pre-event meeting about it, and we formalized a strategy and we executed as we thought was appropriate. But we certainly didn't expect what we were up against when we arrived. No. No, we increased the numbers of deputies for this single event.
Just how massive this operation was. I think we had gunfire going back and forth for hours and hours and hours. Can you talk about how important it was to have all of these agencies here with you helping in that effort?
Yeah, certainly. I know the chief, Scarrato, could speak to that probably more because he was coordinating all the different agencies. It was federal, state, local. And in my opinion, I thought everybody came together. They knew their roles. They knew their assignments. Communication was good, and we were able to, to stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, it resulted in a death. But I just want to commend all the, my deputies and all the law enforcement officers that responded. I mean, they did one heck of a job, and nobody's hurt, and everybody's going home to their family. So we're certainly thankful for that. I can't at this time.
Can you talk about just the sheer amount of ammunition that was used today? I mean, we were out here hearing dozens, if not 100 shots at a time.
Yeah, there were, I can't even tell you the number of volleys of gunfire back and forth between the suspect. I mean, he had a lot of ammunition in that house. And certainly we were, all of us were strapped, with ammunition, and we were calling for additional ammunition. But, we were able to secure the scene. Like I said, we tried to give them every opportunity to come out, but it elevated to the SWAT team's response, and we were able to end the threat after several hours.
Will you confirm the guy's name for us?
I can't confirm his identity at this time.
Sheriff, can you tell us if nearby homes have been searched to ensure that nobody was injured by a stray bullet or anything like that?
Yeah, the chief can speak to that. I know there were evacuations, and we don't believe anyone was hurt as a result of this.
Sheriff, do you ever request SWAT on certain situations where this may be a volatile, violent person to accompany your deputies? Is that ever?
I mean, it's occurred. It's not certainly something we do ordinarily, but in this case, it escalated tremendously to where we needed support, and city SWAT came, stabilized the crime scene. Even though there was a continuance of gunfire and a gunfight, they were able to stabilize it to ensure nobody was injured. So
How many weapons or what kind of ammunition he had stockpiled?
I can't comment on that.
Was this a situation where he thought that this was his family home and he deserved to be able to stay inside of it?
I can't speak for him.
Can you tell us if you warned neighbors ahead of time that this eviction notice was going to happen?
I can't release that at this time.
Did you have any conversation with him before gunshots rang out? Not you, but the officers. Like, was there any sort of conversation or yelling or any conversing?
We were not successful in that. No, just once we tried to make contact, we were outside the house. We called for him. We wanted to talk to him. We wanted to try and bring him out peacefully, to execute.
Virginia in June of 2002. Then served my first assignment in Dallas, Texas until 2007. And then in 2007, I was transferred here to the Omaha field office, Quad Cities resident agency.
What are your duties as a special agent with the FBI?
To conduct criminal investigations involving a wide variety of federal violations. It can differ based on where you're assigned. When you're assigned to a place like Dallas, where you have hundreds of agents that cover a small area, 2 counties, with a large population, you might do a very specific thing all the time. You're assigned on one specific squad. But when you're assigned to a resident agency, or it's a sub-office of a field office, where here we only have 3 agents that cover 6 counties in southeast Iowa, you get to do a wide variety of things. So your case assignment is quite varied.
Can you briefly describe your educational background and the training that you've received in order to be a special agent?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Iowa. I have a master's degree in clinical psychology from Middle Tennessee State University. And postgraduate school, I worked in mental health for a number of years and in hospital administration. I then switched careers and went into federal law enforcement in 1999. I was first employed as a fraud investigator with the United States Postal Inspection Service. I did healthcare fraud and disability fraud investigations for them, and then joined the FBI in 2002.
Once you joined the FBI, was there additional training that you received at that time?
Yes, there was a 16-week academy that ran from February of 2002 to June of 2002. And then throughout my career, I've completed numerous trainings on a wide variety of topics.
Now, back in July of 2020, were you working as a special agent with the Omaha field office?
Yes.
At some point, were you contacted by the Davenport Police Department regarding a missing child named Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that contact?
It was to engage the FBI in the investigation and to leverage any additional resources that the FBI might bring to the investigation. And that was on July 10th of 2020.
Now, at that point in time, what role would you have played as a whole with the investigation?
So I was involved from the very beginning. The case agent or the primary investigator for the FBI on paper was Special Agent Cameron Smith. And then I would have been what we'd call the co-case agent. So I would have been right there with Special Agent Smith throughout the early portions of the investigation. And then as the investigation ramped up, we ended up parting ways and accomplishing different duties throughout the course of the case.
Initially then, when you were a co-case agent with Special Agent Smith at the beginning, what role or what types of things would you have been doing?
So the first day that it was reported, Special Agent Smith and I responded to the Davenport Police Department. Most of that first day, I was engaged in liaison with then Lieutenants Brent Biggs and Kyle Chisholm and Sergeant Jeff Pfeiffer. And we were more or less game planning the investigation. What initial steps should we take? What has already been completed? What needs to be completed? So we were in on the very initial planning stages of the investigation and then on the initial execution of those steps.
And would that have involved calling in the evidence response team and executing search warrants on various vehicles?
Yes, as well as following any leads that had come in. In the early stages of any missing persons case, and especially with the missing child, you need to investigate those from the inside going out. So you want to start with the people that were closest to the missing party. In this case, we had information that Mr. Dinkins was one of the last people to be seen with Breasia Terrell. And so the investigation focused there. And so we spent a lot of time trying to establish Mr. Dinkins' location in and around the Quad Cities and other places. So there was a lot of investigation involving neighborhood canvases, canvassing for videos that may exist that would establish a location of Mr. Dinkins' vehicle or his person around town.
Now, you've indicated that in any missing person case, you start with the people closest to that individual and then branch out from there. Why do you do that?
Well, it's either to include or exclude those people as suspects. And so if we can establish a timeline, an accurate timeline as to when the missing person went missing, and establish a location of where the abduction, if it was an abduction, or the missing, for lack of a better way to put it, took place, then we have a starting point and we can go from there. If we can focus on the people that were the last people to be associated with the missing person and rule them out, that's great. We can then focus our energy elsewhere and following other leads. If we can't rule those people out, then we need to continue to investigate those people either until they are excluded or until they're ultimately included.
And so having information that Mr. Dinkins was the last individual seen with Breasia Terrell when she was alive, fair to say your goal was to try to establish his whereabouts to either exclude him or include him as somebody who may have abducted her.
Yes, that's accurate.
So in addition to trying to establish his known whereabouts by virtue of canvassing and obtaining surveillance video, what other steps would you have done initially during the beginning of this investigation?
Well, that was the first few days, as I recall. And then from there, as the Davenport Police Department obtained search warrants to search vehicles, apartments, and things like that, then we were helping with getting pieces of evidence to the lab and getting lab examinations done in an expedient manner.
So would you have assisted Special Agent Smith with making those determinations about what items were sent to the FBI lab for further processing?
Yes, and in fact, I personally submitted 2 separate lab examination requests for dozens of items. I think it was around 50 items, and that was around July 22nd of 2020, so within 2 weeks of the initial event.
How did you decide which items of evidence to send?
I don't recall that I was involved in those decisions. I think that the Davenport Police Department and Special Agent Smith were more involved in that process.
And so we should rely on their testimony regarding how certain items were selected.
Right.
Now, at some point you mentioned that you and Special Agent Smith, your roles started to split a bit where he would cover one area and you covered something else. Do you recall approximately when that would have taken place?
That would have been within the first week or so. Because when you're the case agent in a large scale investigation like this, I mean, there were multiple agencies involved in this. At one point, we ended up having scheduled searches that involved hundreds of law enforcement officers and volunteers that were searching a lot of areas up and around Clinton County. And so when you're the case agent in a case of that scale, it's more important for you to be co-located in the command post area, which is usually located at the local police department, as it was here at the Davenport Police Department. And so you can kind of quarterback things for the FBI. You're the coordinator. You can delegate roles. You can tell people, hey, cover this lead, cover that lead. And that was Special Agent Smith's role. My role was more as an active investigator out in the field. And so as we branched out around July 14th, 15th, 16th, we were conducting those large scale searches up and around Clinton County. And I was, for example, I was a team leader for one of those search teams. And we had gridded off several areas and searched fields, creek areas, a lot of different places up there. So I was out doing active investigation like that. Special Agent Smith had assumed more of a coordinator's role.
So in coordinating those canvassing and search efforts, I believe you indicated you had led one of those searches near the Clinton area. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And why was it that you started to focus on the Clinton area?
Well, one of the things that we had done early was engage our cellular analysis survey team, our CAST team, to analyze cellular telephone records that the Davenport Police Department had obtained. And in analyzing those records, they had identified some activity near Clinton, Iowa for Mr. Dinkins' phone. And so we were focusing on those areas, believing that since that data was pointing outside of the Quad Cities, we thought maybe that would be an area that evidence may be located. So we focused our attention up there.
And do you recall which areas you would have searched?
Well, there were many fields that we searched over that 2 or 3 days. I remember most of our searches were along Highway 30, both north and south of Highway 30. There were fields there. I was also involved in searches of creek areas. And then I recall on July 16th, while we were out searching one field, I was approached by a female who said, "Hey, I found some tracks in this field over here that shouldn't be there. You guys might want to check it out." So then we followed that lead and cleared that field. Didn't find anything, but it was things like that. So we were kind of all over the place up there.
And did any of those searches turn up anything that was eventually significant to this investigation?
Not that I know of.
At some point then, around March, did you start to take a more singular case agent role in this particular case?
So
March of 2021, I wanted to clarify that.
Right, I understand. Following the discovery of Breasia's body in late March of 21, I was not involved in the body recovery process or any of that part of the investigation. Special Agent Smith was still the case agent at that point. Special Agent Smith ultimately transferred to the Kansas City field office in April, and then I became the case agent or the primary investigator on or around April 23rd of 2021.
Now, you've testified that you were not involved with the body recovery. However, at some point, did you go to the area around Kunow Implement in Clinton County?
Yes, I did.
And why did you go there?
So after I assumed the role of case agent, I spoke with Detective Evan Obert and told him that I was the new case agent. And we discussed what steps needed to be taken to further the investigation now that the body had been recovered. And also, a witness had come forward that had possibly placed Mr. Dinkins' vehicle in that area on the gravel road on 270th there near the body recovery site. And so Detective Obert and I discussed that, and we decided that it would be a good idea to collect soil samples from the area that the witness had identified pulling Mr. Dinkins' vehicle from the ditch.
At that point, were you aware that soil and debris had been collected from a Chevy Impala known to be driven by Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And were you aware that other soil samples had been collected throughout the Highway 30 area and Credit Island area around Davenport and Clinton County?
Yes.
And so once that decision was made to take further soil samples from that road of 270th Avenue, how did you proceed at that time?
I had a soil collection kit that was provided by the FBI laboratory. I brought the kit up to the area. I had photographs that I had obtained from Detective Obert showing the area of interest that the witness had indicated. And so using landmarks in those photos, I established a collection area and then commenced collecting the soil samples.
Can you walk us through the process of collecting a soil sample?
Sure, it's very exciting. The area of interest was the west side of 270th Avenue. And this is an area that's within, I'd say within 100 yards of where the body was recovered, okay? And the area of interest was the west side of the road, including the ditch area. And so using the landmarks from the photos that Detective Obert had provided, I established the collection site and then collected 10 samples. Now, the way you do that, you have a soil kit. It has 10 plastic vials in it. They're short vials, about, I'd say they're 2 inches tall, and then, I don't know, a quarter size in circumference. And you have a digging tool. I had a small hand spade. You pick your first area, dig down about 2 inches, collect the sample, put it into the plastic vial, and then cover the vial with filter paper. It's a porous paper, so you don't trap moisture in there. You want the sample to dry, and then you screw the top on, and then you return that to the collection kit. When I collected each sample, I had a smartphone with me, and I dropped a GPS location pin at each sample site and then recorded the GPS coordinates for each sample. After the sample was collected, I then cleaned the collection tool, the hand spade, cleaned it thoroughly so that we wouldn't have contamination from one sample to the next, and then moved to the next sample collection site and repeated the process.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to refer you here to the state's exhibit. I can't read that, so hold on. #41. Do you recognize the area depicted in State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, I do.
What area is being shown here?
This is the area of the pond just south of Kunau Implement. Highway 61 is just to the west, and then there's a triangle that kind of forms around the pond. It's bordered on the east side by 270th Avenue, on the west side by 218th Street, and then by that dirt road to the north that's kind of a connector.
So right next to here is a pointer. Are you able to show us on the map where you would have collected those soil samples from?
It would be right around this area here.
And it appears you're pointing towards the southwest portion of 270th Street.
Yes, it's closer to 218th Street than it is to the gravel road that bounds that triangle on the north side. I would definitely say it's to the southeast of the pond.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's the state's marked as Exhibit 138. Do you recognize this item? And we have opened it prior to your testimony today to make that easier for you.
Yes, I do.
And what is this exhibit?
So these are the individual soil samples that I collected from the area that I just indicated on States 41, I believe. And you can see with each of these samples, I wrote with a marker on each one of them and identified them as 1 through 10 to differentiate them as individual samples. And you can see that each sample is secured by a piece of tape across the top to ensure that they weren't accessed between leaving my custody and arriving at the lab.
And would each of those samples also been given an individual FBI evidence log number?
No.
Okay.
So for evidence logging purposes, these would be considered one item. Now, once they get to the lab, they were each assigned a specific number that the lab used. And so just to differentiate, these 10 samples would be considered FBI evidence number 1B191. But once they got to the lab, they were given lab designators and they were given number 83 through 92.
And so the FBI gave it one number, the lab would have separated those out into 10 different numbers.
Yes.
But you've indicated that your handwriting is on each of those, and so you can recognize them as the soil samples you collected from this area in roughly April of 2021.
Absolutely, and you can see my initials are here on the heat seal for this package that contained all 10 samples with the date of May 10th of 2021.
And let me clarify then, do you know the date that you would have collected these soil samples?
I collected these on May 6th, 2021.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer Exhibit 138 into evidence.
No objection. Exhibit 138 will be admitted.
But Special Agent McMillan, after collecting those soil samples, you've indicated that at some point they were sent to the FBI crime lab. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you recall when those would have been sent?
They would have been sent, so several things have to happen before they can be sent to the lab. I have to enter them into our evidence system. That entry has to be finalized by our evidence technician in Omaha. And then I have to prepare a lab examination request to the lab that then initiates the transfer of those items from Omaha to the lab. So I collected those on May 6th, and I believe they were shipped to the lab within the month. I believe that I transferred them to Omaha on May 12th, I think they were received, and then they shipped them to the lab that same month.
And to your knowledge, was there an additional examination of the soil samples you provided and compared to the soil samples that had previously been collected and provided to the lab taken from Mr. Dinkins' Chevy Impala?
Yes.
At some point, were you provided with the findings from those examinations?
I was. There was a report prepared by FBI geologist and forensic examiner Ian Saganor.
Now, based on that report, did you prepare a map or diagram referencing 3 of the specific soil samples that you would have taken back on May 6th from the area of 270th Avenue.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you States Exhibits 156-1 and 156-2. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And are these the maps or diagrams that you would have created referencing 3 specific soil samples taken back on May 6, 2021 from this area?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would offer 156-1 and 156-2 into evidence.
No objection. Exhibits 156-1 and 2 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So showing you first 156-1, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at an overview of the collection area, and you can see that there are 3 items labeled there, item 89, 91, and 92 on the area of the west side of 270th Avenue, near where I indicated previously on States 41.
And what are items 89, 91, and 92?
So those are the lab numbers for 3 samples that were included, using the lab's language, they were included samples, meaning that they were indistinguishable from the samples taken from Mr. Dinkins' car and the samples that I took from these 3 areas.
So then showing you States Exhibit 156-2, what's the difference here between 156-1 and 156-2?
So this is a zoomed in view, a closer in view, where you can see the 3 distinct collection areas along with the GPS coordinates for each collection. And you can see that the 3 collection areas are from distinct areas. One is actually on the gravel road. One is kind of in the shoulder where there's a little vegetation. And then one, it's not really reflected, the depth in this 2D map, but the collection point labeled item 92 is actually quite a ways down a steep embankment off the road.
All right, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. McMillan, I think you said that you were involved in this case several days after the disappearance of Breasia Terrell, right?
I think it was the first day.
Okay, and then just to summarize, I think you were involved in executing search warrants and taking evidence from certain cars and an RV or an apartment, right?
I was not involved in those searches. I was aware that they were occurring, and I was present at some of those search sites, but I did not take place in those searches.
Okay, so you were just aware because you were assigned as some sort of case agent, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then really, these soil samples that you collected, there were 10 of them, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was on May 6th of 2021?
Yes.
So at some point before May 6th of 2021, you learned of information that Mr. Dinkins might have been up at that area of the Kunal implement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and now, did you learn that information from the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, so then I assume then that the Davenport Police Department tells you this information that he could have been up there, and then the FBI is sent up to this area in the Kunal implement area, right?
Right. As I discussed earlier, I had discussions with Detective Obert, and we discussed what steps needed to be completed to further the investigation, and the collection of these samples was just one of them.
Okay, so these 10 samples then that you've collected? I mean, you physically collected them with a spade and everything that you just told us, right?
Yes.
How long do those samples then take to get to that lab you were talking about?
So I believe that they were there within 2 weeks. So I collected them on May 6th, and I would have to look at the evidence log as to when they were actually shipped. But I think it was by May 19th, they had been sent to the lab.
Okay, so then you just told us essentially where you found these items. How do you keep track of that?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, these 3 items you just told us in State's Exhibit 156-1, how do you actually place those items in their physical location? I mean, how do I know that item 89 is right there where you say it is?
Oh, as I testified on direct, after each collection, I literally stood right on top of the collection point and dropped a GPS pin using Google Maps from my smartphone.
Okay.
And then noted those GPS coordinates.
Sure, and if you could take that pointer to your left, can you tell us where the other 7 items are that you found? There's next to you.
Oh, right here. So not exactly. I can tell you, Judge, do you mind if I stand?
You may.
I can tell you that this is what I called sample 10. Item 89 is what I called sample 7. And item 91 is what I called sample 9. Okay, so I can tell you where those were. I can tell you the way that I collected the other 7 samples. I started here, and then with sample 1, and then went about 5 meters to the north, collected sample 2, then collected sample 3 out here in the road, then 4 down here to kind of establish a perimeter for collection. And then worked my way from 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, and then 10. So kind of made that perimeter box and then kind of meandered through that box, collecting the remainder of the samples.
Okay, so then you did that at the direction or because of this information that his car may have been up there, correct? I mean, that's why you picked this area to take those soil samples.
Yes.
Right? Okay, nowhere else did you take any soil sample, right?
No.
Okay, so then I'd guess maybe from that point of those 3 items, maybe a 10-meter radius in every direction you took the 10 soil samples?
Oh, not even that. I think that original perimeter box that I just described with the first 4 collection points was only about 5 meters north to south, and then about 3 to 4 meters east to west.
Okay, so I mean, it's just right around your personal presence.
Well, I mean, it's about the size of a car if you think of it that way.
Sure. And then after these soil samples, then all you do is just send them to a lab to be tested and compared with the dirt that was on the underside of Mr. Dinkins' car.
Yes.
That's it. You weren't involved in any of the testing, right?
That's right.
And then some report just gets sent to you, and then you read that report.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
No further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, the state calls forensic scientist Ian Saginaw.
you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Ian Saginor, Iansaginor.
Mr. Saginor, what is your occupation?
I'm a geologist, forensic examiner at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 7 years.
Could you describe your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in geology from Vassar College and a PhD in geology from Rutgers University.
When did you conclude your formal education?
Rutgers was 2008.
And then is that when you started your career in the field of geology?
Yes, I was a geology professor for 8 years.
Where did you teach at?
Keystone College in Pennsylvania.
After your tenure as a professor, did you join the FBI?
Yes, I did.
What is a geologist?
A geologist is somebody who studies earth materials.
All right. And within the context of that, as far as your functions at the FBI, what specific unit are you assigned to?
I'm in the trace evidence unit.
Can you define what the trace evidence unit does?
Yes, the trace evidence unit consists of geologists, anthropologists, and also hair and fiber examiners. So we look at a lot of small material, things that you look at under microscope.
In that capacity, do you receive and look at various soil samples?
Yes, we do.
All right. Were you involved in the investigation of a missing child identified as Breasia Terrell?
Yes.
And at what point in time did you become involved in that particular investigation?
I believe that case was assigned to me in January of 2022.
Let's go ahead and let's discuss the case if we can. Now, the child was reported missing in July of 2020. Were you aware of that?
Not at the time, no.
Was there a colleague of yours who had been involved in the investigation from the early stages?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Jody Webb?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Jody Webb?
She's the other geologist in the trace evidence unit.
What types of responsibilities had Ms. Webb carried out prior to you becoming involved in this particular investigation?
She was involved in a provenance investigation. So I believe there was material of unknown origin, soil of unknown origin, and she was helping for investigative purposes to narrow down where that soil might be from.
All right. That being said, were you aware of soil samples having been collected from an area identified as Credit Island in the southwest portion of Davenport before you ever became involved?
Yes, at the time I wasn't aware exactly where those were from, but yes, she had multiple known soil samples sent to her.
From that location? And then were you also aware of soil samples being collected in Clinton, Iowa, along 300th Avenue and Highway 30?
Yes.
And again, you were not involved with those soil samples, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, just for purposes of perspective, before we go through and talk about your involvement in this particular case, did you have knowledge that those soil samples had been compared to soil samples collected from a vehicle of interest specifically described as a maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And then what findings did you note that Ms. Webb had made when she had compared the soil samples from the area of River Drive and the soil samples collected along Highway 30, 300th Avenue to the soil samples collected from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala?
She had excluded them as having come from the same source.
Okay, that being said, was your involvement triggered after the remains of Breasia Terrell were discovered in an area north of Clinton?
Yes, it was. I also performed a technical review on Ms. Webb's report.
Okay, thank you. And let's talk about that because she had indicated that she had also performed a technical review of your report. Describe your technical review of the processes that she followed and then the ultimate conclusion she reached by virtue of her analysis.
So the technical review excuse me, is specifically a review of the standard operating procedures, ensuring that they were all followed. Basically, that's what the technical review is.
All right. Did you agree with her findings?
So the verification is a separate review, and that was performed by Maureen Buttrell. So I did not perform a verification of the results themselves. The technical review was more focused on the procedures.
Okay, all right. And you had no issues with the procedures that she had followed, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, Ms. Webb has testified, and she gave us a very good education as to how you go about comparing soil samples. So what I'd like to do is I just would like just to get right to the heart of the issue, if I could. Are you familiar with FBI agent James McMillan?
Yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with James McMillan?
He was, I believe, the lead investigator, at least FBI investigator on this case.
Okay. And did you have knowledge of Agent McMillan having collected soil samples along the area of 270th Avenue there in Clinton County?
Yes.
Were those soil samples submitted to the FBI laboratory in Quantico to be compared to the soil samples collected from the undercarriage of that maroon Chevy Impala?
Yes.
And were you specifically tasked with going through the process of comparing the soil samples from the vehicle to the samples that he had collected along 270th Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51. I'd like for you to look at that exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
I do recognize this.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 51?
This is the report that I issued for this particular case.
Okay. Now, on this particular report, how is it captioned at the top?
With the case ID OM 3290265, is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. And then is there a laboratory number that appears on this document?
There is 2020-01448-31.
Does it set forth the communications that had occurred relative to this particular investigation?
Yes.
What were the communication dates?
July 29th, 2020 and May 13th, 2021.
The communications for July 29th of 2020, would that have involved the soil samples that Ms. Webb would have been responsible for analyzing and comparing to what was recovered from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala?
I would have to double check. Those dates get generated automatically sometimes when new letters are submitted.
Certainly.
So sometimes that can be a little confusing. I can't be sure exactly which one is which. I think I might have noted that on a copy of my report, which I have here, which I if I may, I could refer to.
Absolutely. And would it help to refresh a recollection by doing so?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, may the witness refer to his reports?
He may.
My understanding is that July 29th, 2020 was debris from the vehicle.
All right.
I'm sorry, July, yes. No, hold on. Submission 3 was clothing. That was July 29th, 2020. And May 13th, 2021 was submission number 6. Those were known soils that were submitted.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a subject name identified on your laboratory report?
There is.
And does the name of Breasia Terrell appear on this particular document?
Yes.
And does it also identify a discipline for this document?
Yes.
What is that discipline?
Mineralogy.
And then does your name appear as the FBI analyst who would have performed the analysis of various submitted items?
Yes, my name is on the final page.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 51.
I have no objection.
Exhibit 51 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit as we talk through it?
You may.
Okay. Mr. Saganor, Going to States Exhibit 51, first of all, what I'd like to do is I want to discuss the various items of evidence that you would have received and performed an analysis of. So for purposes of our written record, if you could go through how many categories are we talking about as far as items that you are looking at? And when I talk about categories, I'm using that as a way of describing locations, essentially.
Okay. Items 57, 58, 59, and 60 were samples that were collected from a vehicle. That's how they were represented to me. Items 83, 84, 85, 86, 87.
And then going to page 2 of our document.
Item 88, 89, 90, 91, and 92 were soil samples with those coordinates that you can see right there.
All right. In some of these entries, I notice soil sample, and then there is a subcategory, for example, like with item 89, and then we see item 89-1. Can you explain the difference between what would be the item 89 as compared to the subcategory of item 89-1 so that we understand that?
Yes. In this report, all items that have a -1 for 57-1, etc., are a black particle that I had removed specifically so that I could go look at it with a scanning electron microscope. So I pulled it out and identified it as 89-1 as black particle from 89. So I'm using them collectively with the item to which it refers. It was just given a separate item number for convenience so that I could transport it to the scanning electron microscope without being confused about where it was from.
Certainly. Now, if you could, I want you just to walk through then your analysis and how that process worked.
A soil comparison is the examination of soil to determine the color, texture, and composition of the soil. So the first thing that happens typically is looking at the color, and that's done side-by-side comparisons between soils that are being compared and documented with a Munsell soil color chart, and I can spell Munsell for you. It's M-U-N-S-E-L-L. If the color is found to be indistinguishable, then we can move on to texture. Typically that works with a stereo binocular microscope. And just to give it a closer up overview of the materials that are in it, and you can usually see a lot of detail. And if at that point, at that point you're looking at things like how angular the material is, the shape of the individual particles, for example. And if that is found to be indistinguishable, then sometimes other things can be done as well, such as placing them on a slide, a microscope slide, for a petrographic microscope, and I can spell that as well, P-E-T-R-O-G-R-A-P-H-I-C, a petrographic microscope, which is a compound microscope that has some special additions that geologists use to help them identify minerals. In this case, I also looked at a few particles under a scanning electron microscope.
Okay, what is it about the particles that you removed from various soil samples that was of interest to you?
They were difficult to identify. I wasn't sure what they were, and but most importantly, what I wanted to do was make sure that they shared the same characteristics, even if I was unable to identify specifically what it was, that they were the same optically and that they were the same chemically.
Okay, and what did you note when you had removed those particles from the various soil samples that had those subcategories?
So I had described them using the petrographic microscope, and they were indistinguishable in their optical properties. They were also found to be indistinguishable in their elemental or chemical properties.
Okay, and then so then you look at color, texture, is that what we've just discussed?
Texture and composition, yes.
Sure, and then so then once you've examined the color, texture, and composition of those soil samples, at that point then, how does the process conclude?
If they have been found to be indistinguishable, then we can write a report that says that we looked at all of those different properties, that they were found to be indistinguishable in those properties, and consequently, the possibility that they shared a common origin cannot be eliminated.
Okay, Does that mean that that's a positive finding?
We call that an inclusion.
Right. And so in layman's terms, the descriptor that you use as an inclusion, a layman would interpret as a positive outcome. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's true.
Certainly. All right. Now, the different findings that you can make, identify each of those different findings.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, identify the different types of findings that you can make when you're comparing soil samples.
So we went over inclusion. If a difference is found, then the examination can be discontinued, at least for that comparison. In that case, we could find an exclusion. Now, sometimes there's not enough material available, or that material has been altered in some way. Maybe it's been contaminated by some other material, or mold has grown, for example. In that case, I might issue an inconclusive, which just says that I can't say that it's included or excluded because I'm not able to perform all of the examinations that I need to do. So that's inconclusive.
Okay. Now, Mr. Saganor, I understand that from the maroon Chevy Impala, and I'm just taking out the subcategories, we had a total of 4 different samples that came to you. Is that correct?
4 samples from the vehicle, yes.
Okay. Now, for each of those samples, is there a descriptor for the location where that soil sample was collected from?
Yes.
All right. Again, I'm going to go back to the Elmo, and if I can publish this. And Mr. Saganor, I don't know if you have any understanding of this or not, but if you do, help us. For item 57, the sample that was taken from the passenger side rear footwear drain plug. Can you help us understand that location on the undercarriage?
I cannot. I don't know what that refers to.
All right, but at any rate, it's given it to us from the passenger side rear portion of that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay, for 58, is it giving us a location?
Yes, driver's side rear footwear drain plug of red Chevrolet.
And then go to item 59.
Debris from driver's side pinch weld of red Chevrolet.
And then go to item number 60.
Debris from driver's side rear brake line bracket of red Chevrolet.
Okay. How many soil samples was submitted by Special Agent James McMillan to the laboratory?
In addition to those 4?
Exactly. And I'm talking about samples that were collected in an area that we know to be 270th Avenue, but in your report, you're describing it how?
Yes, there should be 10 of them.
Okay. And what's the descriptor that you have in your report for those 10 samples that came in?
Soil sample from west side of Gravel Road, and then you'll see a whole bunch of numbers, and those are coordinates that I was given, so I just put those in here as well.
Okay. Are those GPS coordinates?
They are, yes.
Thank you so much. All right. Walk us through that process then. For the 10 samples that were collected on the west side of that gravel road with the varying GPS coordinates, when you compared those soil samples to the 4 samples taken from the undercarriage of the maroon Chevy Impala, what findings did you make?
May I refer to my report?
You may.
Thank you. I'm on page 3. Where it says results of examinations. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. The first part of that says 3 of the soil samples recovered from the red Chevrolet, that's items 57, 58, and 60, cannot be differentiated from 3 of the soil samples recovered from the west side of the gravel road as represented by items 89, 91, and 92 by color, texture, and composition. Consequently, the west side of the gravel road is represented by items 89, 91, and 92 cannot be eliminated as a possible source of 3 of the soil samples recovered from the red Chevrolet, items 57, 58, and 60. See inclusion in the interpretation section below.
All right. Now then, just for purposes of our written record, item 57 came from what location then under the red Chevy Impala?
Item 57 was side rear footwear drain plug.
Item 58?
58, debris from driver's side rear footwear drain plug of red Chevrolet.
And item 60.
Debris from driver's side rear brake line bracket of red Chevrolet.
So essentially, every soil sample that was collected from the rear portion of that vehicle, you made an inclusive finding. Would that be fair to say?
An inclusive finding to those three known soil samples noted there.
And then if we go to item 59, again, give us that location.
'59 is debris from driver's side pinch weld of red Chevrolet.
And so that was the only sample that you were not able to make an inclusive finding. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, the only one that was found to be different and thus excluded from all the known samples.
All right.
But just to be clear,
Sure.
some of those other ones, 57, 58, and 60, were excluded from 7 of the soil samples.
Certainly. All right. So of the 10, we have 3 that were inclusive of the soil samples taken from the rear of the maroon Chevy Impala. Would that be
Yes.
fair to say? And is that an accurate summary of the findings that you made when you went through and did the comparisons?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters?
Dr. Saganor, just to be clear, your involvement in this case was essentially getting these soil samples and then comparing them to other soil samples that you already had,
Yes.
right? Okay, so, I don't want to, just keep pushing this, but just to be clear here, 3 out of those 10 soil samples were what you deem to be inclusive as compared to the soil samples from the car.
2 items, 57, 58, and 60, yes.
Okay. And then just so I'm clear here that the definition of inclusion is the possibility that these geologically derived items originated from the same source as the material collected from, in this instance, that car.
Yes, that possibility can't be excluded.
Okay, cannot be eliminated.
Yes.
Okay, so then 7 of those samples, or 7 out of the 10 samples as compared to the car, you're saying explicitly they are excluded as a possible soil sample as compared to that car.
Yes, because differences were found.
Okay. And then you mentioned on direct examination that you saw that these are defined by geographic locations, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that just a common practice to be, for these soil samples to be identified in their, physical, exact geographic location?
Sometimes they come in with coordinates like this and sometimes more general descriptions of their location.
Okay, are you aware that these soil samples then were collected very closely together?
Yes.
I mean, you would agree with me that it's, mere feet together.
I don't know exactly how many feet. My understanding is that they are on that road and they're fairly close to each other.
Would it surprise you at all that the area that these 10 samples were collected is no bigger than a car?
No, it would not surprise me.
Okay, and is that common practice?
It's common practice to collect numerous soil samples, and there's often variability even among soil samples that are collected within a restricted area.
So in this instance, in this restricted area, 70% of those soil samples were excluded as being the same dirt or soil as those collected from the car.
Yes, that's correct.
And then one of the samples was excluded from everything.
That is also correct.
That would be item 59.
Correct.
Okay. So then, again, just so I'm clear, inclusion is just the possibility that it cannot be, these samples as compared to each other can't be eliminated.
Yes, the color, texture, and composition was compared. And because of that, because they were found to be indistinguishable, that's exactly right.
Okay, and then the exclusion then is 100%, these are not the same dirts or soils.
Well, yes, that they did not come from the same source, even though that that source may be fairly small, yes.
Okay, and then as part of your involvement with this investigation or your involvement, you weren't given any other soil samples to compare against the car, were you?
No. I was not. There were other soil samples that Ms. Webb compared.
Sure, that you oversaw or you perhaps maybe agreed with?
No, I performed a technical review on that report, but I didn't perform a verification of her results. That was performed by Maureen Buttrell.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. Mr. Saganor, help to educate the lay audience. I think maybe for I'm not even going to say I think, for individuals who don't work in this field, it would be a natural assumption that if soil samples were collected from a specific area, that you could compare all of those soil samples to one another and that they would be the same in terms of color, texture, and composition. Is that the case?
No, I mean, there may be some cases where soil is similar for a greater distance, but that kind of variability that you're describing is common. If anybody's ever dug a hole more than a few feet, you usually see several individual layers that you go through. So soils that appear different and therefore from different sources can be very close to each other. And also the boundary between them can be gradual. So it can slowly transition to another soil type, but it could also be fairly sharp. It just depends on the area that you're in.
What causes the variability that you would see amongst soil samples if collected from a given area?
There are a number of soil forming factors that arise to give soil its character, to give it its color and texture and its composition. So in a broad sense, climate is a big driver of that. So soils from rainforests tend to be different than soils from deserts. The parent materials, which is the rock or soil that was broken down to form that material, gives it a lot of different characteristics. The organisms that live in it process that material and add organic content, which can add to the color as well. And also time. So the longer soils develop, the more they can become degraded. And also those layers that I described as you dig a hole, those layers often form and become more distinct over time.
Certainly. Let me throw this out by way of an example. For any of us, who do yard work, let's say we work in a particular bed and we, in digging down into that bed, we find that there is a lot of clay within the texture of that soil that makes it difficult to plant various plants. But then you may move to another bed within your yard and you don't have that issue. Is that a good way of helping us understand how various factors may just change the composition, color, and texture of soil in very close proximity to one another?
Yes, and there's another factor, which is humans. So you're talking about a garden, but material can be added and subtracted during construction. When roads are built, material is dumped down, sometimes to provide a basis for it. So in addition to all the natural soil forming factors, anytime you're close to humans and things that humans have built or manufactured, that is another contributing factor that can lead to differences, which can be quite striking. You can have material that isn't native to that particular location that's dumped there by a dump truck for whatever reason.
Okay. In this particular area, it was described as what was once a quarry. That there had been the development of a quarry that had since been abandoned. With my having indicated that, would that be one of those scenarios where you have a lot of human impact on soils within a particular area?
Well, certainly if, as they were excavating a quarry, they were dumping material all over, that would certainly affect it. I don't want to hypothesize about and speculate about specifically what led to variations in the soil in this particular location with respect to that quarry. But as a general sense, anytime you're digging a big hole and putting that dirt someplace else, you're altering both the area that you're in and the area that you're dumping that material.
Okay. Setting that aside, though, 3 of the soil samples underneath the undercarriage of that vehicle were inclusive of 3 of the soil samples that were collected on the west side of that road. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters.
Again, just so we're clear, those three items that you defined as inclusive as compared to the car, you aren't positive that those samples are the same as those found on the car, right?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not possible for you to define that those are the same soil samples.
I believe what you're saying is that I can't say that there is no other soil anywhere that might also share those characteristics. So I'm not saying that the soil from that location is the only soil. I'm sorry, if I could reverse that, the soil from the vehicle that its source had to be from exactly right there, and couldn't have been from anywhere else. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes,
I mean,
that is true.
And there's no way you could have said that.
There's no way that you can say that a soil sample from a vehicle, for example, originated from one specific location and could not have originated from anywhere else that has those same characteristics.
Okay, then that begs the question. You couldn't tell me whether the dirt from the car came from, New York, some other place in the United States. Obviously, granted, your study behind, dirt and its locations.
It is possible that there are other locations which share that. However, those locations would have to have the same parent material. They would have to have those same soil forming factors, the climate, the organisms that contributed to it, the parent material, and all of that, that as well.
Sure, and those would have to be defined by how, regions were formed.
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, and then, so being that Iowa is part of the Midwestern region, those samples could technically be found anywhere in Iowa, right?
I wouldn't say that they could be found anywhere. I looked at the color, the texture, and the composition. I looked at it under a microscope, identified specific minerals that were present, and those same colors, textures, and compositions are not going to be present everywhere, even in places where the soil is generally similar. And I think that you can see that in the variability that you see right at that site. Some of those soil samples found from the west side of the gravel road were found to be inclusive. Others, small differences were found as well.
And I'm imagining that the Mississippi River has something to do with that. Am I right?
Well, the Mississippi River is massive and certainly has affected the development of soils in this region, yes.
Sure, so given that we're very close here, especially this place by the Kunal implement is close to the Mississippi River, anywhere along that river, you could have found inclusive soil samples that, as compared to that car.
Again, I wouldn't say anywhere. What I would say is that I can't exclude as a possible source any area that I have not specifically looked at.
Sure. So you would have to look at it before you can make that determination.
Yes, if you had another location that needed to be compared, then yes, I would have to look at that.
And lastly, then of course, and I think you might have already testified this, but you didn't look at any other location, right? Every sample came from that one location.
The only examinations that I performed were on soil or debris that was removed from the vehicle compared to soil from this location that we're referring to.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Saganor, would you agree that throughout the course of any given investigation, law enforcement will gather facts that they're able to develop either through witness statements and in a situation such as this, paths of travel that the vehicle was known to have taken?
I suppose that's true.
Certainly. As a component of this particular investigation, I would represent to you that there was a large amount of video surveillance footage that was seized. And in the course of the investigation, locations that vehicle had traveled to, there were soil samples collected from those locations where it was would have potentially been off a paved roadway. That being said, is it significant to you that at any given location where that vehicle had traveled and would have been off a paved roadway, that soil samples would have been collected from those locations and compared to the undercarriage of what was found underneath the maroon Chevy Impala?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the soil samples that Ms. Webb analyzed?
Absolutely.
So I apologize. I don't know exactly what the question is. Were you asking,
Certainly.
is it significant?
Well, let's just say this. If a vehicle is traveling on a paved highway, we wouldn't imagine that there would be mud stuck up underneath the undercarriage, would we?
That is often the case, but when the specifics of how soil ends up on a vehicle depend a lot on the conditions, how wet it is. So it is possible to drive down a road and pick up debris from that. It is possible to drive down a road and not. So I can't say that any place a car goes, it will pick up soil from that location.
Certainly, I understand that. But if law enforcement had gone to locations where that vehicle was identified as having traveled in areas or parked in areas where there could be soil up underneath that undercarriage, isn't it significant to you that soil samples would have been collected from each of those locations and compared to what was underneath the undercarriage?
I would say that the examination that Ms. Webb did showed that the soil samples that were collected from those locations that you're referring to were different from the soil that is on the vehicle and is therefore excluded from having come from a common source.
Thank you. But yet with your findings, when you compared 10 of those samples to the dirt under the undercarriage, 3 of those 10 soil samples were inclusive of what was taken from under the undercarriage of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll be adjourned for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30.
Okay, as I predicted, we have lunch. So, let's see. Let's see, we've got a video here where military analyst Sean Bell describes key features of the video footage of the crash, which is said to have had Yevgeny Prigozhin on board. So let's take a look at this because I haven't had a chance to see it yet. So let's, oops.
Well, that was Diana Magnay in St. Petersburg. Here in the studio, I'm joined by our military analyst, Sean Bell. Hello to you, Sean.
Afternoon, Bell.
Let's start with almost the hardest thing in this case. What are the facts? What do we actually know for sure?
Yeah, it's always worth redating ourselves when there's lots of conjecture around this. What we know is that it was a private Embraer Legacy 600 aircraft. It was actually this one, which was owned by Yevgeny Prigozhin. There were 10 people on the manifest, 3 crew, 7 passengers, which include Yevgeny Prigozhin and his deputy. The video that's been shown, obviously taken by mobile phone, shows the weather was really good, so that wasn't a factor in the crash. But the crash scene, it was evidently not a survivable accident at all. The radar tracks show that the aircraft was en route from Moscow Airport to St. Petersburg and crashed north of Moscow. And so far, there's been no comment from either the Kremlin or the Russian Ministry of Defense.
Okay, and what about you with your pilot's hat on? What do you see when you look at these images?
The huge caveat, grey-haired, experienced pilot, but when we were on operations, we'd always look for the twirly smoke of surface-to-air missile systems. It looks different than cloud. That's what we're seeing here. It could be an explosion, but it does look far more like a missile. If we look later in the video, there's also smoke streaming from the wreckage of the aircraft, but actually it looks too light to be smoke. It's almost certainly fuel and vast quantities, so there's a catastrophic failure there. If we move forward even further in the video, we now see the aircraft very close to the ground. Now, either the wings come off or a tailplane's come off, and if we look to the next picture that we've got from the crash site, this actually, we thought was a wing, but actually on closer examination, this is part of the tailplane of the aircraft, and it's landed some distance away from the main aircraft itself. So whatever occurred up there severed the tailplane, and of course that made any crash unsurvivable. What caused this? it was not an accident. Either there was a bomb on board and it blew outwards, looks unlikely because there's a very small crash site, or this was a surface-to-air or air-to-air missile which has blown the aircraft up at the back of it and severed the tailplane and made the aircraft completely uncontrollable.
All right, so that's pretty clear on what we do know. Whilst all of that's going on up in the air, down on the ground, we know how important Crimea is to both sides in this conflict. What's been going on there?
Well, we've literally been hearing today from Ukraine that there was a special forces operation by Ukraine against Crimea. They landed in the early hours of the morning, we understand, had some combat on the islands. They furled up the Ukrainian flag. They were very proud of this, the first time it's waved over Crimea, and then they vacated again. Now, tactically, so what? They haven't maintained the ground at all. But actually, when you look at this, demonstrates Crimea's vulnerability. It's actually quite a significant size. President Putin will not want to lose Crimea at all. And what it's forcing Russia to do is to decide where it puts its forces. If it reinforces Crimea, it has to take those forces out of occupied Ukraine. If and when it does that, which it certainly will do as a result of this, it weakens Russian defenses, which means when Ukraine does some form of breakthrough, it's more likely to be significant. But this was a really key operation, not just tactically, but also for morale for Ukrainian forces.
All right, really great to get your thoughts. Thank you very much, Sean Bell there.
So let's see what else we've got here. Okay, and yesterday we had, one of my videos says it's unavailable. Okay, here we go. Oops. Oops, I did it the wrong way around. Let's try doing it again. Okay, yesterday evening there was a mass shooting in Orange County, and last night they were talking about possibly the perpetrator being ex-law enforcement. So let's take a look at that after this commercial break.
What if I accidentally hit a food truck? What if it gets covered in empanadas? At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Thanks.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Multiple 911 calls of shots being fired at Cook's Corner. The caller stated that the male fired 4 to 6 shots. About 2 minutes later, at 7:06 p.m., deputies arrived on scene and dispatch could hear gunshots in the background. At 7:08 p.m., deputies then confronted a male subject that was armed with a gun. At that point, a deputy involved shooting occurred, and that involved multiple deputies. At this point, the man believed to be involved in the shooting is deceased at the scene. At least one weapon has been recovered at the scene, and we have been made aware that the suspect may be retired law enforcement. We are working to confirm that information as we speak. I want to remind everyone that we are just 3 hours from the time that this shooting occurred. We still have a number of people, a number of witnesses that we need to interview, and we're going to be processing the scene throughout the night. So I ask that you be patient. We're trying to provide as much information as we can. But again, it's a very complex and detailed scene, and we have folks out there working throughout the night processing the scene. I want to thank our partners from the Orange County Fire Authority for their assistance and their response. And I want to thank also the Trauma Intervention Program who responded. They are a group of volunteers who respond and assist with many of our victims, families, witnesses, and those that experience and observe this really tragic incident. I also want to thank our federal partners from the FBI and the ATF who are here also assisting as needed. And at this point, I will turn it over to Chief Brian Fennessy to provide an update.
Thank you. At 7:05 p.m., Orange County Fire Authority firefighters responded to assist the Orange County Sheriff's Department for a report of a shooting and immediately entered into unified command with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. OCFA firefighter paramedics treated and transported 6 people to a local trauma center, 5 of which had reported gunshot wounds. The other 4, or 2 of the 6 people we transported, are in critical condition. The other 4 are in stable condition. In addition, 4 people were pronounced deceased on scene by our firefighter paramedics. This tragic incident weighs heavy on our community and the first responders, and our hearts go out to all those involved. Thank you.
As I mentioned just a few minutes ago, obviously we're only a couple of hours removed from this incident, so we're willing to take a few brief questions, but please be patient with us as we don't have a lot of detail. Michelle.
Jeff, what can you tell us about the fact that this is possibly a domestic violence incident, that the gunman shot his wife inside of the bar?
So the question was, is this possibly a domestic violence incident involving a male and a female subject? That's part of the ongoing investigation. Obviously, we're getting a lot of the same information, but as I mentioned, we have a number of witnesses that are down at Cook's Corner that are being interviewed now. So I think it's too early to confirm any of that information. But we're getting some of that same information, working to confirm it.
What can you tell us about the 4 people were killed?
I'm sorry.
What can you tell us about the 4 people that were killed? Were their ages, and were they women, men?
The question was about the 4 that are deceased. I don't have any of the information. I don't know gender or age or any details at this point.
Can you answer why you think that the shooter may have been from law enforcement, and that have you been in contact with the Ventura County Police Department or Ventura Police Department? And is it a former officer out there?
The question was about whether or not the shooter was a prior law enforcement. We are just getting some of that preliminary information. It's way too early to confirm any of that, whether it's a specific agency, whether he's actually retired or where he retired from. But we're working to confirm that and would expect to have that information maybe tomorrow if in fact it's true.
From scene, from people who knew him on scene, or is that something that
I don't have those details. I'm sorry.
Jeff, what do you know about the guns so far? We heard from a witness that he came in with 2 handguns, then went to a truck and recovered either a rifle or a shotgun. What can you tell us about the guns and the ammo?
Yeah, the question was about weapons that may have been used. The only information is what I said earlier. We recovered at least 1 weapon. As to what type of weapons they are, or whether he went and retrieved another one, I don't have that information.
Can you describe again, Jeff, the encounter when your deputies arrived? Please tell us, and what was dispatch hearing?
Again, it's very brief. Deputies were on scene very quickly, within a couple of minutes. As they arrived on scene, when they key up their radio, dispatch can obviously hear what is happening around them oftentimes. And it is our understanding that dispatch could hear gunshots going off in the background.
Was there an exchange of gunfire between the responding deputies and the alleged shooter?
I don't know if it was with the alleged shooter. I know there was a deputy-involved shooting involving multiple deputies. At this point, I think it's safe to assume that they would have engaged the shooter, but I don't have specific details.
Can you just talk about this happening to this community? Mass shootings in Orange County are not exactly very common. What it's like to.
Yeah. I'm big fine, too confident. I don't need your compliment. You killed this. I understood the assignment. I understood the assignment.
When this happened and what this community is feeling tonight?
It's obviously a horrible and a tragic situation. These types of shootings are not commonplace here in Orange County. Fortunately, when these things do happen, I think we have some of the best and most well-trained professionals that respond in the Sheriff's Department and the Orange County Fire Authority. But as you mentioned, yes, it's an absolute tragic event and something that I know is probably weighing very heavy on the entire Trabuco Canyon community. Cook's Corner, I mean, it's a staple here in South Orange County, in this area of Orange County. So it's a significant thing.
Jeff, do we have any indication of how many witnesses the detectives have now pulled aside to talk with, trying to get a sequence of events? What happened? Why it happened?
I'm hearing upwards of 30 to 40 witnesses possibly.
These are people who were not injured, not wounded in any way by what happened there. They just got out of the scene.
That's my understanding, yes.
So then, Jeff, when you guys went in to do this, what's your protocol on an active shooter? Is it arrest or is it neutralize the threat? Which way did it go?
I don't want to get too much into that because I don't know the specifics of the incident other than that there was somebody shooting, but our training, our protocol tells us that we would engage that suspect, yes.
So if you're under arrest, raise your hands, nothing.
That's all going to be dependent on the situation. I don't want to speculate at this point because I don't know exactly what the deputies encountered when they arrived.
Just for clarification, the 4 people who are deceased, one of them is the gunman?
Yes, that's correct.
That's not including the gunman.
At the time or showed up, or is there any information about that?
I don't have that information. I know when the deputies arrived, he was at Cook's Corner. How long he had been there, or what happened preceding their arrival, or that call to dispatch, I don't know.
How many people were in the bar at the time? And is there a relocation center at all for people wondering where their loved ones may be? And where are those loved ones if they're missing?
So I don't know the exact number. As I mentioned, we've got investigators down at the scene that are interviewing folks. We don't have any type of a reunification center, but those people obviously would have the ability to reach out to loved ones and let them know that they're okay.
Is there an update on the conditions of the other people that were shot?
I don't have that information. Orange County Fire Authority may have some of those details. We know that 6 were transported, as the chief said, 2 were critical.
Jeff, were all of the casualties inside the confines of the bar itself, or was anyone wounded outside?
I don't have those specifics. I'm sorry.
Where the shooter was engaged, because there's a video that says the shooter went back out to his truck to reload and then was shot at that point.
Yeah, and that question was asked, and I don't have those specifics at all. I'm sorry. It's just too early. Again, I apologize. It's just only a couple of hours removed, and it's just important that we get through all of the witnesses to find out truly what happened. And obviously, if there's any video available, those types of things, we're working on all of that now.
Are there security cameras?
I don't know, if there are, that would be some of the first things that we would look at.
Children or families put in harm's way there inside of that establishment tonight?
I would assume. I don't know if there were children there. I don't know the number of people. Based on the number of people that we have to interview and witnesses that are down there, it sounds like there was a number of people there this evening.
That all of the people that were killed were women. Can you not confirm that?
I cannot confirm that. I'm sorry.
Confirm an age range?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
And people were shot inside and outside, so their bodies and or wounded sprawled across the property.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm just at the location, whether they're inside the building, outside the building. I can't confirm that at all. I just don't know.
Does it appear just from the scene that he was shooting indiscriminately at anyone in sight?
That I don't know. That's going to be involved with the witnesses and speaking to the deputies and so forth, but I don't know how that actually happened. I'll take one more question.
Were there other law enforcement officers that were already at Cook's Corner on duty or?
Not, it's possible, but not that I'm aware of at this point. So, all right. Thank you very much.
Are you at the suspect's home right now, Jeff?
There's an investigation that's going on at this point. So I don't have that information, and we're not prepared to share that. So thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. We appreciate it.
All right. You've been listening to a live press conference from the Undersheriff of Orange County Sheriff's Department. This is Jeff Halleck.
Okay, and that was overnight. I don't know if they've had any updates on it since then. Let's see. Let's go back over to our flagpole while we see what else is going on in the world. Oh, let's see let's look at the closing arguments in the Henry VIII trial. Just a sec. Let's see. No, we don't have just the closing arguments isolated. So, except for there is one on the defense. I'm kind of more interested in the prosecution to start with. Well, okay, let's listen to the. Oh, it doesn't specify which side is. Okay, well, let's listen to this. It's probably just some highlights, so.
That's Alec, the uncatchable catch. We'll see about that. Hi, hello, I'm Lena. Never Ever After premieres Saturday at 8/7 Central, only on Hallmark Channel.
We remain in Nevada for the widower murder retrial. Once the state finished their closing, it was the defense's turn. Attorney Chris Oram talked about the 911 call and Randolph's reactions to the shooting. Take a listen.
We want you to understand our side. And we don't have a burden of proof. We don't have to prove anything. We have to show doubt. We don't even have to show that. If you see doubt that's reasonable, you're required to find Mr. Randolph not guilty. He wanted her to have medical aid. He was the only one who did it. I want you to do something. Listen to the 911 call. There's that silence. After you hear the clearing of the house, there's a silence. And it goes on. And the reason the silence is important, because you could hear it the first time, like, why is he talking about the silence? Tommy is outside. And he's wondering, because I brought it out in the statement. Remember how in the beginning they were saying that he was complaining about law enforcement not showing up for 20 or 30 minutes? That's not what he was complaining about. He was complaining that 911, that medical didn't go in. He could see they're not going in. They didn't go in to help her. The only person who gave her aid was him. He tried in vain because you can see there's nothing that can be done because of what Michael Miller had done to his wife. You know, a suggestion that Michael Miller was anything other than a murderer is offensive. The evidence says they're wrong. Because what they did, what the prosecution did, is they told you a bunch of things in opening argument that we'll go through that were inaccurate. Here's a big one. Seemed like a relatively innocuous witness. Amy Corn got up on the witness stand. She says, 911 lady. And there were questions about compressions. Mr. Hamner asked, did you hear? Did she get chest compressions? No. Let's listen. Let's listen to this.
I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony, you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he told you, I'm going to ask you at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone getting chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
No, I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
Why was that done? Why were you told that? Why was that in a pre-trial where the lady got up? And I would suggest she became a pawn because when Mr. Tomchek was asking her questions, you could see she was almost embarrassed. There was a meeting, and I did say I was going to say that, and I don't know what a chest compression sounds like. Why would they do that? Well, you know why they're doing it, right? Because if she'll say there's no chest compressions, then that's what you'll believe. Do you see that? You'll believe there's no chest compressions, so that makes him a liar. He's a liar because you didn't give her chest compressions. Why? Because that was an orchestrated attack upon the defendant.
What is the objection? Counsel Roach.
The state objected many times during the defense's closing argument. Again, it's not something that's usual, but if there's things going on that aren't within the purview of the rules, they will object. Right now, rebuttal closings are actually underway. So what I want to do is get you into the courtroom now for the state's rebuttal argument.
Both parties will go into the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. John, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready, you can begin your rebuttal.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you at the very beginning of this case, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder. And now that you've seen all the evidence, you can see how difficult it was for Mr. Randolph to try to pull this off. Because when you looked at all the evidence, now that you've heard it all, it is abundantly clear he completely failed. He completely failed. Why? Because his story doesn't add up. It doesn't add up with what you see physically at the scene. It doesn't add up in the manner in which he discusses his wife. It doesn't add up with how he treats his wife. It doesn't add up when you see the insurance policies. It doesn't add up when you start thinking about his relationship with Michael Miller. None of it makes sense if you're painting the story that you're the victim. But in this story, he's not a victim. He's a villain. He has hatched this plan to get rid of his wife, get out of debt, go off with his girlfriend, and take $332,000 and a home. That was the plan. But he got caught. The credibility of a witness. This is a really, really important instruction. You should consider someone's manner upon the stand, their fears, their motives, their interests, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength and weaknesses of their recollection. And here's the best part. If you believe someone has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which isn't proved by other evidence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, when we start evaluating the statements that he makes in these walkthroughs is a problem because it's not proved by other evidence. It's contradicted by other evidence. It's repelled by other evidence.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem for Thomas Randolph.
And where do you currently reside?
Okay, let's see. What else is out there in the world of true crime today? Let's take a look around some more and see what's going on. Okay, new details on the suspect and victims in Cook's Corner.
And, Roxanne, it's important to note that Cook's Corner, they call themselves a dive bar. They're very popular with bikers, but this wasn't just a biker bar. This was actually an important part of the community where families regularly went, especially on nights like Wednesday. It was spaghetti dinner night, a tradition at Cook's. So a lot of families, as a matter of fact, their front sign says children welcome. So this isn't just a biker bar. This is an important part of the Orange County community. And as you said, we are learning more about the shooter. He's been identified by the district attorney as John Snowling, a former retired police officer from Ventura. We've learned that he retired about 9 years ago as a sergeant. Now, we've got some video to show you, and in it you can hear the gunfire, and it can be disturbing, especially since we know that 3 innocent lives were lost. The shooting at Cook's Corner happened just after 7 o'clock last night. The place was packed for that weekly spaghetti dinner when witnesses said a man, now identified as John Snowling, walked in and opened fire into the crowded bar just like that. And just like that, 3 innocent people lost their lives and 6 others were injured. 5 of them shot, 2 left in critical condition. Moments later, responding deputies with the Orange County Sheriff's Department confronted the shooter. There was a shooting and the suspect died here at the scene too.
Fortunately, when these things do happen, I think we have some of the best and most well-trained professionals that respond in the Sheriff's Department and the Orange County Fire Authority. But as you mentioned, yes, it's an absolute tragic event and something that I know is probably weighing very heavy on the entire Trabuco Canyon community. Cook's Corner, I mean, it's a staple here in South Orange County, in this area of Orange County. So it's a significant thing.
And 14 hours after the shooting, today the investigation continues, the crime scene being documented. We have detectives with the Orange County Sheriff's Department working side by side with the ATF, with the FBI, and with representatives from the district attorney's office who always investigate when there is an officer-involved shooting. They're handling that part of the investigation. Now, William Mosby, he is Snowling's former father-in-law. He spoke to the Orange County Register. He told them that his daughter was at Cook's Corner last night. She's 61 years old. She regularly attended the spaghetti night dinner. She was there with at least one girlfriend. She was shot in the face. And Mosby told the Register, quote, that his former son-in-law was, again, quote, crazy, and that he did not take the divorce well. Now, we're expecting an update from the Orange County Sheriff's Department that will come later today. Right now, none of the victims have been publicly identified by officials. Reporting live this morning, I'm Gigi Gracia. We'll send it back to you.
Gigi, that's a really important point that you're making about the fact that this isn't just a biker bar. This is where families went. The fact the sign outside says children welcome, it really paints a different picture. The tragedy is tragic nonetheless, but it definitely was a focal point for that community. And we really feel for the families there that saw this unfold before them. Speaking of those victims, Gigi, thank you. We're going to turn over and check in with Mario to get an update on the 6 people who were injured in the mass shooting.
Yeah, Mario standing by outside Providence Mission Hospital in Mission Viejo with the details. Mario.
Hi, Roxy Sandra. We are getting new information learning that 2 of the victims hospitalized were band members playing live when this all happened at that Trabuco Canyon bar. 6 people in all were taken here to Providence Mission Hospital, the trauma center. This is about 10 miles south of where that shooting unfolded. Take a look. Cell phone video showing at least one of the victims being treated by first responders, other bar patrons even rushing in to help some of the injured. The shooting at Cook's Corner Bar on Santiago Canyon Road unfolding, and in front of as many as 40 people. It left 4 people dead, including the suspected gunman, taken down by sheriff's deputies outside, while several others were left injured during the incident.
OCFA firefighter paramedics treated and transported 6 people to a local trauma center, 5 of which had reported gunshot wounds.
The trauma intervention program who responded, they are a group of volunteers who respond and assist with many of our victims, families, witnesses, and those that experience and observe this really tragic incident.
2 of the victims, according to a hospital spokesperson, critically injured, 4 in stable condition, and one of the victims who survived being identified by family as the estranged ex-wife of the suspected shooter, 61-year-old Marie Snowling, who they say was targeted at the bar and suffered a gunshot wound to the face before being taken to the hospital. And we've learned she has since been transferred to UCI Medical Center. As for those 2 band members that were shot, I mentioned at the top of the report, they're expected to survive, and the names of those 3 innocent people killed have not yet been released. Reporting live in Mission Viejo, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Okay, let's see. We've got approximately 50 minutes left in our lunch. Take another look here. Okay, here's a witness.
Thank you. I just talked to a witness who was up at Cook's Corner at the time of this shooting, and he has lost a friend. What he says is there was 5 or 6 shots. They were outside in the picnic area. They heard these shots, and then the shooting stopped, and then it started up again. And he said a group of people on the outside started running, and he said that included his friend, a man in Irvine, from Irvine. And when they were running, he said his friend went down next to him, and he assumed that he had tripped. And again, this witness who I spoke to said that he, kept running and lost track of his friend for a time. After that, he says he came into contact with another victim, someone who was shot in the arm and had a pretty bad injury. He described him as a cook at the restaurant. He said they barricaded themselves in the kitchen, and he grabbed a frying pan and they waited it out there. He said later it is when he found out that his friend, in fact, hadn't tripped, but he was shot in the back and was killed. He also told me a story about a woman who he spoke to. He described her as an employee who works at Cook's Corner, and he said that she came up to him and described this encounter with the gunman. Apparently, the woman was pregnant, and she said to the gunman, "Please don't kill me. I'm 5 months pregnant." And the gunman then said, "Get out of here." So these are just a few of the stories that were being told. Again, I just hung up a few minutes ago with this witness. He is still up at the scene. He said, he's understandably in shock, and he's been interviewed several times by law enforcement, and he remains up at Cook's Corner. Behind me, you can see all of the cameras and the podium. We are awaiting a new briefing from the Orange County Sheriff's Department at 11 o'clock. So we hope to get a few more details about the shooter, who, as we know, is dead, and who our sources have told us is a former police officer with Ventura Police. Back to you.
And so, Michelle, if I'm understanding correctly, that friend that you were talking, the friend of the victim, that person was actually at Cook's Corner?
That's right. He was there with his friend outside in the picnic area. there's kind of like a beer garden out there, lots of tables set up outside. And he said they heard 5 or 6 shots coming from inside, and then it stopped. And then there were a volley of shots. He said maybe 30 shots afterwards, and that's when they all started running.
Michelle Gili at the scene here in Trabuco Canyon of Cook's Corner, where there's a scene of a deadly mass shooting that occurred earlier tonight, just after 7 o'clock. 4 people dead, found on the scene, 6 with gunshot wounds. In addition to those 4 dead, all taken to a trauma center, 2 in critical, 4 in stable. Michelle, thank you so much. We know that you'll have additional information coming up later here on KCAL News. I'd like to get to Desmond Shaw, because Michelle had mentioned that there were the witness had known that somebody saw this and was still at the scene now. Are you seeing that they are releasing anybody? What's the latest on the people being interviewed? You had one person that might have been able to leave. Can you tell me more?
I can see what looks like maybe a detective interviewing someone right now. This is where it's all taking place, I believe, in the beer garden that Michelle Gili was just referencing. We know that at least a few people have cleared from the scene. I've seen at least one, I believe 2 vehicles that left here, this whole side parking lot, that they have been able to leave. And now that we know from what Michelle is saying from her source, it sounds like the shooting began inside here at Cook's Corner. I was originally thinking that maybe it happened in the beer garden, but we know that that couldn't have happened also because that's where we have everyone gathered up. And, sheriff's deputies would not have all of these people gathered in this area if that was where any of the shooting took place, because they would be too close to potential evidence or stuff like that. So, so if the shooting happened inside, the nearest body is in this area where there is a canopy, kind of in this in-between area between the interior of the building and that large beer garden, and then the other 2 victims out in this area. So I'm wondering if the person in the rear was the person who was killed first, and if that is the suspect's wife or not, or if one of these 2 out here in front underneath these canopies is one of the suspect's wife. Over here underneath this canopy of trees where this spotlight is, there is another canopy, and that is where the suspect is. At first, we thought that they were inside of a vehicle, but they're actually on the ground. I did see that in the last orbit that we came through. So we're starting to kind of piece this together a little bit at a time. A very key detail there, it sounds like, with the shooting actually beginning in the interior of Cook's Corner.
Well, as Michelle was talking about, 5 to 6 shots heard first in the picnic area. The shooting stopped, according to the friend of the victim that Michelle was talking with tonight on the phone. And then the shooting started again. Now, I want to bring your attention to some sound that we got with someone who actually heard the shooting. So let's listen to that.
And we heard gunshots just randomly start going off. And then a few minutes later, we heard it kind of increasing. We were like really confused what was going on, and we were kind of scared. And then we kind of ran back inside. But it's just a crazy scene from there.
So the gunshots started, they paused, and they continued?
Yeah, they kind of paused for a second. I think that was the original shooting. And when they continued, I think it was when the police officers showed up.
Got it.
That's what me and my mom could tell anyway.
So when you were looking down there, what could you see?
It's kind of hard to tell. It's a bit of a look, but we definitely saw the cop cars coming up, and then we heard the gunshots kind of increase once the cops were there. So that's kind of what was going on.
So what are you thinking the whole time that this is going on?
I mean, we were super scary. All the neighbors were out in the middle of the street, like, what is going on? Why are there gunshots right in our backyard? And then it was a very scary moment. My mom and I, we looked for a second, then we got scared because we didn't know how close it was. So we went back inside our house, and then I was kind of scared for an hour or two. So I finally came back down here just to check it out closer to the scene.
Well, that witness confirming what we heard from Michelle's witness, 5 to 6 shots in the picnic area, or the shots heard first, it's stopping, and then lots of shots happening again. And that witness telling us that he believes that's when police were engaging.
And that's when that young man probably heard the second volley, if you will, is once the police officers with the Orange County Sheriff's Department showed up, then they exchanged gunfire with the shooter. So 5 or 6 shots, and then people running. More shots later, probably when officers arrived.
Okay, well, that kind of gives us a better picture of what went down. Let's look at the flagpole a moment. And Let's see what else is out there in the world of crime and punishment. Let's see. Oh, interesting. AB has a post on his community tab saying, is the Wagner chief faking his own death? That's more likely it. Yevgeny knows how Putin works. He is not naive about what happens if you question the authority in the motherland. I have to say, that is a brilliant observation, which I hadn't thought of. I mean, his name was on the manifest. It's easy to put a name on the manifest and not show up. And so he could well have faked it. Because the last word was he was in Africa just a couple of days before. And so for him to be in Moscow and leaving on a plane seems a little odd. So, of course, Moscow, the Kremlin would know from passports whether he had come back to the country. So, unless, I don't know. I suppose he might know ways to get in and out without being detected. Let's see. Let's see, jury deliberations should start in about 40 minutes again in Las Vegas. Here, let's see. This is neighbors about the situation in Pittsburgh yesterday. Let's listen to that.
It's been more than 24 hours since the silence was broken in a quiet neighborhood and transformed into a scene out of a war zone. Neighbors having to be evacuated while thousands of rounds were exchanged between police and a man they were trying to evict. Police say this man, William Hardison Sr., faced off with law enforcement, shooting thousands of rounds back and forth for hours. He was declared dead shortly after 5 last night.
The image went away.
It's been more than 24 hours since the silence was broken in a quiet neighborhood and transformed into a scene out of a war zone. Neighbors having to be evacuated while thousands of rounds were exchanged between police and a man they were trying to evict. Police say this man, William Hardison Sr., faced off with law enforcement, shooting thousands of rounds back and forth for hours. He was declared dead shortly after 5 last night. Neighbors are still feeling the impact from yesterday's shootout, with many still out of their homes at this hour as the investigation continues. We spoke to a next-door neighbor who is now forced from his home that was riddled with bullets. Krista Rose has more on this and the ongoing investigation.
A chaotic scene here along Broad Street yesterday has led to a quiet and somber morning as a neighborhood tries to recover and get its footing once again after a 6-hour standoff and shootout. As dawn broke on this street in Garfield early this morning, people were slowly returning. Some to look, but others, like these employees from nearby Children's Hospital who park in the neighborhood, came to pick up their cars that they couldn't get to yesterday because of all the gunfire.
So we just took a chance to come down here to see if the street was open, and we knew we had to move our cars I'm glad, this is over, and I feel sorry that about what happened.
One person on the street, however, had more than just his car here. Martin Nichols lived next door to the shooter, William Hartson, and he spoke exclusively with KDKA about his neighbor, who he says was a menace to those on this street.
Everybody has been saying that he was this nice, kind teddy bear. This man was not that in any way, shape, or form. This man was known as a menace to pretty much everybody else who lived on that street.
According to Nichols, he says that Hartson was not only squatting in the house next to his, but he would yell at people, throw garbage in neighbors' yards, and even stole water out of neighbors' outdoor spigots. Nichols was not home yesterday when the bullets began to fly in his quiet street, but after the scene had been secured late last night, he was allowed into his home briefly to retrieve a few personal belongings. And what he saw, he says, looked like a war zone.
We were literally right next door to him. Our walls were also attached, and it was quite devastating to see the inside of the home. So much dust and drywall everywhere. As soon as you walk through the front, it looked like an absolute war zone.
A war zone that now needs to be investigated, and once that's done, somehow cleaned and made habitable again. Nichols is now staying with a coworker, but being an asthmatic and with the amount of dust left from all the shot up walls, he doesn't know if he'll ever be able to live in that home again. It's truly an incredible scene, and damage really can be seen everywhere in the neighborhood. And Nichols and other folks that have been displaced from yesterday's violence, they have not been given an official word as to when they can get back and live in their homes. But the question is, will they want to stay and live in their homes? We've got more on the story on our website, kdka.com. But for now, reporting in Garfield, Krista Rose, KDKA TV News.
Okay, and looking at that, it sure looks trashed. I wonder if it was purchased by a flipper. The purchase price was $25,000, I think they said. I don't expect houses in that neighborhood go for a lot. There might be some profit margin, but certainly breaking all the windows and so forth might add to that, but he might have been planning to put vinyl windows in anyway. So let's see. See if we can find some images of the house. Not individual photos. Somebody ought to do some from the screenshots. Let's see. Oh, I was thinking we had it started at 12:30. It says jury deliberation feed starts in under 4 minutes. We'll listen to what the judge has to say before the jury goes off again today. Okay, well, while we wait, let's... Okay, where is that tab? Let's listen to the experts talking about Brian Kohberger waiving his right to a speedy trial.
We have some breaking news in the Idaho student murders case. Brian Kohberger, he was in court today for a status conference where he waived his right to a speedy trial. That hearing just wrapped up, and now we can bring it to you. So let's listen.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Kohberger, did you read this over?
Yes.
Okay, what I'm talking about is the written waiver of speedy trial.
Yes.
Did you understand the terms here?
Yes.
Which we've already talked about.
Yes.
And you agree with deciding the form waiver of speedy trial, Ms. Taylor? Okay, so Mr. Kohberger, do you want me to accept the waiver?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you understand that if I accept your waiver, you're giving up your constitutional right under the United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution on a constitutional right of speedy trial?
I understand.
And you understand that if I accept your waiver, you're also giving up your Idaho statutory right to a speedy trial?
Yes.
And that is within 6 months of your waiver?
Yes.
And you agree with the vendor of the waiver, Ms. Taylor? Kohberger, do you want me to accept your waiver?
I do.
Based on our discussion, your waiver of these rights expressly in court and also in signing this waiver of speedy trial. Also, you are entering these waivers on advice of counsel. I will accept your waiver of speedy trial. I find that your waivers are knowing, intelligent, voluntary, and there's actually good cause to recognize that. And that should be what I heard from your counsel, Thompson, and in my mind. So, with that, we can talk about resetting this record. I'm prepared to do that today. Sarah?
I would say that we are not prepared to choose the trial date today. And that brings me to kind of the second part of what I wanted to talk to the court and also about today. We currently have September 1st as the date for the motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Our deadline to file our challenges will be today, and we're prepared to file those today. Our goal is that that particular hearing date, we like to keep it, both challenge the grand jury indictment, and also there are 2 additional motions that we're going to be filing, and we're hoping that we have those heard. After that time, after we heard the motion, we'd be in a position to meet with the state review prior and talk about a reasonable trial setting. My preference would be to have us discuss that and reset the trial one time and not do this a number of times and worry about getting subpoenas out and building a That would be my request. The other deadlines that are in place right now on the court's scheduling order, I think those would be appropriate for us to talk about with the state and the defense and perhaps suggest for the court to order a different scheduling order than one that exists. We simply want to keep the grand jury indictment challenge date because that's the city, and having the court's decision on that will largely impact what goes in this. If the court will allow, I'd like to briefly address the other 2 motions that are coming and have not been filed today. Your Honor, we will be filing a motion that has to do with media in the courtroom, particularly surveillance in the courtroom. And that motion should be filed by the end of the day or first thing tomorrow. That comes from surveillance. The other motion, Your Honor, has to do with what happens to witnesses that the defense might have. The court will recall that we are targets to testify last Friday at the hearing. Last night, it was visited by 2 FBI agents and interrogated about the testimony, the timing of the declaration. That, in our view, impacts Mr. Kohberger's due process rights and rights to protect his And that motion will also be filed Thursday.
Okay, so that was some breaking news that did happen earlier today. We were finally able to play that for you. Bryan Kohberger, we heard him speaking there, waiving his right to a speedy trial. We do need to take a break here, but we do have much more from the Bryan Kohberger hearing. You won't miss a minute, so keep it right here. You are watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Argument,
for a status conference where he waived his right to a speedy trial. We turned this tape around immediately, so we apologize for any technical glitches that you might see. And you also may notice a static noise. That's in the court feed. That's from a fan that was in the courtroom. So if you hear it, that's what it is. We have more now from that hearing, which just wrapped up.
Genetic genealogy field. Those indicated as it was reported to the investigators, to our investigators, that she was redated on some of the things she testified to in court. When we heard of that, I reached out to the investigators and said, can you find out what's going on? And the FBI indeed undertook the investigation. And their reports are that, as far as claims that some of what was in her declaration, she inadvertently agreed to her side without fully reading it. We're documenting that so we can expose it to the state and to the court, because I think those directly is what happened last week. That's the only reason that she was found that, because the court does that she was retracting some of what she had testified to what was in the declaration. And we felt very keen to cover that system. There was no other motive, no other motivation to it. I just wanted to take the court.
Your Honor, that's certainly from the information that I received. I would have been happy to be advised about that, but I'm not sure. Yes.
That's how we sort these things out. So,
Your Honor, that's certainly from the information that I received. I would have been happy to be advised about that, but I'm not sure that's accurate. I mean, I'm sure that's responsive. I'm not saying that all the letter, but the quality of the information police received, I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. My hope is that these FBI agents that were at the services home last night, hopefully they reported everything they talked to her about, and that should resolve the issue.
That's how we sort these things out. So, back to exchange of the scheduling order. I think it does make some sense to review that. You want to just talk about that before we start taking that apart? We don't have to do it right now. So.
Judge, the state's position is that the court vacates the October trial date, vacates the scheduling order. Let us get through what we're going to do on the 1st, and then let's talk and see if we can come to an agreement. If not, I'll allow the court to set a date for trial is realistic, and then have a scheduling order generated that reflects the time of preparing for trial and is useful for both parties to what they need to do.
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. We should get through the hearing on the 1st, and then we'll have these meet with Mr. Hudson in his office and discuss the appropriate date.
That council can talk about some of those things before they can back to the court.
Yes.
I fully support that. So I'm vacating the trial, October 2nd. I'm vacating the scheduling order set for September 1st. Okay? So accepted Mr. Kohberger's neighbors to the trial. I have maybe a personal issue to discuss with you. First of all, I wanted to tell you, I'm getting requests for excuses already from potential jurors, and what I'm doing is not excusing anybody at this point. The commissioner, jury commissioner is collecting those, and then we're going to do those excuses on the record with you. Okay, I think that's appropriate in a case like this. Does that make sense, Ms. Taylor?
The excuses are from potential jurors.
They may be. I mean, these expanding the panel. Okay, because I was thinking that I need a lot more potential jurors to show up.
And we're going to pause things right here for a really short break. So don't go anywhere, because when we return, we'll get you more back into that courtroom for the hearing in the Idaho student murders case. So keep it right here. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, 2 previously dismissed sexual abuse lawsuits against Michael Jackson have been reinstated by an appeals court. So what does all this mean for the estate of the late singer? And what we learned from today's status hearing in the Idaho College student murders. Did the defendant waive his right to a speedy trial? And what?
And welcome back to Court TV Live. We do have some breaking news in the Idaho student murders case. Defendant Brian Koberger, he was in court today for a status conference where he waived his right to a speedy trial. We turned this tape around immediately, so we do apologize for any technical glitches that you noticed. I know earlier when we were watching it, there were some pauses there. You may also notice a static noise, so that's kind of in the feed too. That's from a fan in the courtroom. So just try to listen closely and you can get more of what's happening in court. So let's get you some more from that hearing.
So, Mr. Koberger, did you read this over? Yes. Okay, what I'm talking about is the written waiver of speedy trial. Yes. Did you understand the terms here? Yes. Which we've already talked about. Yes. And you agree with the signing the form waiver of speedy trial in favor? Okay, so Mr. Koberger, do you want me to accept your waiver? Yes, I do. Okay, you understand that if I accept your waiver, you're giving up your constitutional right under the United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution on the constitutional right of speedy trial? I understand. Do you understand that if I accept your waiver, you're also giving up your Idaho statutory right to a speedy trial? Yes. That is within 6 months of your waiver? Yes. And you agree with the tender of the waiver, Ms. Taylor? Koberger, do you want me to accept your waiver? I do. Based on our discussion, your waiver of these rights expressly enforced and also in signing this waiver of speedy trial. Also, you are tendering these waivers on advice of counsel. I will accept your waiver of speedy trial. I find that your waivers are knowing, intelligent, voluntary, and there's actually good cause to recognize that. What I heard from your counsel, Thompson, so with that, we can talk about resetting this prepared to do that today.
Your Honor, I would say that we are not prepared to choose the trial date today. That brings me to the second part of what I wanted to talk to the court about today. We currently have September 1st as the date for the motion to dismiss grand jury indictment. Our deadline to file our challenges will be today, and we're prepared to file those today. Our hope is that that particular hearing date, we like to keep it both challenge grand jury indictment, and also there are 2 additional motions that we're going to be filing. And we're hoping that we have those heard. After that time, after we've heard the motions, we'd be in a position to meet with the state if they desire and talk about a reasonable trial setting. My preference would be to have us discuss that and reset the trial one time and not do this a number of times and worry about getting subpoenas out and worry about that would be my request. The other deadlines that are in place right now on the court's scheduling order, I think those would be appropriate for us to talk about the state and events and perhaps suggest for the court to order a different scheduling order than one that exists. We simply want to keep the grand jury indictment challenge date because that's soon, and having the court's decision on that will largely impact what comes next. If the court will not, I'd like to briefly address the other 2 motions that are coming and have not been called today. Your Honor, we will file a motion as to do with media in a courtroom, particularly cameras in a courtroom, and that motion should be filed by the end of the day or first thing next month. That comes from today's happening. The other motion, Your Honor, has to do with what happens to witnesses that the defense might have. The court will recall Gabrielle Vargas to testify last Friday on the argument last night. She was visited by 2 FBI agents and interrogated about her testimony and the declaration. That, in our view, impacts Mr. Koberger's due process rights and his rights to effective assistance of counsel, and that motion was also filed later today.
Any objection to hearing this here, the motion along with these 2 more motions to be heard on September 1?
I don't think so, Your Honor. I mean, not seeing exactly what the motions are, but you're saying they're fairly straightforward. I would think if we look at motions, we have issues with Breasia over Ms. Taylor. I will, for the record, since Ms. Taylor has brought up the situation as far as getting a court counsel background. Over the weekend, Ms. Vargas, after she testified, engaged in some electronic communications with others.
All right, we are continuing to watch that breaking news out of Idaho, where Brian Koberger waived his right to a speedy trial. We do also have some new developments in the widower murder retrial in Nevada. We are now in verdict watch. You can see the clock that's on the screen right now. They have been deliberating for about 15 minutes, so we are keeping a close eye on what's happening out there in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're going to pause things right here for a short break. When we return, more from today's hearing in the Idaho student murders case. Keep it here for your front row seat to justice. And welcome back to Court TV Live. We do have some breaking news in the Idaho student murders case. Defendant Brian Koberger, he has waived his right to a speedy trial during a hearing that took place today. We did turn this tape around immediately. So again, if you do hear any technical issues, you may also hear this glitch. Just we are going to cut out of that case in Las Vegas, Nevada. This tape around immediately. So again, if you do hear any technical issues, you may also hear this glitch. Just we apologize in advance for this court feed that we got in. And remember, it's just a fan in the back. So try and listen closely if you can. Here's more from that hearing.
And the genetic genealogy field, those indicated as it was reported to the investigators, to our investigators, that she was mutating on some of the things that she testified to in court. When we heard of that, I reached out to the investigators and said, can you find out what's going on? And the FBI indeed undertook the investigation. And preliminary reports are that Ms. Vargas claims that some of what was in her declaration, she inadvertently agreed to or signed without fully reading it. We're documenting that so we can expose it to Ms. Taylor and to the court, because I think those directly to what happened last week. That's the only reason that she was contacted, because it was reported to us that she was retracting some of what she had testified to and what was in the declaration. And we felt very keen to cover that too. There was no other motive, no other motivation to it. I just wanted to thank you for it.
Your Honor, that's certainly different than the information that I received. I would have been happy to be advised about that, but I'm not sure that's. Your Honor, that's certainly different than the information that I received. I would have been happy to be advised about that, but I'm not sure that's accurate. I mean, I'm sure that's a responsive for. I'm not saying they're calling him a liar, but the quality of the information he's received, I'm not sure that's entirely accurate. My hope is that these FBI agents that were at Ms. Vargas' home last night, hopefully they reported everything that they talked to her about, and that should resolve the issue.
That's how we sort these things out.
Yes.
So back to a change of the scheduling order. I think it does make some sense to review. We want to just talk about that before we start taking that apart? We don't have to do it right now.
Judge, the state's position is getting to the court. They take the October trial date. They take the scheduling order. Let us get through what we're going to do on the 1st, and then let's talk and see if we can come to an agreement. If not, allow the court to set a date for trial, which is realistic, and then have a scheduling order generated that reflects the time preparing for trial and is reasonable for both parties to do what they need to do.
Acceptable, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor, I agree. We should get through the hearing on the 1st, and then we're happy to meet with Mr. Thompson in his office and discuss the appropriate trial date.
That counsel can talk about some of those things before the taking back to the court.
Yes.
I fully support that. So I'm vacating the trial, October 2nd. I'm vacating the scheduling order except for September 1st. Okay? So accepted Mr. Koberger's waivers, speedy trial. I have really a personal issue to discuss with you. First of all, I wanted to tell you, I'm getting requests for excuses already from potential jurors, and what I'm doing is not excusing anybody at this point. The commissioner, jury commissioner, is just collecting those, and then we're going to do those excuses on the record with you. Okay, I think that's appropriate in a case like this. Does that make sense, Ms. Taylor?
The excuses are from potential jurors.
They may be. I mean, these are expanding the panel.
Okay.
Okay, because I was thinking that I need a lot more potential jurors to show up.
All right, we do want to bring in one of our guests tonight, criminal defense attorney Elizabeth Baker. Hi there, Elizabeth. Okay, so we have been watching this hearing where Brian Koberger waived his right to a speedy trial. Now, it seems like we don't know when this trial could get underway. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm shocked they didn't waive prior to this time. That would be the normal course in a case of this magnitude, especially a death penalty case. It is something that, I mean, what I believe is that the defense probably hadn't waived the speedy trial issue because they were hoping to have their client testify at the preliminary hearing and or at least test the state's evidence out at the preliminary hearing. It sounds like there may be some motions about the preliminary hearing or the indictment process that the defense is going to be filing. But this is completely within the norm for a case of this magnitude. There is what would be really out of the norm was to have a case like this go to trial within a year. I mean, these homicides were last November, and that would sort of be asking for this trial to be tried multiple times because of constitutional errors.
Yeah, his attorney even argued and said that this ensures that he will have effective representation, which of course is extremely important. Elizabeth, thank you. I also want to bring in Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter. She has been covering the Idaho student murders case from the very beginning. So Chanley, I want to bring you in to get your take. What do you make of Brian Koberger's decision to waive his right to a speedy trial?
Great to be with you again, Kelly. I think it was to be expected, given the hearing that we were present at last Friday and the really intricate scheduling conference and order that was issued saying that certain deadlines for certain dates. to meet that October 2nd trial date that was still set, and it is a death penalty case. And at that point, the prosecution, raised the red flag, saying it seems pretty unrealistic. But at that time, the defense didn't waive the right. They instead asked for this status conference, possibly to sit down and discuss it further with their client. We know in the state of Idaho, Kelly, that a defendant has to be present in person at a hearing in order to waive a speedy trial, because there is that colloquy back and forth with the judge that happened today. So it was to be expected. I've been in communication with the victim, Kaylee Gonsalvez's family, over the last several days, and today just now communicating with her father and how they were fearing this because they want this to happen as soon as possible, some sort of closure and justice, and they're afraid now that since he's waived the speedy trial right, that it may put this years from now before they actually receive full justice for Kaylee and her friends, the other victims in this case. So we do still know that as far as right now, there's still a hearing for next Friday to take up the defense motion to dismiss. They're trying to attack the very indictment against him. They actually asked for a stay several weeks ago so they could further investigate the grand jury process. That was granted and fulfilled. So we can expect them to still be challenging every step of the way what the prosecution does, Kelly.
Yeah, Jillian, you did mention Casey Gonsalvez's family, and I know they've been so active on Facebook. You've had encounters with them too, and they really were saying that they really feared this because, as you mentioned, now this could go on for years. And when you talk about any kind of closure, not that there ever could be any closure for family in this case, but before it was supposed to be set for October. Now it could be years. Just heartbreaking news for the family. They said that this was something they feared, as you mentioned. Anything more from them?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. In communicating with them, and like you said, they do have a very active Facebook page, the Gonsalves family Facebook page, where they post people that send them encouraging messages and gifts from all over the world, and they post photos and updates about, Kaylee's new niece that's named after Maddie and Kaylee. Her name's Maddie Kay. They post photos of her, of the dog Murphy that was at the scene when the murders happened as well. There's updates on him, the dog, and they posted earlier today asking for prayers because this was such a fear. Especially Kaylee's mother, Christy, is very in distress at this decision. And so, what I know of them, and I've seen them in person, met them in person, obviously. They are each other's support system, and so they have each other through this time, and that seems to be where they're going. And there wasn't a trial date set yet, Kelly, so that's another sign that it may be a week or two or more before we learn an actual trial date for them. And we know with death penalty cases, it's a lot more complicated and a lot more filings to come that we'll be covering as this moves forward.
Sure. And Shelly, we did hear the judge talk about jurors and how he's already getting excuses from potential jurors in this case. I just think it's really going to be tough to find some jurors who don't know anything about this case. I would think the excuses are going to keep on coming.
Absolutely, Kelly. That's a great point that you bring up. I've been to Moscow, Idaho, many times. I've lost count of how many times I've been there in that community. It's a wonderful community. Latah County is a beautiful place to be. It's a rural, small part of North Idaho, and everywhere you go, people know about this case. Of course they know about it, and it's kind of like the elephant in the room. A lot of them don't even want to talk about it or mention it. They want to move on from it, and it's a university town, so the town of Moscow is maybe around 11,000 in population, but when students are there, it's like 20,000. It's like doubles in population when school's in session, so it's very much a college town, not far from Pullman, Washington, another college town as well. So I can see where the judge is concerned, and they're going to have to make sure that all the precautions are in place to impanel a fair and impartial jury. I know that he mentioned he was going to summon 1,000 jurors the week before the October 2nd trial date to try to narrow it down to those prospective jurors, Kelly. So that will probably be heavily litigated. Will we have a change of venue motion too from the defense? Because again, it's such a rural community there where so many people are familiar with this case.
And Shelly, I'm glad you bring that up. So thank you for talking about that and your insight. I want to ask our criminal defense attorney, Elizabeth Baker, who's still with us. What do you think? Do you think we'll see a motion for change of venue in this case?
Sure, I do. It's a very small community. It's going to be difficult to get that many jurors who are neutral and don't have a preformed opinion about the case. I don't necessarily expect that that motion would be positive for the defense. I don't necessarily think it would be granted, but I think it would be expected. Absolutely.
Elizabeth, I just also want to ask you about this motion to dismiss hearing that his public defender has talked about. She's fighting this grand jury indictment that led to Kohberger's arraignment. They mentioned that briefly during the hearing today, talking about that as well as other motions that she's going to be bringing forth. She mentioned she's going to have at least 2 more additional motions in addition to that one. What are your thoughts on that and that motion to dismiss?
You know, there could be a number of reasons for the motion to dismiss. It could be that the defense believes that hearsay or other inadmissible evidence was presented to the grand jury. I'm unclear about the specific basis. We're probably not going to know more until the motion and its detail is filed with the court and becomes public knowledge. I would say there are probably some technical issues. The problem with motions to dismiss grand jury indictments is that very frequently there's no remedy. And, you know, it's very difficult to the court to formulate a remedy. What is the remedy? Is it re-indictment? The case surely won't be dismissed on the basis of a motion like this. I mean, who knows what the defense is saying? If they're saying there was misconduct, if they're saying there was hearsay, they were saying there's other evidence, which is clearly not constitutionally admissible. We'll have to see what the details are about this.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much. We appreciate your insight tonight. It's been a pleasure being with you and hearing from Chanley in this case. And Chanley's just been all over the place. She's been in Las Vegas covering the Randolph case, which has been exciting to watch, and also bringing us some insight tonight about the case in Idaho where Brian Kohberger waived his right to a speedy trial. Some breaking news for you there. Now, coming up next, it is closing arguments with Billy Pallet.
Okay, we should be going back to, oops, I did that wrong again. Okay, let's escape. Share screen. Okay, you can see here the latest on the poll is running 98% on guilty for Dinky and 2% not guilty. Nobody is hung jury. I would say that's pretty conclusive. Yeah, to me, I did not get what the point of the last witness was. I know there were some soil samples that were tested, but I don't know. My brain just shut off, and I don't know what the tests revealed. If anything, my brain just tuned out, and I think that they've reached the point where they just need to wrap it up and hand it over to the defense because 98% people are pretty well convinced that he done it, and so let's not present every little thing that came in which doesn't really have any compelling value, in my opinion. I think that people who follow true crime have, are reasonable people, although they tend to be a little bit biased in favor of the prosecution. But 98%, it's not even like they're, some of these cases we've seen where they are like 75%. That to me indicates there's some reasonable doubt still, and 98% to me is not he done it. So well, any minute we should be going back to the courtroom. Let's see. They're not showing it on, they're not showing the crowd on either yet. Let's see, we're nearly 57 minutes in on Verdict Watch in Las Vegas. Let's see. Take a quick look and see if there's any There's a poll over on Talk TV saying, with this year's GCSE exams being marked with pre-COVID grading criteria, do you think that's fair on students? Yeah. They're going to have to live the rest of their life post-COVID, and at some point you're going to have to stop making excuses. So, for any in America, GCSEs are tests that people in the UK go through, or I guess it's A levels and O levels. Let's see. Oh, we had a body language on says murder, mystery, and mushrooms. Did they kill? So we seem to have the Australian woman. I'm not sure about another mushroom case, but have to take a look at that. Let's listen to a bit of this wrap up of that self-defense murder trial over on Court TV while we wait. I expect we won't get through it all, but
trial. It was an action-packed day on Wednesday, my friends. Let me tell you, the state resting its case after calling a total of 15 witnesses over the course of 2 days. That led to possibly the biggest moment in the case thus far when Quanisha Johnson took the stand.
Ms. Johnson, do you understand that you have the right to testify, and if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so? And do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, do you understand that you have the right to not testify if you do not want to testify? Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether you will testify or not testify? Do you understand if you do not testify, then upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you? Do you understand if you choose to testify, you will be both examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney? Do you feel that you need any additional time to speak with your attorney about whether you want to testify or not? Do you personally want to testify or not testify? Yes.
All right, for more now on Quanisha Johnson's big day on the witness stand, let's take you out to the greater Atlanta area where we find Court TV legal correspondent Julia Janae standing by for us outside of the courthouse. Julia, good morning to you. Big day, as you know, Wednesday for defendant Quanisha Johnson. You were there in the courtroom watching all of her testimony in person. Anxious to hear what you really were able to pick up on from her demeanor inside of the courtroom, and then also outside too, as you've been watching her there as well.
Julie, good to be with you this morning. Yesterday was a jam-packed day. We're expecting another jam-packed day inside of the courtroom today with potentially closing arguments coming by this afternoon. Yesterday, Quanisha Johnson taking the stand was a big moment after the state rested. She was her defense case's first witness on the stand, and she really kept herself composed during direct examination. Her attorney, Michael Sterling, asking her those questions about the relationship with the shooting victim in this case. What led up to it? She didn't talk about him as if he were a boyfriend. She said that he was her child's father and she wanted him to have a relationship with her baby, and that's why she let him stay in the house. And this day in question, she just wanted a night out. She wanted a break with her friends and didn't think there would be any issue with leaving, but said her phone died, and that's what led up to this argument between the two. One of the most emotional moments during that direct examination came at the very end of it, right before things were about to turn over to cross-examination. Take a listen.
Ms. Johnson. Respect to the processing of that cell phone for any type of GPS location information of July 10th. Does it have that phone hitting off cell towers that are relevant to our investigation around the time frame of 4:30 a.m. in the morning?
That is correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the activity that's depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this exhibit?
You may.
All right, Detective Obert, as we look at the information that was gleaned from his cell phone, identifying the location for that phone relative to the time frame of 4:30 a.m., what was determined?
That it hit off a cell tower near the area of where Breasia's remains were located.
All right. Can you show us on that map where Highway 61 and Highway 30 meet? Then can you show us the location of where 212th Street and Kunau Implement is located?
In that general area.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is there some type of emblem that's been placed on this exhibit to denote the area of Kunau Implement?
Yes.
And then in this rural area, Are there red dots to identify the location of various cell towers?
Yes.
All right. Is there a cell tower that his phone was hitting on out in that area?
Yes.
Could you please point out the red dot to show which cell tower his phone was hitting off of? Okay. And then for purposes of our written record, read what's right underneath that red dot so that we have that.
Like the location on the map, or
Yeah.
or the details of the time.
No, the location on the map.
It appears to say Charlotte.
Certainly. When we think of the cell tower, if you consider the entire circumference of that cell tower, what would be the entire circumference in terms of degrees?
Just less than 180.
Okay.
Is that,
Well, not that, but is a cell tower, as far as the cell phone's ability to hit off of it, are there 3 different sectors?
I'm not the expert in that matter.
Certainly. Then let's go ahead and do this. As far as what we see on this particular exhibit, does it show us where that cell phone is hitting that cell tower as far as a sector is concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be facing the area of Kunow Implement?
It would be.
And then what time is his cell phone hitting that cell tower?
4:28 a.m.
On what date?
July 10th, 2020.
Mr. Brink had indicated that he was traveling to work when he pulled a maroon Chevy Impala out. Do we have his phone then hitting on a cell tower down in the southwest portion of Scott County in the area of Linwood Mining? And let me adjust that.
That is correct.
Can you show us on the map where Buffalo, Iowa is located at? Okay. Are there a number of cell towers down in that area of Davenport?
There are.
Is his cell phone hitting on a tower that would be in the area of Buffalo?
That is correct.
And then what time do we have his cell phone registering that cell tower down in that area?
6:59 a.m.
All right. I have no further questions.
No cross.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state calls FBI criminalist Jennifer Pullen to the stand. No, DCI criminalist Jennifer Pullen.
Come forward. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Jennifer Pullen, Jennifer Pullen.
What is your occupation?
I am a criminalist with the Iowa DCI Crime Lab.
How long have you been employed with the Iowa DCI?
About 8 years.
Please describe your prior educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biochemistry and Forensic Science.
Where did you graduate from?
Simpson College.
When did you complete your formal education?
In 2013.
Following the completion of your formal education, is that when you started your career with the DCI laboratory?
No, I worked at what was then called DuPont Pioneer.
What type of work did you do for DuPont Pioneer?
I worked in research and regulatory and compliance.
And what types of research were you doing for that business entity?
It involved crop research.
How long were you with that particular organization before you joined the DCI laboratory?
Approximately 1 to 2 years.
Okay. Now, when you were hired at the DCI crime lab, did you go through some type of formal training?
Yes.
Describe what that training consisted of.
Initially, I was hired as a forensic science technician, and I received on-the-job training. And then I became a criminalist and received on-the-job training specific to DNA analysis, which is my primary role. And then once I began serving on the crime scene team, I attended 2 separate crime scene schools.
What is the function of the crime scene team?
It is to respond when requested to crime scenes throughout the state.
And then when you do respond to crime scenes, what type of role do you play in the investigation?
We are there to document, preserve, and collect any evidence.
What types of processes do you engage in at crime scenes?
Could you rephrase?
Certainly. So, for example, if you go out to crime scenes, do you photograph the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. Are there times when you're involved in the collection of physical evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And when you respond to crime scenes, other than taking photographs, do you ever take videos of crime scenes to give us a real life perspective of the crime scene itself?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, were you working in that capacity on or about March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
Prior to that morning, had you been contacted by any of your superiors requesting your assistance in an investigation conducted by the Davenport Police Department involving a child named Breasia Terrell who had been reported missing back on July 10th of 2020?
We, meaning my partner and I, had been contacted by Special Agent in Charge, Rick Ron, regarding some remains that had been located in the Davenport area.
Okay. And who was the other member of the crime scene team that went out to that location with you to process it?
Anna Young.
All right. What address were you directed to?
We were first directed to arrive at the, could I please look at my notes?
Certainly. Would it help to refresh your recollection by looking at your notes?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the witness refresh her recollection.
She may.
We were requested to arrive at the Clinton County Annex building.
Okay. And then when you responded to the Clinton County Annex building, what would have been the time of your arrival at that location?
8:38 a.m.
Was there a briefing that took place?
Yes.
What types of information was shared with you and Anna Young for purposes of the task that you were to perform?
We were informed that skeletonized remains had been located in a wooded area near a pond and a farm implement, and that we were requested to document and process the scene and then collect any items of evidence that were located.
All right. Now, were you working in conjunction with a number of law enforcement officers who had responded out to the scene the previous evening and even that morning?
Yes.
In addition, did you work in conjunction with an anthropologist from the State Medical Examiner's Office identified as Dr. Heather Garvin?
Yes.
If you could describe for us then the working relationship that existed amongst you as a member of the crime scene team, law enforcement officers, and Dr. Heather Garvin, so that we know how those processes played out relative to one another.
We all worked together. Our job was primarily to document, so take photographs, video, notes, and sketches, the scene first overall. And then we were assisting Dr. Garvin in locating and collecting remains.
Okay. Now, was there a video made of that scene before the process of collecting those skeletal remains began?
Yes.
And then as far as the photographs were concerned, was there a progression in how those photographs were taken?
Yes.
Explain the progression and how that process works.
The photographs begin as overalls to get a bigger picture or overall depiction of the scene, and then they will move closer in to the remains.
Okay. And then as the recovery process began, would you then take even more photographs to document what was present there at the site?
Yes, more photographs and overalls and closer photographs of specific items were also taken.
I want to direct your attention to an exhibit that we have up on the easel. Give me a moment so that I can look at the exhibit number. This is State's Exhibit number 41. Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
It appears to be a satellite image of the area around where the remains were.
Is this where you performed your functions on March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I am showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 61. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. Ms. Poland, I'm handing you an envelope marked State's Exhibit number 61. Was there a disc that was prepared that the video you collected was downloaded onto for purposes of introducing into evidence at trial?
Yes.
Okay. And then so as far as State's Exhibits number 61 is concerned, I would tell you I've already uploaded that disc into our little disc player so that we don't have any delay associated with that. But is that what we're talking about when we talk about State's Exhibit 61?
Yes, I believe so.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 61 and ask to publish it.
No objection.
Exhibit 61 will be admitted.
All right.
And you may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Poland, can you set the stage so that we understand how this video starts out and what it is capturing? And can you give us a perspective of that before we start to play it?
Yes. So I believe the video will start out on 270th Avenue, moving to the north.
Okay.
And it will show the area as we are moving closer towards the remains.
All right. So as you're moving north on 270th Avenue, at some point in time then, are we going to have a perspective developed of that steep incline or that roadway that goes down toward the area of the remains and the pond?
Yes, you will be able to see the steep incline.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, would it be all right for the witness to narrate for us as we go through this video?
Just what? She may.
So in the back there, you can see the pond. And then the area where the remains are marked off with that yellow crime scene tape. And the embankment is on the right side of the screen, and the video is being taken from 270th Avenue. And that is facing north. This is just a different perspective, starting facing to the south and moving, that would be facing straight west and then moving towards the north more. And that is the embankment right there in the dirt. And it ends north.
And looking at this video, even though there is no plants that are blooming or no leaves on the trees, was the brush really, really dense?
Yes. So that is zooming in on the remains. You can see a white spot.
Is that where the skull of Breasia Terrell was located?
Yes. This is on the south side of, there's a circle drive there in the middle, which is, the south side is opposite of the remains. So again, the pond is in the back towards the west, and then the remains are about there.
Okay. Again, can we see the skull?
Yes.
With the zooming in of the camera, is it focusing on the skull where it's laying on the ground?
Yes. And then the camera is just moving further to the north, and it ends on the embankment there. I believe it actually goes all the way back around.
There are two access points that have been discussed. This particular access point, was that the shorter of the two access points down toward the area of the pond?
I cannot remember which was shorter.
At any rate, does the video show us those two separate drives into the area of the pond?
So now the video is within the crime scene tape. Again, starting facing west. And you can see the remains somewhat through the trees there. There's also a slide, a shoe slide.
Is that the white object that we see there, just
yes,
a little to the south of the skull?
And so that's one of the embankments there. So this would be taken from west of the remains a little bit inside of the tape. So a little closer to the pond than to the road.
Are you closer to that brush line?
Yes.
And by brush line, I'm talking about the brush line where the remains would have been encompassed.
Yes. So zooming in on where the remains are located. And then you can see one embankment on the left, and then the other is to the right of that.
There was discussion about a satellite center having been set up out here at the crime scene. That large RV, was that the satellite center?
Yes.
What are we seeing here now?
This is standing more in that brush line. Again, just showing the area around and the remains, and then closer to the remains.
Okay.
So there's a tire there, and then next to that are the remains.
Can we get a really clear perspective of that skull at one point?
I believe so.
And then when you zoomed in just to the north of that tire, what was being depicted there?
There was additional remains located there. I'm not sure what they were.
Now, Deputy Wojciechowski had indicated that from the location of the remains, if you moved further north, that there essentially was a large rock wall that would create its own barrier. Is that what we can see here in the background?
Yes, I believe so.
And then what are you trying to show here at this point? Okay.
I think the remains that were a little further north of the main concentration.
As we look at that large rock that has the moss on it, can we see a portion of the skeletal remains associated with the skull?
Yes, there are some darker portions and then the whiter portions as well.
And additionally, were you able to see the hair associated with these human remains?
I'm not sure if you can see it in the video or not.
All right. We'll just leave that up to people who are watching it. Okay. What are you trying to show here?
Just showing the area to the north, just kind of showing what's above and behind.
As we see the area of the skeletal remains, even though there are no leaves on the trees and the vegetation obviously is, still dead, was there a significant amount of branches and just debris around those skeletal remains?
Yes, there was a large amount of plants and leaves.
Is it easier to see the slide that you've talked about in relation to the skull?
Yes, it's at the bottom right. It's slightly blue with white.
All right. And then finally, what is being depicted right there in the video?
That just shows the team members that were present and the date and time and location.
Thank you. Once that process was completed, is this where you then started to document the scene with photographs?
Yes.
Did you take an extensive amount of photographs?
Yes.
I will represent to you that we have gone through and tried to narrow those down, all right? But for purposes of our record, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15-1 through 15-134. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15-1 through 15-134. I'd like for you to look through that exhibit and tell me if you recognize what's depicted.
Yes, they appear to be photographs or copies of photographs from this case.
Okay, and would that document just what we've already seen on the video, but then go through and document the evidence that was collected as well as skeletal remains?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce the group exhibit.
No objection.
Group exhibit 15 will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I think what we'll do, Ms. Pullen, just for ease of the record, as I publish each photograph, what I'd like for you to do is just describe what's depicted in each image, and that's how we'll make a record of what this exhibit consists of. State's Exhibit 15-1.
That is what we call the scene marker, indicating the members and the location and the date.
Does that set forth your name and Ms. Young's name?
Yes.
15-2.
That is an image facing northwest, standing on 270th.
All right, so for purposes of our perspective, taking your pointer here, and then let's go to State's Exhibit 41. Just give us an idea generally of where you're standing.
Approximately around here.
All right, State's Exhibit 15-3.
That is generally a similar photograph, possibly moving a little further north.
Now, if I could, I want to go back to 15-2. I want to direct your attention to the roadway, but then essentially the shoulder. And then again, going back to 15-3. As we look at this photograph, is there much of a shoulder along the roadway?
Not much.
Okay. And then relative to what shoulder there is, where we have a break in that shoulder is a pretty steep drop off of the roadway.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15-4.
That is a view facing northwest from 270th Avenue. You can see the pond through the trees, and it is standing kind of on the edge of 270th.
15-5.
That is a view from 270th Avenue. We have moved a little further to the north.
15-6.
View also from 270th, and you can see the pond, and you can tell that we're kind of moving north, kind of towards the embankment and where the remains are located.
15-7. And if it's more of the same, but just a progression forward, it's fine to say that.
Okay, it's a progression forward.
Okay. 15-8.
Progression forward.
15-9.
That is kind of the same. You get a bigger view of the road, and you cannot see the pond as well.
All right. Are we starting to see that roadway that goes down to the area of the remains?
Yes, I believe it's kind of where that white vehicle is.
Okay. 15-10.
This is a view from 270th facing the opposite direction, so facing south.
15-12.
A view from 270th facing west. You can see the pond barely through the trees.
Okay. So when you're facing west, would you be looking in a direction toward Highway 61?
Yes.
All right. Can we see Highway 61 though through these trees or vegetation?
I don't think so.
All right. 15-13.
Progression forward, moving towards the remains.
All right, and then I'm going to jump ahead on some of these photographs since we've got so many, just to get to a point where we start to see the development of some different perspectives. As we go to 15-16, did you take a photograph of the area on the east side of 270th Avenue?
Yes.
And this particular photograph, what is it showing?
This is showing the area east of where the embankment is. So the embankment would be behind the photographer.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 15-17, is that a broader perspective?
Yes.
During this period of time then, along this area, the east side of the roadway, did you notice any type of, what do I want to say, large chunks of concrete or rebar where this area was being used as essentially a dump site?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right, but this is what it looked like back then on March 23rd?
Yes.
Going to State's Exhibit 15-21.
This is a photograph from on 270th Avenue, facing west, and one of the embankments is in the bottom right corner of the photograph.
In other photographs or video we have seen, that steep embankment, it appears that it goes down and there's a circle drive around a large tree. Is this a good representation of that location?
Yes, the tree there kind of in the middle is the center sort of the circle drive.
Going to State's Exhibit 15-26.
That is a picture of the embankment.
15-27.
A different perspective of the embankment.
15-30. 15-31. 15-32. 15-33. 15-34. What is being shown in that progression of photographs?
Those show the remains, most specifically what appears to be the skull, and then a blue and white slide.
I'd like to discuss what we have in State's Exhibit 15-38. As far as the location of the remains to what would be the shoreline for that pond, was it fairly close?
I guess define fairly close.
Well, why don't you go ahead and give us your perspective?
It was near it, I guess. Maybe 20 yards.
Okay.
If I were to guess.
That's fine. That helps us understand its relationship to the pond. And as we get to State's Exhibit 15-47, what are we seeing here?
That is a close-up of the majority of the remains.
Okay. I want to use 15-48 because it appears the lighting is a little bit better here. Can we start to see the clothing items that were within these remains?
Yes.
From your perspective, can you see what it is? I know the lighting here isn't very good, but look there on the screen and tell me if you can see.
So in this photo, in the middle left, top left, above the tire there's a black area. Those appear to be bottoms of some sort.
Can you point to the screen so that we know what you're referencing? There's been testimony about a pair of black shorts that had the appearance of some type of netting. Is that what you are noting there?
Yes.
And as we go to 15-49, does it show the connection of those shorts to the lower limb or leg of those skeletal remains? looking at that, and then I'm going to have you look at 15-50 as well.
Yes, I can only say that they appear to be black bottoms associated with remains.
All right. Now, I'm going to hand you 15-50 so that you can look at it up close. Do you see the shorts?
Yes.
And then do you see a portion of these skeletal remains here?
Yes.
Let's go back to 15-49. Can you point out those shorts and then the skeletal remains that I was showing you there?
So that's what appear to be shorts.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's the remains you were pointing out.
Okay. 15-51.
That is a close-up of the skull.
15-52.
Close-up of additional remains.
15-54.
A close-up of additional remains.
In this particular photograph, are we seeing what appears to be a leg of those skeletal remains with the foot?
Yes, it appears to be what could be a lower limb.
Sure. And then also additionally, we see a series of curved bones. Did that appear to be a potential rib cage?
I'm not an expert on human remains, but yes, it appears consistent with ribs.
15-55. I want you to look at this up close, and then I'll put it under the elbow. All right?
Mm-hmm.
In 15-55, as you had an opportunity to look at it up close, I'd asked you earlier, could you see hair mixed in within those remains?
I can see a dark brown, what appears to be potential hair.
Certainly. (15-58). Is this giving us yet a better perspective of that pair of shorts?
Yes.
Now, as the process of collecting those skeletal remains began, with the removal of debris, what process was being followed there?
The debris was removed and placed into buckets that were then additionally sifted through.
What was the purpose for sifting through the buckets?
To ensure we had located all of the remains that we could find and to locate any potential evidence.
Certainly. And then even after the debris was completed, were you involved with Dr. Heather Garvin in using a trowel to go through the soil, or did she simply engage in that process?
I believe we were also involved.
All right. I'm just going to jump forward because I think we're all very familiar generally with that area. But just to give a perspective, if we look at State's Exhibit 15-79, describe what it is that we see developing in this photograph.
So as we were locating potential remains, we were marking them with pink flags. And so that is what this photo is depicting.
With the removal of the debris, was there photographs taken of various branches?
Yes.
Now, were the breaks on some of these branches of particular interest?
Yes.
And by breaks, I'm talking about the tips of those branches.
Yes.
States Exhibit 15-85. 15-86. 15-88. And even 15-90. And 15-91, as well as 15-92. What is it about the tips where those breaks occurred that was of interest?
During our debriefing, they mentioned that machete may have been used to cut branches. And so it was requested that we document the ends of the branches.
And is that why those photographs were taken?
Yes.
And then very simply, as we go through the progression of those photos, then they show all of the skeletal remains that were located and recovered.
Yes.
What further responsibilities did you have out there at the scene?
Other than documenting and collecting evidence?
Yes.
That is all.
That would have concluded it. And then was there a county medical examiner out there at the scene?
I believe a state medical examiner.
What was the name of the individual?
Mary Malcolm.
What role did Mary Malcolm play in this investigation?
She would have arrived on the scene and taken some documentation herself.
All right. Was Dr. Malcolm the individual then that would have taken control of those skeletal remains after they were placed in a body bag and sealed to be transported to the state medical examiner's office?
No, that was Charles Fleming.
And who is Charles Fleming?
He is the person who would have transported the remains.
Is he associated with the state medical examiner's office?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure, but he was responsible for doing the transport?
Yes.
All right. Did you author a report which basically identified what you did in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And in that report, did it document just different types of articles that were collected from the scene outside of the skeletal remains?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 60. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 60. Now, in photographs that we observed from the state medical examiner's office, there were 3 articles of clothing that were contained within that body bag. Were those the articles of clothing that was recovered with the remains?
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit number 60?
It appears to be a copy of the report Anna Young and myself issued in this.
Okay. How is this document titled at the top?
With the laboratory's case number.
Okay. What is the laboratory case number?
2020-16859.
And relative to reports that were authored by the DCI, what report number is this?
3.
What date was this report generated?
April 8th, 2021.
And does it identify who's responsible for generating this report?
Yes.
Who?
Myself, Jennifer Pullen, and Anna Young.
All right. And then as far as the skeletal remains, what name was utilized for the skeletal remains at the time that they were recovered?
Jane Doe.
All right. And then is there offense date of March 23rd, 2021 incorporated within this document?
Yes.
Does this document then identify what would have been items of evidence that you either generated or you collected from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 60.
No objection.
Exhibit 60 will be admitted.
Okay. May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. As to State's Exhibit number 60, let's go through and I want you to identify what evidence is encompassed within this report under the section denoted items collected. Use your laboratory item number versus the agency item number.
Item 8 and 9 are crime scene images. And so that would be the photographs that we took at the scene. And then item 10 is the crime scene video.
All right.
Item 11 is the white and turquoise slide. Item 12 is a white t-shirt. Item 13 is a white plastic bottle. 14 is a red shirt. 15 is a Mary Kay makeup container. 16 are pieces of a broken white plastic bottle. And then 17 is a fired bullet, and 18 is a fired bullet that was deformed. And then 19 are the tree branches that were cut from the scene.
There's specific items that I want to talk with you about. Lab item number 12 with the description of one white t-shirt, and lab item, I believe, 13. Hold on, let me make sure I'm seeing that correctly. Let me get up close. Lab item 14 with the descriptor of the partial red shirt. Did you have any contact with Sergeant Christopher Mayer, who had come out to the scene and had ran the total station, taking measurements of various items of evidence that were located at the scene?
Yes.
All right. Now for the white t-shirt and then that red shirt, were those the two articles of clothing that had been documented when he ran the total station that were away from the remains?
Yes, those were identified prior to our arrival, and they were documented, and he did run total station on those.
Okay, and then additionally, the white plastic bottle. How would you describe the appearance of that white plastic bottle?
It looked like it had been worn or weathered. There was no label remaining on it.
Was there any contents inside that bottle?
I did not open it, but it felt empty.
All right. Now, did you know that Clorox was an item of interest in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Did this white plastic bottle take on the appearance of a bottle that Clorox bleach would have been sold in?
It was consistent with what various household chemicals would be in.
All right, and then going down to the collected item, I believe it's 16, described as pieces of a broken white plastic bottle. Again, would that have been consistent with the other white plastic bottle that we're talking about in 13?
Yes, it appeared to be consistent with what you would expect a broken white bottle to look like.
Okay. Can you speak to this issue? Sergeant Pfeiffer had indicated that there was a white plastic bottle that had been submitted to the DCI laboratory for testing for the presence of Clorox. Was this the white plastic bottle that would have been transferred over to one of our criminalists for testing? And if you don't know that, that's fine. But if you do, I'd like for you to speak to that topic.
I don't know for certain.
Okay, thank you. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, had I moved to introduce this exhibit?
I believe you had.
That's what I thought.
Submitted.
I have no further questions.
No cross-examination.
You may step in.
Your Honor, the state calls Mark Polos to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
My name is Mark Poulos, M-A-R-K, Poulos, P-O-U-L-O-S.
Mr. Poulos, if you could describe for us what you do professionally for a living.
Well, right now I'm retired. I'm a retired police officer, and I teach at the University of Iowa and Augustana. Teach scuba at the University of Iowa and then Augustana College.
Certainly. And then which agency were you employed with when you were actively involved in the field of law enforcement?
I spent 33 years as a police officer for the city of Rock Island and 5 years as a chief of police out in Coal Valley.
In what capacities did you work as a law enforcement officer?
In Rock Island, I did a little bit of everything. I spent several years undercover, spent several years doing crime scene investigation. In other words, it was called a police specialist. And what we would do is we would lift the fingerprints and do the photographs and measurements and things of that sort. And then we coupled that with me as a training or a field training officer.
Certainly. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you have become professionally involved in a field outside of your responsibilities as a law enforcement officer that actually focuses on the issue of rescue and recovery.
Yes, in 2011, we formed a nonprofit at the request of some local agencies, called ourselves the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team, so that we could provide services to first responding agencies needing underwater divers.
Where is Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team based out of?
Right now, it's based out of Illinois. It was based out of Scott County, and then we moved it over to Illinois here within the last, I want to say, 6 months.
Certainly. And then do you work with law enforcement agencies on both sides of the river? Okay. Now, what is the focus of the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team?
When an agency calls us, whether it's to recover a vehicle or a drowning victim, we report to the incident commander on the scene. We ask them what services they need. We will do a risk assessment of the environment. There have been times when it's been too risky to put a diver in, and we would tell them that, we're not going to put a diver in that environment. I've been called in to recover evidence underwater on a couple of different occasions from different agencies. And whatever the agency needs from us, if we can do it safely, then that's what we try to provide.
Can you describe for us the different environments the dive team has worked in since this particular nonprofit organization was started?
We have, we do a lot of our work in the Mississippi River, as long as the current doesn't get above a certain level that I will call it off. We do work in the Rock River. We do work in ponds. Any environment that, mostly swift water, mostly black water. What's called black water, in other words, you can't see more than this far, maybe 6 inches from your face. And that's how we train, and that's what we try to provide.
Describe the training that the members of your team go through to perform the responsibilities that you assume.
Well, we start off as open water divers. They have to learn how to dive. And many of the team, I am a public safety diver instructor, so I hold my divers to a higher level. I have them trained in black water conditions. I have them trained in a full face mask. I have them trained in dry suits. We practice with surge patterns. We will put things out into the river and have the divers go out and perform different types of surge patterns. We also go into confined water areas and practice escaping from being entangled, running out of air. Some things that we hope don't happen, but
Certainly.
We prepare for them.
Certainly. How many members do you have that work on the recovery dive team?
Right now we have, and it fluctuates. I've got 4 that are very active. I've got several others that are less active, but they're still on our roster.
Certainly. I'd like to direct your attention, if I could, to the date of April 3rd of 2021. Prior to that date, were you contacted by the Davenport Police Department to assist in an investigation that they had been conducting for a period of time involving a child, Breasia Terrell, who had been reported missing on July 10th of 2021 or 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Who made that contact with you?
I believe it was Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Okay. What was the nature of the contact?
Basically, he asked me if we could help them recover, search a pond to recover some evidence.
All right. Now let's set the stage for your involvement in this investigation. Did Sergeant Pfeiffer discuss with you that there had been the discovery of skeletal remains in the area of Kunau Implement in a rural area of Clinton County back on March 22nd of 2021?
Yes.
And then did he describe for you the recovery of those skeletal remains, which occurred on March 23rd of 2021?
I didn't ask for a lot of details, but he did say that there was a person or skeletal remains found.
Okay. With the recovery of those skeletal remains, were there items of evidence that had been recovered that prompted reaching out to your organization?
Yes.
Explain.
There were some projectiles that were found.
All right. And in that discussion, did Sergeant Pfeiffer talk with you about officers searching that area to see if they could find any casings?
Yes.
Did he give you any indication that they weren't able to find any casings in the area where the skeletal remains were located?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Poulos, if you could, speaking to your own experience as a law enforcement officer, if there are bullets that are located with skeletal remains, but there's no casings in the area, what would that suggest to you as to the type of gun that would have been used?
Without any casings, my first assumption would be it would be a revolver, because a revolver does not eject casings.
Okay. So then, did that form the basis for the request made of your team?
It may have. I mean, I go into it with an open mind.
Certainly.
So that if it was a different type of item that was found, we're not going to limit ourselves to one specific item. But if we're limiting ourselves to anything that could be used as a weapon.
And that was a poor question on my part. Was the presence of projectiles, the bullets, the basis for reaching out to your team?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So what did they want you to do?
They wanted us to search. There was a pond just I want to say to the west of where the remains were found. They wanted us to do a search of the pond to see if we could find any weapons, 9mm, anything.
Just whatever.
We also did a search in the area where the remains were found with a metal detector to see if anything had been pushed down into the dirt that the investigators may have missed.
Certainly. I want you to look at State's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Or I should say aerial image. Describe what you recognize.
That is the pond that we performed the search.
Okay. What date did the search take place on?
That was April 3rd, I believe.
Before doing a search, is there any type of assessment of the area where you were going to be performing your functions?
Yes, we do a risk assessment. And in an area like this, and again, I've had several experiences diving in this type of environment where you have overhanging trees or brush or something inside the pond where a diver could get entangled. So as a safety measure, we try to make sure that, what do we have on the bottom? It's kind of a topographical assessment. And then by that, we can also take a look and see what kind of a search pattern would give us the best results.
Okay. Speak to the topic of search patterns. Why are search patterns developed and used?
The search patterns are developed so that they, in many cases, you have very limited visibility. We always go on a tether, which is a line goes from the diver to a line tender. In our situation, we have a full face mask that has communications where the diver can talk to the line tender and back and forth. The line tender can tell the diver, you need to go to your right or to the left. The purpose of the line on us, twofold. Number one, it helps, provides us a safety line. And number two, it helps the diver orient himself in the lake so that he doesn't do what's called a J hook, or he's going in one pattern and then does a J hook around. So then he really gets off guard. So he needs to keep the line tight. He needs to keep the line either one shoulder or the other, and then take the instructions from the line tender on the surface.
By using a search pattern then, is that a way to ensure that every portion of that body of water is searched?
Yes.
All right. Now, it sounds to me like you will have men on shore.
Yes.
And individuals who go into the water.
Yes.
You understand what a line tender is. Define that for us lay people so that we understand what a line tender is and how they facilitate the search.
Okay, a line tender, in this case, we were going to do what's called a pendulum sweep or an arc sweep. So the line tender will the diver will tighten the rope depending upon where we're going to start. If we're going to start out and work in or start in and work out, the line tender will develop where we are going to start that search. And then the line tender will keep the line taut to where the diver does an arc pattern. When he gets to a certain point, and we look at the bubbles that are coming up. He gets to a certain pattern, the line tender says stop, and then make your turn to your left or to your right. The diver turns to the left, turns right, reorients the rope on his body, and then gets maybe 2 or 3 inches. If it's a small item, in case of a vehicle or something like that, he may get 2 or 3 feet. If it is a person, that's usually a kind of a cross between, depending upon the orientation, where the size of the person. So size in this case, if you're looking for a small item, you're going to have a very small amount, maybe 6 inches, maybe 12 inches, to do that path. When you're using specialized equipment, as we were in this case, we were using a underwater metal detector, professional grade underwater metal detector. You have a little bit more leeway depending upon the sweep that the diver is able to do. If the diver can do maybe a 2-foot sweep, then you can expand that just a little bit. And it's very, pardon the pun, it's very fluid. You know, it's a very dynamic situation, so that you have to, nothing is ever the same.
With the line tender working on the shore itself, I would assume then he has the ability to see that line and watch the movement of that line.
He sees the bubbles.
Sees the bubbles.
And again, the bubbles, the line, the position of the line should somewhat correlate with the bubbles.
Certainly. All right. And so then by virtue of those variables, is that how you're able to ensure that every portion of that body of water is searched?
Yes.
Okay. Now, identify first of all of the members of the team that responded out to the area of Kunal Implement on April 3rd. And then what role each individual played in these efforts.
We had Ben Wilson was our primary diver. He's been with our team for several years. Steve Ebel, he was one of our co-founders of the team. He was going to be the line tender and communications person. We had Sean Cosson, who is going to act as our what we call a 90% diver. So he is almost ready to go in the water if need be. But you know, he is a standby diver. We have a emergency diver. In this case, that was me. I was going to go in if there was an entanglement. My second task would be to go out, if any evidence was found, to go out and make sure that the evidence was kept in a water environment similar to the area in which it was found.
Why do you want to keep any object that is found within the water environment that it has been located?
When you take metal out of the water, oxygen hits it and it starts to rust. Now it's not a flash rust, but it starts to rust. So to maintain the integrity of the item, we try to keep it inside the water, a water vessel with the water, the same water in which it was found. In other words, I wouldn't put it in a bath of salt water, or I wouldn't put it in a batch of vinegar or something like that. I want to keep it in the same water of the lake.
Okay. And then let's go back and speak to your experience as a law enforcement officer and even having worked in evidence collection. As a law enforcement officer, were you involved in submitting guns to what would be your state laboratory in the state of Illinois for firearms and tool mark examination requests?
Yes.
And whenever a firearm is submitted to a state laboratory, is one of the requests made to determine whether or not the gun would be a functioning gun?
I have never filled that portion of it out. I have boxed them up. I turn them over to our evidence technician who mails them out. I will make sure that if it's, and most of the times it is in a dry container vis-a-vis a box, and it would be secured in a box. And most of with my experience, that all of them were unloaded.
Certainly.
So before they were sent to the crime lab.
Yeah, but at the crime lab, is the crime lab going to determine whether or not that firearm is functioning if a request is made to make that determination? That
would be up to the crime lab and the detective that would be involved in that case.
And so then when we go back and we talk about keeping, if there is a gun found within the water environment that it is found, is that important for any type of later analysis to determine if that gun is a functioning gun?
It will. Again, the purpose for keeping it in water is to keep it from rusting. And anytime you have rust, you have a deterioration of the metal, which could cause a problem.
Certainly. All right. So let's get back on track. I diverted for a moment. Then who else did we have out there at the scene performing certain functions?
The other person we had was Tom Murchie. And
Spell
Tom,
Murchie for our record.
Merchie. Tom is a retired Illinois State Police evidence technician.
What role did Mr. Murchie fulfill on April 3rd of 2021?
He basically took the times, took notes for our dive team so that we know how much air went in, how much air went out, what patterns we did, who went in at what time, when did they exit the water, so that we have notes that would assist the agency that requested us.
So essentially, was he acting as a scribe for this
Yes.
operation?
Yes.
Let's be kind to our court reporter. Spell EBEL, if you could.
EBEL.
All right.
And that's STEPHEN.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So then, by virtue of your assessing the environment that the operations were to be performed on April 3rd, is there anything else that we need to discuss as far as what you felt you would need to carry out this operation?
Again, we had the detectives on scene, and so anything that we would find, they had the vessels to put any evidence that was recovered, so that I could. And matter of fact, I did take the vessel out to Ben after he had found the item under the mud, under the silt, so that we put it in the paint can. Brought it back. The gun was too big for the paint can. So when I got closer to shore, I was able to get another vessel, which was a blue bucket or blue pail. And I put the paint can and everything inside the blue pail with water. And then I handed it to the detectives on shore.
All right. And then would they have transferred it into another bucket that had a cover on it?
There was I believe it was a rectangular vessel that they had. There was a rectangular vessel there. I don't know. I didn't watch them put it after I delivered it to the detective. Then I went back to my truck and started to get my gear off.
Okay. All right. So now let's talk about that portion of the story. The team arrives.
Yes.
Walk us through that.
We did the topographical search with a sonar to see what kind of depth we have. Is there any underwater obstructions? After we did a very brief once around the lake pond, we came back, put the boat on shore. Met with the detectives and the team, made assignments to the team. We followed the detectives down. This is the first time I'd been on the property. We followed the detectives down. They showed us where the remains were found. We then took the metal detector and went over the area surrounding the area where the remains were found. Did not get any hits. By hits, I mean active alerts on the metal detector. After we did that, we went, suited up, and then got the necessary equipment, which is the full face mask and all of the dive equipment that we use. Then we decided that we were going to do that pendulum sweep. Okay, and I love that sweep because it is so controlled that I can go 6 inches, I can go 6 feet, and it's all controlled by the person on the surface. So, you have the time, you have the control that we prefer to have, or to at least give a reasonable assurance that we have covered the entire area that needs to be covered. We were searching on the north side, started off searching on the north side of the pond, where if this picture down below here, it would have been.
And let me go ahead and put this exhibit up. This is State's Exhibit 42. I'm going to put that up on the diagram so that you can show us what you are referring to.
May
And
I?
then you've got that pointer. Yes, please, if you could.
May I step down?
You may.
So we had our dive operations were right in this area here. We had our diver deploy, and we started searching in this area to the north. All right, after a while, the diver came back and said he didn't have enough weight on. That does present a problem. So he came back to the shore, got some more weight on, and continued searching, came back and was going to go search. We found out that there was some concrete in there that had some metal rebar or some sort in there. So it was really giving us a lot of readings. He would reach down, this is not it, this is not it, this is an area that is going to be hard to search. So we went over to the south side. Now, during that time, Tom Murchie was right here, Steve Evil was right here. I went back over here to, this is my truck. I went back over here to my truck to stay out of their way, to not try to tell them where they had to search. That was the job of Steve Evil. Tom Murchie was right in this area here, and Sean Cosson was right in this area here.
For purposes of our written record, when you talk about Tom Murchie and Sean Cosson, are they close to shore?
Yes, they're on shore.
Okay, and then again, for purposes of our record, there is that steeper access road that if you were to travel down it, right, essentially that if you drive straight, then that's the portion where you would have entered the water,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes. We launched right in this area right here.
And then the vehicle that you said that you went back to for States Exhibit 42, what is the color of the vehicle so that we know?
Brownish maroon. It changes color with the light.
All right, all right. And then, of course, then thereafter, was there the discovery that was made?
Yes, but Ben was directed in this area right here.
For our record, what direction are you indicating?
That would be south.
Okay.
Okay. So he was going to the south. I was over here, and I heard the comms when Ben said that he found an object. And then he said, it is a firearm, or it's a gun. At that point, the detectives wanted to get a buoy out here so that they could get a picture of where the object was found. They launched or tried to launch a drone over to get some pictures. I don't know if they got any from that or not. But a buoy was placed out here. I entered the water and went out with the can to Ben Wilson. I could see the visibility was pretty poor. About, I want to say 7, 8 feet of water, very soft silt. And any movement in there would just cloud the water up where we couldn't see it all. So I went out to Ben. The weapon was placed in the can. I waited with Ben. We went back to shore. I handed the can over. I notified Steve that I would need another vessel because the gun you wouldn't be able to close it in that container. And so to keep it in the water, they brought the other bucket down. I filled it with water, put the can in there, and handed it up to the detective on shore.
Mr. Poulos, if you look at that body of water, do you see that white dot in the area that you saw indicated the gun was recovered? Is that the buoy that law enforcement asked to be placed there to mark the location of the recovery of the gun?
I believe it was, yes.
All right, go ahead and take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Poulos, just very simply, what type of gun was it?
It was a revolver, appeared to be a .38 caliber.
Thank you. Did that conclude your involvement in this matter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Waters.
Just briefly, Mr. Poulos, the 5 of you went out to this location on April 3rd of 2021 at the request of Sergeant Pfeiffer, right?
I'm sorry, you'll have to speak out.
The 5 of you went out to this location on April 3rd of 2021 at the request of Sergeant Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Had you known him in your law enforcement dealings prior to this?
No, of him, yes. We hadn't done a lot of cases together because at that point, most of my career was on the Illinois side.
Sure. Okay, so is this the first time that he had requested you and your team to dive?
I had been contacted by a non-law enforcement agency to see if we would be available to dive earlier when the missing person first was reported. I think that was July 10th of 2020. And I couldn't respond because, number one, I asked, is there a target? Do we have an area to search? And if you just tell me the Mississippi River, that's not going to be doable because, you know, it would be a waste of your time and mine as well.
Sure, and I understand that. So as you get here, I think you testified that Sergeant Pfeiffer had told you they're looking for a gun or bullet casings.
Yes.
Okay, so you knew before you got into that water, that's what you're looking for.
Yes.
Okay, so then where you had just pointed out on that picture, is that the only place, I'm gonna say about 50% of that pond you searched?
I wouldn't even say 50%. I would say more of a 25% before the item was recovered.
Okay, and how long was it till that item was recovered?
Well, we started about 10 o'clock and it was recovered sometime around 11:30, something like that, maybe 11. I'm not sure exactly what time it was recovered. It was in the report. But it wasn't very long after we changed and started searching south. It wasn't too many sweeps before before Ben said that he had recovered the item.
Okay, so
or an item, whether it's the item, it's it was a gun that he recovered.
You found a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay, so after you found the gun, did you just stop the search?
Yes.
Why?
We returned the gun to the detectives and asked them if they wanted further, and they didn't really want us to. There was no point in going any further in that area. We work for the agency that called us.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Poulos, when the gun was recovered, did you have an opportunity to see the cylinder and to see if there was at least the casings that you could observe from a portion of the cylinder on the side?
Yes.
All right. And then you weren't involved at the scene during the time that these projectiles were recovered. Would that be fair to say?
I was not.
All right. But at any rate, through the course of any investigation, if there are casings within the revolver and there are bullets that are recovered, is there going to be a submission to a crime lab to examine the bullets and examine casings or even markings unique to the gun to see if there is a match?
Yes.
All right. And even if the bullets are in bad shape, are there other ways?
The calibers are different. Like a 38 is a 0.357 inches and a 9mm is 0.355 inches. The different types of landing grooves would virtually create tool marks on the projectile. Whether or not the projectile was damaged would determine whether or not they could make a solid, an exact match.
Certainly. Certainly. All right. I've got one other question I want to ask of you. How far was the gun in that body of water from the shoreline?
I want to say 50 to 60 feet.
Given the distance of the gun from the shoreline, would it have been easy to have tossed that gun out into the body of water about 50 to 60 feet?
Depending upon the person, but I would say yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll take our afternoon break at this time. We'll reconvene at approximately 3:20. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're cruising right along here. Oh, it looks like defense are into red today. Okay, let's see. We have... Let's see. Let me look at my notifications. Okay, let's see. Not sure whether to go for the 911 call or closing arguments for the self-defense case. Let's see, that was Court TV. Let's see, is it still going on? Let's listen to Court TV. They say on the behavior panel and some of the statement analysis things that what is the priority when somebody calls in? Are they wanting help? Are they wanting police? Or are they wanting to report a problem? You know, how soon do they get to the fact that somebody is dead or dying? So let's listen to that.
Murder trial for defendant Quenisha Johnson. She's accused of shooting her boyfriend, DeMonte Smith, after the two were involved in a domestic dispute. Police were called to the house, but left shortly after. No signs of physical abuse were observed. On the stand now, the 911 records custodian. The first 911 call was made at 10:02 a.m. on November 27th. Let's go into the courtroom.
911, what is the address of the emergency? 796 Eden Berry Lane. Repeat the address. 796 Eden Berry Lane. Are you saying Eden Valley? Eden. Eden, And I can really hear you. Eden, Lane. Okay, D as an Edward, D as in David? Yes. And then D as an Edward? Yes, and then the Nancy, Berry, Berry, B as in Berry, E as in Igloo, Y as in, I don't know. I'm sorry. Okay, Eden Berry, correct? Yes, it's also Berry Lane, and last one, New Georgia. I'm popping up for us. And you said 796? 796, yes. Eden Berry. Edenberry. And is it road, drive? It's a lane. Elevation is an NCC. Okay, the only unit that is coming up is drive for Gwinnett, is that right? No, it's in the county. It's also about get the road off the Edinburgh Lane. Is that what it says? You said off the Rock Chapel Road? Yes. And the close road is Edinburgh Lane. ASD line is very way. And you know, either 96, either lane or way. Lane. It's also Edinburgh Lane. Okay. The only thing shown is Edenberry Way and then not with 796. Okay, so Edenberry Way is like right on the corner. Edenberry Way. You don't have a lane. It's not shown a lane. Is it right on the border? It is. It's a crossroad from Edenberry Way to Edenberry Lane. So it's like Edenberry Way is another lane, but then Edenberry Lane is one. Okay. If you can just discuss it constantly. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but the address is not coming up for us. Okay, so. What is the direct nearest cross street? Is it Way? It's Edinburgh Way. Okay, and that's a house or apartment? It's a house. Okay, and then what's the phone number you're calling from? 764-467-3743. Okay, what's going on at the location? I'm in, okay, so my boyfriend, he put with me for me again once I get stuff into the house. I tell him someone's there. Location? He is, yes. He just got out of the care from me about a month ago. I mean, how long until you arrive at the location? I'm like 7 minutes away. 9 minutes. You said where? 9 minutes? 9 minutes away, yeah. What kind of car are you in? Color name? I'm in a white Ram pickup. Okay, what's your name? My name is USNDE of the Daniel Johnson. And what do you need an escort for? Are you just trying to gather belongings or? Yeah, I live there. The house that I need, I just see him. He's threatening different, so I just want some people from those conversations. Okay, and what does he look like? He's licensed, he has dreads, there's a set on his face, medium build, 5'4". Does he have any weapons? No, I don't know. Okay. Well, go ahead and get somebody out there. You said you're about 9 minutes? Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and put a call in. No problem. I'll put somebody in there for you.
Ms. Brown, were police, are you able to say from the CAD transcript, from your knowledge, whether police were dispatched to this location to meet with the caller?
Yes.
Was there ever, do you know, contact actually made with the caller prior to police arrival? And are you referring to that transcript to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
When you say, repeat your question, what do you say?
Do you have any indication, does communications have any indication in the transcript or otherwise that there was contact made direct contact made with the caller by an officer?
Yes.
And what time was that?
At 10:29 a.m.
And that would be a direct contact prior to police arrival?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
What time was the second call made, if you're able to say?
At 11:04 a.m.
Emergency 911, what's the address of the emergency?
7916 Lane. I was close to call back in when I was looking for my destination, but the dispatch company, over the company dispatch to come back out. She said she had another emergency and they should be right there. And I'm not thinking my destination. When I got to my destination, I didn't close the eyes, the head, sleep, just like check out the scene. So when I got here, the cop was here and she said she had something that was going on closer to my destination and she told me to call down. When I got closer and she made a note with the dispatch that I was calling for her to come in.
Okay, and this was 796 Edenberry Lane?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and the issue was between yourself and who else?
My boyfriend.
Okay, is he there right now?
Yes, I don't want to go into the house because they told me to meet them at the end of the quarter test.
Oh, So are you waiting in the cul-de-sac or he's there in the cul-de-sac?
He's in the house. I'm waiting at the cul-de-sac.
Okay, are you gonna be on foot or in the vehicle?
I'm in the vehicle. I'm in the right side room.
All right, one moment. To your knowledge, are there any weapons or alcohol involved?
Huh?
To your knowledge, are there any weapons or alcohol involved?
Yeah. I mean, I'm licensed to carry, but my weapon is with me. It's not inside my food.
Okay, what is your name?
Breasia Johnson. Juanmessej Johnson.
Okay, we'll get the police out there, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, bye.
Ms. Brown, are you able to determine whether notification was made to police to go ahead and come back to the location?
Yes.
And what time was call number 3 made?
At 11:40 a.m.
Okay, okay, help you. I was told that someone was out here, she told me to call you guys back and let you know that, when I got closer to my destination. I'm actually here at Thompson's, I've been here for about an hour, and I called again. I know dispatcher supposed to be able for me to dispatch someone in the area. I'm still sitting here trying to work out that the person down there in the body is sitting here in the house today.
Okay, are you Ms. Johnson?
I am.
Oh, okay, I see the call. Yeah, we still have the call. They're gonna come out there and meet with you. Are you in a Dodge Ram?
I am. My kids is in the house, so I don't know what this person is on. I don't know how it's going to react. I have a newborn and a 4 and 7-year-old in the house. I don't go in there and
Right, and so they're gonna come out and assist you with this.
she was here. She told me that she was going to go around and come and get another call. They were just that she's going to call them and usually not out there, but I don't know. I think it's
I'm looking at the call that, I'm not sure about any previous calls, but this call that we're coming back out to, we got at 11:04. A little under 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, but I know it's quite, yeah, that's not technical.
Okay, it took me a minute to work out which tab was the one that had the call. Let's see. Let's start on this one.
We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because, thank you. Miss Quanisha Johnson tried to right a wrong on her own terms. She pulled a gun and she pulled a trigger when there was no necessity. That is why we're here. That is what this boils down to. Mr. Sterling, in his opening statement, called this man a serial abuser 10, 15 times. But he does have a name. His name is DeMonte Smith. He was a father. He was a son. He was a friend. And he was a member of the community. He had and has people who cared deeply about him. He wasn't perfect, but he didn't deserve to die. Like anyone else in this courtroom, he was not perfect. And like anyone else in this courtroom, DeMonte Smith deserved an opportunity in his life to redeem himself of any of his faults. During jury selection, actually after jury selection and before the case began, you all took an oath before you heard any evidence in the case. And that oath was that you shall well and truly try the issue that is formed on the indictment of this case and give a true verdict according to the evidence. We asked a lot during jury selection whether you could be a fair and impartial juror, whether you could leave certain things outside from your decision in this case, whether you could focus on the evidence. So what is the evidence? Evidence here is any statements that you heard. Statements, previous statements, statements that come from that witness chair. Sworn testimony under oath is evidence. Evidence is any expert testimony. Evidence is you can determine or you can use your common sense when you're reviewing the evidence or you're determining what the evidence shows. Testimony of the witnesses, you can consider whether any of the witnesses that you heard from had a motive to lie. You can consider that when evaluating the testimony. Any photos, any documents that were admitted, the elements of the crime, consider that when you're deciding what the facts of the case are, applying it to the law. What is not evidence? Any passion about any issues or any facts in the case. Any public opinion about what happened in this case, about what should have happened in this case. Whether you are happy or unhappy with police in general, whether you are happy or unhappy with how the police handled this situation, that is not evidence. Any public feeling about any issues in the case, any sympathy for either party, for the victim or the defendant. Any prejudice that you may have, whether you agree or whether you disagree with the law. And you are not, and you will hear from the judge to consider any possible penalty or judgment. Those things outside of that bubble should not come into play when you are evaluating what the evidence is and whether the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt the crimes that are charged. And we selected you because we thought that you all would be the most capable of doing that. We thought that you all would be the most capable of focusing on what's inside of that bubble and not letting the things on the outside influence your decision. So a couple things I want to discuss before we get into the evidence that you'll hear about, obviously. Reasonable doubt. We have the burden, the state has the burden to prove each element in each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is it? The judge will tell you what a reasonable doubt is. She will tell you that it is a doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. It's not beyond all doubt. It's not to a mathematical certainty, and it's not a doubt that's based on, it is a doubt that's based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague or arbitrary doubt. So if you have a doubt in your mind, is something possible? Maybe. But is it reasonable? If it's not a reasonable doubt, then it should not hold you back. This is the example that I oftentimes use to explain what reasonable doubt is. I am old enough to remember when people used actual paper money. So there were, if some of you remember, there were sometimes dollar bills in circulation, which were really messed up. Like there will be writing on it. Sometimes it will have been torn in half and there would be like tape putting it back together. There might be a corner missing, scribbles all over it, right? But so it wasn't perfect, but you knew what it was and you would actually pass it at the store because you knew what it was. So if something's perfect, but did you have a reasonable doubt that that is a actual dollar bill? No, you didn't. And you would go to the store and you would pass it. It's much like this puzzle. So there's pieces missing. There's pieces missing. Is it perfect? No. But do you have any doubt, based on what you see in there, that that is a $1 bill? No, you don't. So it's not perfect, but you can still find that and you can still come to that decision. The other thing I want to talk about is credibility of witnesses. So when you're evaluating the evidence, you will have, one of your jobs is to determine the credibility of the witnesses who took the stand. This is no different. Your job of doing that as a juror is no different than it is in your daily lives. Because we do this as people every day, especially if you have kids, you do this. You have to evaluate the credibility of what they're saying. And what do? You're going to receive a jury instruction on how to evaluate the credibility of witnesses, and it's really no different than you do in your daily lives. You are to consider the manner of testifying. Whether the person has an interest or lack an interest in the case. There means an opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. So does the person who's testifying, how do they come off? How do they come off to you? Does the person have an interest or lack of interest? Do they have some sort of bias or motive? Do they have their own personal interest in that would influence what they say? There means an opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify. Were they there? Were they able to see what they're testifying about? The probability or improbability of their testimony, does it even make sense? Their personal credibility as you observe it. That's your job and one of the most important jobs as a juror. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, you determine who is worthy of belief. The other thing I want to talk about is evidence. So the type of evidence. There's circumstantial evidence and there's direct evidence, and the judge will explain to you what those are. You'll receive an instruction. Direct evidence is testimony of a person with actual knowledge. Actual knowledge from something that they observed, something that they actually saw. Circumstantial evidence is a proof of a fact in circumstances that tend to prove or disprove something by inference. Okay, that's a really fancy way of basically saying you know something because you can piece it together. And the example that I always give is when we put gas in our car. So when you go to the gas station, you put the gas pump in your car. Can you see the gas actually going into your tank? No, you can't. But there are things that you can observe. You can, if you're holding the pump, you can feel it. You can oftentimes hear it. You can smell it. It may have dripped out before you put it into your car. You can, unfortunately, see the dollar signs go up, so you know you're being charged. When you get in your car, you turn it on, you see the arrow go to the full tank, or it goes fuller. And then maybe even later you can see from your card that you used that you were in fact charged. Based on all of these things, you can infer you got gas, even though you couldn't see it.
Prosecution's closing argument. We'll get a break, get you back to the courtroom for more right after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, you've heard of Florida man. What about Florida woman? A closer look at the female defendants of recent cases that have thrown a dark shadow.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are watching the closing arguments in the self-defense or murder trial for Quenisha Johnson. The mother of four says she shot her boyfriend, DeMonte Smith, in self-defense. The prosecution disagrees, says it was murder. Let's go back into the courtroom right where we left off, the state's closing argument.
So, based on Miss Johnson's decision, based on her attempting to right a wrong on her own terms, her choice to pull a gun, and not just pull a gun, but pull a trigger when there was no necessity. These are the charges that she faces. I want to go through each one just generally. You will receive an instruction from the judge that actually gives you the elements of each crime. But before we talk about the evidence, I think it's important for you to know what you're listening for. So let's take charges 1 and 2. Charge 1 is malice murder.
The state DCI reaching out to your organization and asking for assistance.
Was I aware of it?
Yes.
Just shortly prior to our mission, yes.
All right. How did you become aware of the mission that you were going to be performing?
They contacted Mark Poulos, I believe, and then he got a hold of me.
Okay. And then when Mark Poulos reached out to you, what information did he share with you about the tasks that you would be performing as a member of the team?
We developed that pretty much on scene.
All right. All right. So did you go out to an area north of Highway 30 and Highway 61?
Yes.
Looking over to a diagram that we have previously introduced, and I think that states Exhibit 42. Let me check on that real quick. Yes. Looking at States Exhibit 42, do you recognize States Exhibit 42 and what's depicted?
Do I recognize that?
Yes. How do you recognize the depiction in that exhibit?
Is this the county road down here?
Yes. And if you look down below here on States Exhibit 41, which is up there on the easel, I think that that'll give you a better perspective. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we,
Let me put States Exhibit 41 up there for you so that you have that to refer to.
we approached through from the right over here.
You've got a pointer behind your chair there. If you want to look just off to your right, Mr. Ebel.
Oh, a pointer?
Yeah. And then
Okay,
for our written
so-
record, describe what location you are referring to by street names.
The 270 what?
270th Avenue?
Yes.
Let me do this because it might help, and I'll do an orientation where I'm going to turn this diagram around so that north is to the top of the diagram. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
So we came down in this area here, I believe.
Okay.
There's a little access.
And that access road, is that the one that leads to the pond that we see off of 270th
Yeah,
Avenue?
I believe it's an old quarry, is it not?
Sure, absolutely. There was testimony provided about that.
Yeah, it looked to me like a quarry, old abandoned quarry.
All right. Now, describe what your role was going to be in this particular, I guess,
Mission.
mission. There we go. Thank you for the word.
What's my role? What was my role? I was the line tender, which I had, Ben Wilson was the primary diver with a metal detector. And I was the line tender and communications to the divers. Okay.
Describe what your responsibilities were as the line tender.
Okay. So in a case like that right there, the visibility being low, like 1 to 2 feet possibly, and then when you kick up the silt and mud down to maybe 0. So the idea is to theorize where the target might be, and then develop a pattern that we call a pendulum sweep. Starting from low probability, working to high probability, in order to establish a decent pattern and with a little bit of overlap, so that you may even repeat a little bit of where you've been through. Like if you're looking for a large object, you can have a bigger, pattern. Small subject, you're pretty tight. So what the line tender does is to kind of directs that, because you can see the bubbles. A diver alone in an environment like that, if he was going to just go out and just dead reckon, he'd probably doing just great big circles and not really have any idea where he's at. So the line tender is directing it, watching the bubbles, and then when you run out of room with your line, you pull them in or you let them out and just overlap maybe a foot in a case like this, and then so that you can establish that in your mind that you've covered pretty thoroughly. And so, and you're communicating with the diver what you want him to do, and you can go where other people can hear you too. You can put it on audio, and other people in the area can hear what's going on.
Are all of the members of the team then equipped with some type of communications equipment so that they can hear all of the conversations that are occurring?
In this case, we had 2 headphones.
All right.
Okay. And so they could hear 2 divers, and then it comes back to the comm box, and you can put that on audio, or you can just have it privately.
Now, I want to go back to an earlier statement that you had made. When you came to the scene and you were looking at the scene, you indicated that you come up with a theory of where a potential item may be located. When you arrived there at the scene, were you shown the location of where Breasia Terrell's remains had been located?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that fairly close to what I'm going to call the shoreline there on what would be the east side of the pond?
It's fairly close, like maybe 50 or 60 feet, yeah.
All right. And then so knowing that her skeletal remains were within 50 to 60 feet of that shoreline, how did that variable play into the theory that was developed as far as locations that you were going to start to look within that body of water?
Well, the possibility that somebody could walk to the shore and chuck a firearm, pistol is what they thought. That's what developed the plan.
Certainly. So,
The pattern, we want to cover how far could it go, grown person, and how short could it go. So that's how we developed the plan.
all right. And so with that being said, then, did you work in that body of water that would have been closer to the shore versus going out to the far western shore?
No, we didn't start up really close. and we got into a debris field of, must have been demolition concrete with rebar in it. So as Ben was searching with the metal detector, he's picking up the rebar. So every time he'd look at something, it was a chunk of concrete, and it was not so, the metal detector was pretty much not so useful. So we redirected him to still a probable area, but away from that, trying to get away from that debris field. And another diver was just groping by hand, looking to see if he could come up with something. So it wasn't long after that move from a north direction, basically, to a south direction. It wasn't very long, and he found that. He found a pistol.
All right.
A revolver, I'm sorry.
A revolver. Sergeant Pfeiffer had talked about making a request of the team to place a buoy in the water to mark the location of where the gun was recovered.
Oh.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then did you have any involvement in setting that buoy out there so that that location could be documented in some way?
My involvement was I directed Ben not to move, stay where you're at. Then there's some discussion, and I'm not sure who came up with the buoy idea, but I believe it was Sean took that buoy out there and marked it. And he was still in the same position, marked it for the detectives for, I guess, record keeping or whatever.
Okay. If you could, what would you estimate the distance from the shoreline to the buoy that was set out in that body of water?
Trying to recall.
And if you don't recall, that's fine.
I don't want to make a bad guess.
Sure, absolutely.
50 feet to maybe 75.
All right.
Maybe,
All
something
right.
like that.
And does that essentially give us a very good perspective of your role and how you would have worked with this operation?
Would you ask that question again? What?
Yes. Does this give us a good perspective of your role then as the line tender and how you would have worked relative to this
Yeah, I
operation?
think so.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have no questions.
You may step down.
Your Honor, the state would call Benjamin Wilson to the stand.
If you raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record.
Benjamin Wilson?
Typical spelling?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, what is it that you do for a living?
I am a independent residential contractor,
What company do you work for?
Wilson Residential Construction.
Outside of that, are you associated with any organization that you perform professional responsibilities for?
Yes.
What's the nature of the professional organization you're associated with?
It is a rescue and recovery dive team.
Is that the Big River Rescue and Recovery Dive Team?
Yes.
How did you become associated with that organization?
My dive instructor was a board member on the dive team. I learned to scuba dive from him, and he immediately saw talent and asked me to come with him to join and learn how to become a rescue diver.
Certainly. How long have you been associated with this organization?
Since 2010, I believe.
And over the course of your involvement with this organization, can you describe for us the different types of rescue and recovery missions you've been involved with?
We've had countless recoveries, most of the time recoveries. I can't think of any rescues. We do work in a rescue capacity for like polar plunges and things like that, but we've never actually had to perform a rescue. We've been able to handle anything before it happens. As far as recoveries go, though, we've had everything from vehicles to bulldozers to bodies to evidence recovery, all the way down to we were in a pond and recovered a woman's wedding ring. So
Certainly.
big
And
and small.
what types of bodies of water are you experienced in working?
Everything from swift river, black water conditions or better. But yeah, the worst possible condition would be ice covered swift water like the Mississippi River with zero visibility.
Describe doing any type of recovery efforts in the context of a pond and what challenges, if any, a pond would present for you as a diver.
So there are a few. Firstly, visibility. Many ponds have poor to no visibility. They also have obstructions in them, which can be anything from concrete to some people will like throw docks in the water and just let them collapse. Most often though, it's trees. Trees will fall in there and now there's an entangulation hazard. And then in addition to that, some ponds have chemicals in them that you don't really want to be exposed to, and fishing hooks and things like that that can cut you.
All right. What types of equipment do you wear then when you're working in an environment like a pond that presents those potential hazards?
If we know that there are hazards such as chemicals and things like that, we will wear what's called a dry suit. It is a plastic rubber suit that goes over the top of your clothing, so I can be wearing sweatpants, sweatshirt, things like that. And it keeps me basically completely encapsulated. We also use full face masks that will keep our face out of the water. It also gives us the ability to have underwater communications, to be able to talk to topside and let them know what we're either seeing or feeling or experiencing.
Okay. I'm going to just get very direct in my questions. Mr. Poulos has already come in and he's provided a really wonderful foundation for us that we've got a good perspective of the functions that you perform, but I want to direct your attention to the events of April 3rd of 2021. Were you involved in searching a pond just south of Kunow Implement in the northern portion of Clinton County?
Yes, I was.
Set the stage for your involvement and what occurred on that day.
I got a call the previous night from Mark Poulos saying that there was need of a dive team the following day, that we were going to be doing some evidence recovery and he'd like me to be the primary diver in that. The next morning we showed up in the morning. They were out there with a boat just getting a kind of a lay of the land just to try to figure out, you know, how deep was it? Was there anything in there? Things like that. It was determined that I would be the primary diver and I would do a sweep pattern. Steve Ebel, who is another team member of ours, was going to run comms and hold the rope for me. And we would perform a pendulum looking sweep. So basically they would start me out a little bit away from the shore. I would keep the rope taut and I would kind of do an arc pattern, right? As soon as I was sweeping and feeling in that arc pattern, then they would give me just a little bit more rope and I'd do an arc pattern the opposite way and a little more rope and just kind of work myself out in a fan shape out further and further into the water. I was given a underwater metal detector so that way I could help aid in that sweep and because we were looking for a metal object. So I was using that in my search. As I searched to the one side, I'm going to call it the right side from
And
shore.
if you would like to, look at States Exhibit 42, so that will give you a perspective. We've introduced a diagram of that area. I would represent to you that north would be the top of the diagram, south to the bottom, and obviously if you're looking at it to your right would be east and to your left would be west.
So as I was sweeping towards the north hand side, there was a lot of concrete rubble that had been thrown in there by someone. That concrete contained wire mesh that was within it. So when I was sweeping on that north side, the metal detector would go off frequently because I'm hitting these stones. So I have to hand, feel in and around the stone, disregard it out of reach, and then continue on. So towards the north side of the pond, it took a lot longer to search over there as it did when we moved further south. Further south, there wasn't the concrete debris. It was mostly just mud and muck.
Okay. Now, when you were working the northern portion of that pond, was that in the area of the shoreline on the east side of the pond?
Yes.
Okay. As the metal detector would go off, would you then go down to try and discern what the item was that was triggering the metal detector?
Yeah, so what I would do is as I was sweeping with my right hand with the metal detector, with my left hand just feeling the dirt and stuff in the area. So when the right hand would hear something go off, because I had earphones that I could hear the metal detector go off, when it went off, I would have to set the metal detector down on top of that object where I was getting the best tone, and then reach to the end of the metal detector, feel in and around and feel what was that detecting, move that again out of reach, and then hear in that area again and make sure that not only was there nothing under it, but I wasn't getting that tone any longer.
All right.
And so then I'd continue my search.
Answer this question for me if you could. I've got an image in my mind that actually you are walking on the bottom of this pond. Is that how it works as opposed to actively
Crawling
swimming?
would be a better explanation.
Sure.
It's difficult to walk. You're more on all fours crawling around, but I'm not swimming, that's for sure.
Okay.
I'm crawling around on my hands and knees.
And by virtue of your crawling around on your hands and knees, does that give you a greater ability to discern what type of object that metal detector has alerted on?
Yes.
And then for all of the hits that you got on the north side of that body of water, were you able to rule out any of those items as being a handgun?
Yes, especially considering I'm a contractor, so I'm quite familiar with what concrete rubble feels like, looks like, and everything else. There was a little bit of visibility in the pond. It just depended on how badly I was mucking it up. The more I stir it up, the less I can see. But there was some visibility, so if I brought the rock closer to my face, I could kind of see it a little bit and get rid of it. But everybody should be able to kind of imagine what a large concrete boulder feels like as opposed to a handgun.
Okay, so then as you moved toward the south side of that body of water, again on what would be the eastern portion, describe the developments in that area.
So that area was very mucky. There was just a lot of mud and silt at the bottom, but no tones from the metal detector. So as I'm sweeping towards the south side, I got a really strong tone, which for that area seemed a bit unusual. I was expecting that it might be something else, an anchor or another maybe piece of concrete or something like that. So when I felt down to the end of it, I felt a revolver. So I told Topside on my underwater communications that I had found the object that we were looking for. I could hold it up to my face and I could see that it was a revolver.
All right, and then describe the steps taken to collect the revolver and then follow a chain of custody.
Sure. So once I found the revolver, I let Topside know that I had found it. I then spent, to my best memory, 30 minutes laying on the bottom, holding on to this thing, waiting for Topside to figure out what it is they wanted me to do. I just had to hold fast. So the police were deciding how did they want to recover it, what did they want to do, how did we want to get that back, things like that, so on and so forth. They also told me that at some point they would like to place a buoy on that so that way they could see from topside exactly where I was underwater. So I'm waiting for further instructions. Eventually, it was decided that Mark Poulos was going to bring down a paint can, and he was going to have me place the revolver in the paint can, and then he was going to bring that back to the police who were, you know, there watching everything go on. So he was going to bring that paint can back. He brought the paint can down to me. I tried to place the revolver inside of it, but it wasn't. We were trying to, so we're taught to control the evidence and make sure that we put everything we have inside of a container. So when we bring the container back, it contains everything that we had. The revolver could only fit about 3/4 of the way inside of the paint can. It was just too large for the opening. So he radioed to topside, hey guys, I'm gonna need a bigger vessel for this. So he brought the paint can back, keeping it underwater, and they brought down a bucket. So he filled the bucket full of water and put the paint can inside the bucket and then handed the bucket directly to the police.
Certainly. And then speak to one final issue so that we understand how that buoy is attached to that location. Can you walk us through the physical mechanics of that?
So another team member of ours, Sean, he initially went in the water because we were thinking because of that rubble, this is going to take me a long time. We didn't want to be there 3 days looking for this. So he was just going to help aid in that. So he was already in the water, suited up. Once we found it, everybody stopped everything while I was waiting there. He went back up to shore. They gave him a metal weight with a rope attached to it, with a buoy attached to that. So that way we could show exactly where we were. Once I placed the revolver inside of the paint can and Mark brought that back up to shore, Sean carried out the buoy because I was still at the location. I never moved my hand from where it was. As soon as they brought that back to the location, I shoved the weight down inside the little hole that created. And then everybody got out of the water because they were going to use, I think it was a drone or something like that to take an aerial kind of like photograph of where that buoy was.
Certainly. And then can we, well, just based on what happened there, was the weight sufficient to hold that buoy in place?
Yes.
Okay.
The buoy's not very big, but the weight, again, this is very, very mucky. Think of a thick pudding. So when I had that hole, I shoved that weight 1.5 feet down in that muck. So honestly, to pull that back up took quite a lot of effort.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
All right. We have some aerial photographs that we had taken of that area. But what was the color of the buoy?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Okay. At any rate, what I want you to do is I want you to look at our state's exhibit. Let me try and just take down one here. Of State's Exhibit 42, and I'm going to have you look up close.
Okay.
Okay, just look up really close.
Yep.
You see the buoy?
I do.
Okay. All right. And then just take the pointer so that we can verify what is the buoy within that body of water.
So it would be right there. There's a white buoy right there. Again, the rubble with the concrete is over here on this side of it. And we were doing a pendulum sweep going back and forth. So that's where I hit that. So I hung out in that area for a long time, waiting for them to give me further instructions. And that's where I shoved that down in the muck and placed the buoy.
All right. Once you got out of the water, given the placement of the skeletal remains,
yes.
I'm asking a question, but actually let me throw something in there to lay foundation. Did they show you where the skeletal remains were located?
Yes.
So when you saw the location of the skeletal remains, How close was it in proximity to that shoreline?
How far was the remains to the shoreline?
Yeah. And I'm not asking for a
Yeah,
distance.
I'm only gonna be able to give you an approximate, and mind you, this has been 2 years, but 250 feet maybe?
Certainly. Could you easily walk to that
Oh,
shoreline
yeah,
from where
oh,
the
yeah,
skeletal
yeah,
remains were?
For sure.
And then if you're standing there at that shoreline to chuck a revolver into the body of water, at the location that you found it, would that be doable?
Very easy.
Okay, I have no further questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is all of the witnesses that we have lined up for today. And if we could we discuss schedule?
We may.
Okay. Your Honor, tomorrow, and then let me go ahead. I'll escort this witness.
Sounds like there's.
Tomorrow we have our two criminalists, Mike Schmidt and Brandon Stepansky, coming from the DCI. The only other witness that we would have would be Detective Hammis. Her testimony is going to take a while, and I know that the court had needed to break at noon. I had discussed this with Joel, and Joel was going to discuss it with Chad. Would the court be fine with us just presenting those two witnesses and then recognizing that Detective Hammis may take a period of time? We'll conclude the state's case in chief on Monday, if the court's fine with that.
That would be perfectly fine. Do you believe starting at 9 o'clock is sufficient for those two witnesses or not?
Oh, no, it's more than sufficient. I don't even know that we're going to have but an hour of testimony from those two witnesses.
All right. Then we'll adjourn for the day. Is there any comment from the defense?
No, that's fine. We appreciate that.
All right, thank you. We'll adjourn for the day. We'll reconvene at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You ought to wait for the judge to leave before he turns his back. It's etiquette. Okay, so tomorrow we'll have a short day. Sounds like we'll be done before lunch, and then resume on Monday. And I'm not sure. Let's see if there's any evidence of if they've gone to jury watch in Florida. Let's see. Court TV. Yeah, let's go back. No. Well, there's not really any evidence. Let me go check Twitter, because that's a little more immediate. Terrell posted about her verdict watch over in Las Vegas. Let's see. What's it? A Quenisha? Johnson. No, just one post saying free Quenisha Johnson 5 hours ago. Only 2 posts on Twitter about Quenisha Johnson. So let's go back. Oh, it probably would have helped if I'd spelled her name right on Twitter. Hard to know how to spell a made-up name. Let's see, today. Don't see anything indicating it's on verdict watch, but you'd think since they did closing arguments that they would have started, but maybe they're waiting till tomorrow to start deliberations. Let's see, there might have been one video I wanted to check into. Let's see if it jumps out at me. I'm not seeing it, but anything critical I will take a look at for playing tomorrow. Let's see. Let's go just a little bit further. Oh, I think I see something that will be cute for a lunch or a break. Okay, well, with that, I guess that wraps that up for today. We're at 3.5 hours deliberation for Henry VIII, and I'll keep the audio going, and if it sounds like they get a verdict, they might go into the evening. Keep notifications on, and if it looks like there's a verdict, maybe I'll hop on live or send you a message. So, okay, guess that's about it. I'm pleasantly surprised, and I guess I'll take it. We'll bid you a good evening, and I expect you still have some warlike wrath to listen to about the missing Montpelier woman. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.